This audiobook contains 7 censored sentences and 609 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. You guys have been pretending all this while. You idiots. They'll crush you, Myra says with a scowl on her face. It seems she was pained by Mule's defeat. Foo. That outfit suits you, Myra. If I defeat you now, you'll owe me one, deal? I say, looking her over with a smirk from head to toe. Kya, you pervert. Myra cries out with disgust on her face, then immediately dashes towards me as she forms a thick shard of ice in her hand. The moment she is within my proximity, I suddenly blink away from my position. What? Wow, that's insane. So Team Black has been pretending all this while. But those guys were not able to absorb ability crystals. Everyone starts expressing their disbelief. Even Myra stops in her tracks as she turns her body with a jerk, then looks at me with disbelief. Why you have a teleportation ability? Myra asks in disbelief, but she suddenly regains her confidence instantly. Humph. Just like you vampires, we elves also have an innate ability. Myra bellows as she crouches down and slams both of her palms on the ground. Sigh. People don't know the difference between teleportation and blink. I think inwardly and decide to mess with this redhead in front of me. Suddenly, I start to feel the whole arena tremble, and in a flash, several thick, long vines burst out of the ground, then begin wrapping and fastening around me before pinning me down. The vines are so fast and thick that even if I blink to another position within this arena, I would still be caught by it, because the whole arena is filled with her useless vines. Who is the boss now? You couldn't even last a minute in front of me, despite your teleportation ability. You see, in this life, everything has disadvantages and weaknesses. Even the strongest ability has a weakness. Myra tells me mockingly while walking towards me with a thick shard of ice in her hand. Joe, did you intentionally allow yourself to get caught? I never knew that elves also had an innate ability. Yeah, most demi-humans have an innate ability. However, only pure bloods and royals can utilize it massively the way Myra did. For instance, a regular vampire can't use blood attacks the way Roth did. But what? You want to lose to this redhead? Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, calm down. I still have a trick up my sleeve. I just have to disobey my master. Foo. I'm not some type of fantasy protagonist who will always hide his power, even when in a dire situation. I'm the boss of myself. No one can tell me what to do. I'm liking you more and more. It will be nice if you can get this dark elf to show you some favor afterwards. Foo. She hates men. Suddenly, I snap back to reality and look at Myra, whose hand is already raised in the air with an ice shard in her hand. Fuck you, bitch. I let out a cry as Myra suddenly launches an ice fragment at my torso, piercing right through my skin. There is currently a big, gaping hole in my stomach with black blood seeping out of it. This is so funny. Tee-hee-hee. Myra lets out cute giggles in exhilaration, while she begins to form another ice shard in her hand. It's clear that she wants to humiliate me big time, and she is really enjoying it. Holy shit, she's a sadist. Myra, wait. I yell at the top of my voice, the moment she is about to launch another ice shard at me. Oh, you have something to say? Foo. She giggles, lowering her hand while the ice shard keeps melting. You said something before, right? You said everything has a weakness? But do you know that blood doesn't have any weakness? I say with a grin. Before she can complete her sentence, a red aura suddenly envelopes my whole body and explodes on impact. Seeing the sudden burst of aura, Myra leaps backwards into the air upon sensing the danger. At the same time, all the vines begin to disintegrate and turn into dust particles like they never existed. Currently, I am using my blood power aura and fueling it with the blood from my body, which I drank earlier before the duel. Furthermore, I don't want to earn a lot of attention by creating something out of blood like blood bullets or a blood cannon, something that I created when fighting against the zombies in the Flaming House. If I do that, All the vampires here would probably freak out. After gaining freedom once again and healing myself where I got stabbed, I swing my palm and throw a blood strike at Myra. My blood strike is even denser and sharper than Roth's own, making it more deadly as it flies towards Myra. Myra, after gaining her momentum, raises her head a little, only to see a large red arc flying towards her. Sensing the danger of the red arc, large vines sprout from the ground and intertwine together, forming a very sturdy wall. However, my blood strike cuts through her vine shield like tofu and continues to fly forward. Expecting this, Myra moves to the side, causing the blood strike to slice off a chunk of her hair as she evades it. Without wasting any time again, I blink beside her and slap her across the face with my full strength. Ha! Kya! Myra lets out a cry as she flies across the arena and slams very hard against the barrier. The whole arena vibrates upon Myra's collision with the barrier, which shows how strong the slap was. Despicable. You can't beat a woman. The dojo master of Team Blue bellows as she gets up from her seat. I raise my head in a jerk as I turn my body and give her a wide, sarcastic grin. The dojo master simply grits her teeth and sits down once again, when the other dojo masters refuse to spare her a glance. Of course, she's Myra's mother, and she's been a little unfair here, since she didn't show any sympathy when Mule was getting beaten up by Roth. Fu. Since Myra hasn't forfeited or passed out, let the show begin. Myra, who is still lying down on the ground, quickly gets up when she senses that her opponent is walking towards her majestically. How did this pervert get so strong? Maybe I have to disobey my mom and use my ultimate card. I can't lose this fight. Those are the words that Myra keeps mumbling as she gets up. Wait, what does she mean by ultimate card? Suddenly, Myra gets to her feet with blood leaking out of the corner of her mouth, while a smile slowly begins to form on her face like a battle maniac. You surpass my expectations. Jake, you managed to injure me. I agree to your deal. If you can defeat me, I'll be all yours. Myra says loudly, allowing the whole audience to listen. And low. Don't do that, Myra. Her mom bellows at the top of her voice, but alas, Myra has made up her mind. You got yourself a deal, fu. I reply with a smirk, while my grin begins to grow wider. Suddenly, Myra's body begins to levitate in the air, and her eyes and body begin to glow very brightly. That's divine blessing. Seeing the system's expression, I know that it must be something very dangerous. However, I have the utmost trump card under my sleeve. The bane of all women. Sorry, Myra, I have to do this. Perverted aura. Chapter 81 Perverted aura. Perverted aura. The moment these words leave my mouth, red tendrils start to come out of my body and begin dancing around my palm, forming a red small ball. Wasting no time, I throw the ball at Myra, who is still levitating in the air. Whoosh! The ball flies towards her at an extraordinary speed. Spiritual chains. Myra also bellows as she evades the red ball of aura that was propelled at her. Clank, clank, ching. In a flash, ethereal-like chains burst out of the ground and start wrapping itself around me, restraining me in an instant. I could have blinked away from the ethereal chains, but for some reason, I don't. Holy fuck. Why does this girl like bondage? Seeing me being constrained by her spiritual chains, Myra comes down to the ground, and the white light stops shining from her body. Why didn't you evade my spiritual chains? Myra asks as she walks towards me. You're very smart, Myra. If I conquer you and take you as mine, our children are going to be very smart, just like their mother. I say, flashing a smile at her. Myra's face flushes red at my perverted comment, but she doesn't stop walking forward. Unfortunately, you've been constrained by my spiritual chains. There's no way you can do anything to me. Now, can you? Myra puts her hands on her mouth and starts giggling. Unfortunately for you too, you're going to be my woman, and you know what, Dash? I'm going to make you completely mine. Fu. I tell Myra sarcastically, while a wide grin starts cropping up on my face. What do you mean? Myra mutters in confusion and her face flushes red again. I wanted to spend time with you, but it looks like I have to end this all right now, Myra says, and starts to form a very sharp ice shard in her hand. Sorry, Myra. A red aura suddenly bursts out of my body again, and the red ball, which Myra evaded earlier, starts floating behind her. Behind you. Myra. Her mom suddenly bellows from atop the platform. Hearing her mom's voice, Myra spins her body around with a jerk. However, it is already too late. The red ball of aura hits her directly on her face and enters her body. Looking at the other vampires in the auditorium, they look stupefied, like they have just seen a ghost because of what I just performed. W, what did you do to me? She asks with a stutter as her face starts turning beet red. You'll find out soon, fufufu, I say with a wide grin. Stop messing with him. Myra pauses her words when she finally notices that something is happening to her clothes. Kya, what did you do? You pervert. Myra lets out a loud cry as she jumps back in surprise at what is happening to her. Her clothes slowly start disintegrating, beginning from the hem of her blue trouser till it gets to her knees, and it keeps on going, exposing her beautiful skin. What a shameless way to win a fight. That guy is disgusting. He is literally going to strip her naked. Now that he is planning to win shamefully, is their deal still going to be valid? Man, her skin is so smooth. I would have ogled her right now if it wasn't for the people around. You satyrs are disgusting. Everyone starts stating their notions, impressions, and opinions very loudly while all the dojo masters stay silent. Except for Mira's mother, who is currently gritting her teeth. Back in the arena, Myra can be seen trying very hard to cover her exposed thighs and her clothes, which are slowly disintegrating and moving towards her crotch area. What did you do to me, Jake? Do you want everyone to see me naked? Myra cries out loudly as she struggles to cover herself. You know what to do. Free me from these chains and forfeit this match, I say with a straight face. There is no way I'm going to lose to you, idiot. You want to win shamelessly. She bellows. There is nothing like shamelessness during a real battle of life and death. So what do you mean by saying that I am trying to win shamelessly? I ask with all my brows raised. If you want free me and forfeit this match, then everyone will see me exposed, and trust me, there are many unkind people among the audience. Fufufu, I say mockingly. But inwardly, I don't want Myra to be completely naked. Don't let them see me naked. I'm not wearing any panties. She cries again, trying to cover her crotch. You're not wearing a panty? Then free me immediately. Break dash. Myra shouts, and in an instant, the ethereal chains restraining me abruptly disappears. At the same time, Myra shouts at the top of her voice. I forfeit this match. The moment the words leave her mouth, loud buzzing sounds go off, indicating that the match has come to an end. Hearing this, I pull off my black top and dash towards Myra, immediately wrapping the cloth around her waist. At the same time, I move close to her, put my hand behind her back, and absorb the aura that is slowly disintegrating her dress. Some moments later, when Myra notices that her dress has stopped disintegrating, she separates herself from me and stands up, looking at me with bloodshot eyes. Sorry, Myra. I had to win the match. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize, wearing a downcast expression on my face. You are disgusting. You are so disgusting. Myra bellows while tears fall from her eyes as she punches my chest and turns her back to leave. Fuck. Before Myra can take a single step, I grab her hand, turning her body around to me, before planting a kiss on her face and placing my hands below her waist. Myra looks stunned right now by my sudden action as I kiss her on the lips. She doesn't resist me and allows my tongue to invade her mouth while her tongue also invades mine. Then we begin to exchange saliva and wrestle with our tongues. Sodomura. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't have one against you. I tell her to make her feel better as I pause our kiss for a moment. Even though I didn't use perverted blood aura, I would have still won this fight. Myra doesn't say anything and continues to kiss me fiercely. After some time, she separates herself from me without uttering a word and exits the arena. As if woken from a shock, the spectator suddenly speaks up. The winner of this round is Team Black. Team Blue has been eliminated from the duel, since 2 of their chosen contestants have lost their matches. Meanwhile, Team Black only has 1 contestant left. We shall continue with the duel after a short break. After the spectators' announcement, I also exit the arena and walk towards our domain. Chapter 82 Vampire vs. Baylor. Right now, I'm sitting down on one of the many chairs in our domain. Many fights have occurred, and they were pretty interesting. Each team presented 2 of its strongest disciples as contestants to participate in the duel. And currently, all of them have been eliminated, leaving only me from Team Black and another guy from Team Red. Suddenly, a burst of light erupts from the arena ground, right before everyone's eyes. Behemoth S Weekly Duel Week 15. Team Blue eliminated. Team Pink eliminated. Team Yellow eliminated. Team White eliminated. Team Brown eliminated. Team Green eliminated. Team Purple eliminated. Team Orange eliminated. Team Black finalist. Team Red finalist. I stare at the large holographic screen above me in awe when I suddenly hear my name. The final round is about to begin, and it's going to be a very tough match between the 2 strongest contestants in our dojo. The contestants are Jake Mistro from Team Black and Steven Storm from Team Red. The spectator declares cheerily, "Hear my name." I let out a sigh as I stand up again and walk toward the arena. The other guy from Team Red also begins to walk forward, as each of his steps causes tremors. This guy is a Baylor who is about 3.5 meters tall, almost twice my size. Although he is a young Baylor, his appearance is very scary, as his whole body is packed with muscles from top to bottom, and he has a very hard brown, scaly skin. He also has 2 large, spiky horns on his head and wings that are almost 2 meters long. Baylors are also beastkins, but I don't know which creature they evolved from. They are known for their explosive strength, which rivals even the dragons. They also have eyes which are situated at the center of their head. A full-grown Baylor has up to 5 eyeballs at the center of their head. Each eye can pass through what they call an awakening. That is, each eye can awaken any elemental affinity or any random element. Average Baylors only have 1 awakened eye with only 1 element, while their talented ones awaken 2 or more elements in their eyes. Their strongest ones can awaken all 5 eyes or even grow an extra eye. The strongest Baylor so far has 6 awakened eyes, and he is also their lord. If another Baylor awakens more than 6, he overthrow their current lord. Baylors are just a race that follow and respect the strongest, and they are known for their formidable desire to battle. That's why most of them are travelers. Right now, the young Baylor in front of me, called Steven, has 5 eyes, and 2 of them are awakened, which makes him a talented Baylor among his peers. When we get to the front of the arena, the translucent barrier opens up, allowing us to enter the arena. The match begins now. The spectator announces without wasting time. Hearing the spectator's proclamation, Steven takes a battle stance. Although Baylors are known for liking large weapons, since beast gears and any type of weapons were banned, the Baylor is now forced to use his hand. Boom! The Baylor suddenly stomps his foot on the ground, causing the whole arena to shake vigorously, almost shaking me off balance. The Baylor before me is trying to catch me off guard since their agility is very lacking. At the same time, one of his bright red eyes starts to glow very brightly. Fuck! Cursing out loud, I blink away from my current position. Boom! A large red laser beam shoots out of the Baylor's eye, hitting the spot where I was formerly standing. Seeing me appear in another position, he shoots another laser beam at me. Boom! Fuck! I curse out loud in frustration as I keep blinking around the arena while the Baylor keeps shooting barges of laser beams at me. What he is currently doing shows that he is quite experienced in battle. He is trying to make me exhaust my MC cells. However, he is in for a nasty surprise because I currently have an insane amount of MC cells that can last for as long as an hour if I continue using it at this rate. After 10 minutes of constantly blinking to avoid Steven's laser beams, he stopped shooting laser beams at me because he has depleted the MC cells in his laser eye, and that leaves his other awakened eye, which he hasn't used ever since I have known him. Right now, around the arena, There are several charred and burnt marks on the ground where his laser beams had hit. Why won't you run out of MC cells? Steven roars angrily at me, speaking for the first time since we started fighting. Baylor's eyes are their source of power since they can't use ability crystals, and they also have their explosive strength. They are naturally born with an affinity, at least that is the case for the talented ones. Fufufu, your laser 1T work on me. And as you can see, I haven't even attacked you yet, I say with a wide grin, while Steven grits his teeth in anger. In the next moment, the second eye below his first one turns blue. Arg! Steven grabs his head in pain, as blue streaks of lightning cover him from head to toe, making him look like a god of some sort. In a flash, Steven dashes towards me as fast as lightning, throwing his fist forward. However, I quickly blink away from him and appear behind him, then lodge my fist into his ribs with all the strength I can muster. Crack! Erg! With a cracking sound, Steven angrily lets out a wild cry and jerks his elbow backwards, hitting me directly across the face. Bam! The force of his elbow, slamming into my face, sends me flying into the air, and my back slams very hard against the barrier before slumping onto the ground. Seeing the Baylor dashing towards me again, I blink back to the middle of the arena without minding the injury that I received. If I had been an average vampire, my neck would have snapped and I would have passed out from the impact of the blow. Seeing me blink back to the middle of the arena, the Baylor starts dashing towards me with streaks of lighting around his body, which helps to propel his body and make him faster, therefore making up for his lack of agility. In an instant, I get up and eject my vampiric claws, throwing several barges of blood strike at the Baylor. However, he effortlessly blocks all my blood strikes with his metal-like wings. Seeing that my attacks are futile, I decide to use a technique that I barely use. A technique that is different and more complicated than the one Roth used. Sanguine Dance. I mutter, and in the next instant, I start to do some strange ancient footwork. Chapter 83, Defeating the Baylor Sanguine Dance. I mutter, and in the next instant, I start to do some strange ancient footwork while I begin to sway and bop around the arena, steadily moving towards the Baylor. Even the Baylor in front of me pauses his movement with extreme confusion etched on his face, as he can't make sense of what exactly I'm planning to do. However, he doesn't stop running forward, and neither do I. Suddenly, a huge lighting bolt shoots out of his hand, zooming towards me. However, I blink again, thereby evading the lighting, and continue using the strange footwork. In an instant, we close the distance between us while I continue to use the footwork without stopping. A loud sound explodes as I skillfully evade all the punches and lightning of the Baylor with my footwork, then crouch down before swinging my claws at his muscular legs. Seeing that he somehow managed to block my attack with his wings again, I blink away from him, barely escaping his powerful kick. Phew! I would have passed out if that kick had hit me. In a flash, I get up and begin throwing several barges of blood strikes, but the Baylor skillfully deflects them with his agile wings. The blink ability is actually suitable for close combat in a closed arena like this, but the Baylor's body is currently covered in lightning from head to toe, which makes it hard for me to land a hit on him. Enraged, I decide to go all out without even holding back the full power of the blink ability. In a flash, I start blinking around the Baylor and begin to land several hits on him. I'm pretty sure that I look like a blur right now, as the Baylor is unable to see the hits coming or even see my figure. Before he can even blink his eyes, I would have already landed 5 blows successfully on him. This is the sole purpose of Blink. After tormenting him for about 10 minutes and landing about 1,000 blows on him successfully, the Baylor can be seen swinging his hand widely in the air, trying to punch me. Unfortunately for him, he is unable to spot me and ends up punching nothing but air. Many bones have been broken from his body, and blood can be seen leaking from the corner of his mouth, but he keeps standing due to sheer determination. Roar! The Baylor suddenly lets out a deafening roar and stomps his foot on the ground angrily. The force of his stomping is packed with such inhuman strength that I can even feel the whole arena vibrating vigorously. However, all his belligerence amounts to nothing. I stop hitting the Baylor and blink a few meters away from him. Are you going to forfeit now? I ask. You are a powerful one, and I do admit that your ability is quite annoying. But remember, if it had been a life-and-death situation, it wouldn't have been this easy for you. The Baylor replies. And I am not going to forfeit. I'll fight till I win against you. The Baylor roars, and lightning covers him from head to toe once again. Sigh. Let us just end it once and for all. Activate Charm Ding. Charm activated in the next moment. A sudden burst of aura explodes from my body, and all the vampires inside the auditorium start to go on their knees as if something is forcing them. Raising my head a little, I see that my master is the only vampire that is not affected by my charm, but I can see him gritting his teeth and mumbling something. He is probably cussing at me. Is he unaffected by my charm because he is a vampire knight? Some other races also go on their knees, as if some kind of invisible pressure is pressing down on them. In a flash, I glance at the Baylor, who is finding it hard to look at my face. Then I utter just one word. Kneel, I say, while my eyes glow bright red. Just like a robot, Stephen's body goes down against his will, as he can be seen gritting his teeth and trying to fight the invisible pressure weighing down on him. And in less than 2 seconds, Stephen is already down on his 2 knees. Seeing him immobile, I start to dash towards him. Sanguine dance. Gavel strike. I mutter as I dash towards Stephen with both of my hands clasped together while swaying my body before suddenly leaping into the air. Bang! My hand slams against Stephen's ugly face, sending him flying across the arena and slamming into the barrier. Crack! The barrier shatters upon impact, and Stephen's body continues to fly backwards without stopping, till he crashes into the location of the other Team Red disciples. Seeing what just happened, all the dojo masters dash towards Stephen to check if he is okay. After checking on him and seeing that he passed out and has a lot of bruises on his body, they immediately rush him to the next building where all the other injured participants are being treated. Some moments later, after the turmoil, everyone settles back into their seats. The winner of this week's duel is Jake Mistro from Team Black. He just broke a new record in this dojo by single-handedly winning all of his matches, and he now has the title of the strongest student in this dojo. The spectator, Dogman, announces with shock still etched on his face. Nobody cheers for me. Everyone just keeps quiet, still unable to digest the fact that a talented Baylor was tossed away like trash. And to top it all off, I punched him so hard that the top-tier barrier of one of the dojo masters broke easily. After the barrier shattered, it completely vanished, thus making the whole arena wide open. After the announcement, the spectator gives me a golden badge, which serves as the reward for winning this week's duel, as well as a golden sash that is usually won by the strongest student. After I receive the awards, I leave the arena and move to my master's quarters. The moment I enter, I see my master standing at the doorstep with a complicated expression on his face. We need to talk. No, phew. We have finished this duel arc. Sad this novel is going down the drain. I might take a break from writing. Chapter 84, Confronting Alfonso, we need to talk. I told you not to show off your blood power during the match, but you ended up using it. Furthermore, you didn't stop there. Instead, you went ahead to turn on your charm and forced everyone to kneel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Alfonso bellows. I'm sorry, master, but I didn't mean to force anyone on their knees. My only target was Stephen. And as for my blood power, I had to use it because I couldn't afford to lose that match. 0 all my life. I've always been a loser in every duel in this dojo. I've lost countless matches, and it has always felt like a stake through the heart for me. So finally, I got the power to change my destiny, win every single match, bully every single person who bullied me in the past, and show off in front of those who had always ridiculed me as well. So please tell me, master, if you had been in my shoes, wouldn't you show off more than the way I did? I asked with my brow slightly raised. Sigh. Jake, I've always respected you for one thing, and that is the fact that you always find a way out of a situation. Fair enough, I would have also reacted the way you did. But still, You didn't have to use your blood power to that extent. What if word about it leaks out? Do you know if anyone knows everything about your power among the many people in the auditorium? I guess I will have to call your mom and tell her to talk to you. You mean my wife? Well, you can call her if you want. But my mom is now my wife, and a wife would always support her husband, I say with a shrug while Alfonso starts to grit his teeth. BM, your rudeness is too much. As your master, you have to listen to me. Alfonso bellows with rage as veins pop out of his forehead and he slams his feet into the ground, causing a slight crack to appear. For some reason, anger also begins to swell inside me. I feel like lodging my fist into his face and shattering his cheekbones. You say I'm too rude? Let me ask you one question, Alfonso. I say, directly calling him by his name, because I am currently burning with intense rage. You are my grandfather's knight, which basically means that you are his sword. Your job is to protect him to death, right? I didn't want to say this, but you have forced my hand. Every fucking thing that my grandfather has planned, you knew about it. Every single thing he needed. You were the one who always executed it. You knew about the way he used I and my sister's future to play politics. He has been controlling everything from the shadows before he went into a deep slumber. This same nasty old man put my father into an eternal slumber. And I bet you also fucking know about Zella's whereabouts. Look, I'm done with you. I don't want to be your student anymore. You call yourself my grandfather's knight, yet you are still collecting money from my mom just to teach me our family's footwork. You claim to know many blood skills, yet you couldn't teach me a good one. You're only after one thing. To gather all the people with blood power, huh? I guess this is the task that my grandfather assigned to you before going into his slumber. I don't know what you guys are up to, but stay away from me and my wives. Aurora and Misty want to be part of whatever you are planning to do to all the people with blood powers. I just feel pity for people like Roth who have no idea that they're being used. Oh, and one more thing. I'll get my revenge later or sooner. I say everything on my mind, then proceed to throw away the golden sash that I won onto the ground before turning my back to leave. Wait. Alfonso suddenly calls out to me the moment I grab the doorknob. Listen up, Jake. I want to deny everything that you said because they are all true. However, as the king's knight, I always obey every order of the king since that is what I am tasked to do. My life is bonded to the king. I have to do his every bidding. You have no idea, Jake. You have no idea how much I hate doing this. But it's too late to back away now. I'm gathering all the people with blood power in order to form a special group of elites that consists of the strongest vampires. That's why I am willing to train all of you. It has been so hard on me, Jake. I try to gather everyone together, but all my efforts have been in vain. Anytime your sister sees me, she immediately attacks me on sight because she hates my gut, same with some other blood power users. You're the only one that can assist me, Jake. Alfonso says, looking into my eyes. I don't want to repeat myself, Alfonso. Misty and Aurora will soon be my wives. And in case you don't know, Misty is now carrying my child. So stay away from her and Aurora. We're not interested in joining any useless elite group. You guys have toyed with our lives enough. I give him a reply in a low yet tough voice. Suddenly, Alfonso drops down to his knees with a downcast expression on his face. I'm sorry, Jake. I am sorry for offending you in any way. And about receiving money from your mom, I did that because she insisted on Pa. And you collected it? Man, you are just one disgusting greedy guy. I can't blame you, though. I blame old man Duke. I cut him short and help him to stand back on his feet. Sigh, I feel pathetic right now. I don't know how to convince you, but if you want to leave, at least let me teach you like a real master and show you what a real battle looks like. Alfonso tells me with enthusiasm. I simply look at him from top to bottom before finally giving him a reply. I'll think about it, but I'll take my leave now, I say, and grab the doorknob before twisting it and exiting his quarters. Then, I enter the next building, which is being used as an infirmary where the wounded participants are being treated. I walk to where Roth is being treated, but later realize that he is still asleep and all his wounds are gone. I leave the infirmary and begin walking back to the dressing room that is beside the auditorium. I don't usually change my clothes there, but given the situation at this time, I have to use it. Ding dash. Suddenly, a message enters my phone. Who could it be? I mumble as I turn on my phone screen. Unknown number. Meet me inside the dressing room received. 5:50 p.m. Myra. Chapter 85 Playing with a Dark Elf Inside the Dressing Room. Part 1. Myra. But, why that place? Joe, buddy, where have you been? I watched the whole drama between you and your master. Then why did you decide to stay silent? Because I didn't want to butt in weird. That is so unlike you. Do you remember what you said to me at Tony's house when I told you to give Blair that purple crystal? I don't recollect what I said there. Never mind. Hey, come on. Why you look so angry? Did I say something bad? You idiot. Have you forgotten that you yelled at me about ordering you around? Oh, sigh. I'm sorry, I just got a little sensitive today. Maybe blowing off some steam will alleviate my anger. I have forgiven you. And don't forget about that, MILF. Foo. Yeah, 7:00 p.m. Hey, since you are a sentient system, doesn't it feel weird when I call you system? How about I give you a name? I like the name Mimi. Yes, Mimi. Oh, you're blushing. Foo, I guess you like it then. Also, girls are pretty much the same because you're acting like one right now. Foo. Sigh. Looks like that was unexpected from me, but thankfully it flattered you. Mimi doesn't reply to me, for some reason. I think she is too happy or emotional about her new name, since she just keeps giving me blushing or puffed emojis. Sighing, I walk into the dressing room, and just as I had expected, Myra is inside the boys' changing room. Lock the door from behind. Myra tells me in a low voice. Yes, I like this dark elf. Obliging her words, I lock the door of the changing room in a flash without thinking twice. For some reason, I decide to let my impulses guide me here. Currently, Myra is sitting down on a large extended, red, comfy chair inside the dressing room. This chair was put here because of some people who might want to sit down or do some weird shit while changing their clothes. While trying to ignore the tense silence and extremely awkward moment, I walk towards the locker where I kept my clothes earlier, then bring them out. But I can't change my clothes with Myra still looking at me intensely. Jake, I have so many questions to ask you. Myra suddenly speaks up, letting out a sigh, and causing the massive jugs on her chest to bounce as she heaves heavily. She is no longer wearing the dojo dress. Instead, she is now wearing a white knee-length, tight, skinny gown that shows off her youthful curve. Her dress also has some sort of bodice design, which begins from the top of her neck and runs down her torso, showing me her perfect, radiant, dark skin. I'll give answers to the questions that I can answer. I say with an expressionless face, come and sit down beside me. After all, we made a deal, Myra says and shifts her face to the side. Without hesitating, I walk towards her and sit down right beside her. Suddenly, Myra breaks the silence. Exactly why were you and Roth hiding your powers before? I know that vampires have an innate ability, but I have never seen any vampire perform what Roth did. It was like a beast summoning. And those beasts, it didn't look like any normal beast. And there is you. You also performed an unimaginable feat. You made everyone go down on their knees, and you also used some weird power apart from that teleportation ability. I thought your body was unable to absorb an ability crystal. Did some kind of miracle suddenly happen? Myra asks with confusion etched on her face. You see, this is what happened. I started to tell Myra everything about how my blood power works and how I can copy women's abilities through intimate contact, but I don't tell her about the system, and I make up a random story about how I got it. Of course, I might tell her in the future if she becomes my permanent woman, though. That. So that is how your power works? Myra asks with a blush all over her face. Yes, that is how it works. For some reason, things are very awkward between us. Because we kissed in the arena, it just made things much worse. Ahem. About our deal. Myra leaks out a voice as her body jerks in surprise. And her face turns to the side once I mention the deal. You don't need to be my woman, though. What? She says in surprise, as her eyes widen in shock. But only on one condition, foo. I add, c'est condition? Yes, only one condition, and that's to do something special for me, right now. I tell her with a stiff expression. Suddenly, Myra's face turns extremely dark, and a downcast expression appears on her face. Did you agree to this deal just so I could do something like that for you? She asks in a low voice, yet the pain in her voice cannot be hidden. Don't misquote my words. I said it isn't necessary to become my woman. Firstly, it's known to everyone that you despise guys. And lastly, even though you decide to be my woman, you might regret it because I have other women and I'm getting married to them in 2 days, so it's your choice, Myra. Besides, why do you despise guys so much? Sigh. She gives out a long sigh before continuing. That is because I was only attracted to girls, but now I somehow got attracted to you. That is why I didn't push you away when you kissed me. Myra mutters and blushes furiously. It's okay. I just don't know if you're willing to share, but it's up to you to decide whether you want to join my harem or not. And I promise that I will always give my women equal love and attention. I say, while moving my hands forward and softly grabbing her delicate hands, before leaning my face forward for a kiss. Some moments later, we separate our short kiss and look into each other's eyes. Her yellow eyes sparkle with a gleam, and her heart begins to beat very fast. I'll think about joining your harem. Please give me some time to think about it, Jake. It's not easy to make such a decision straight away. Myra utters with a conflicted expression on her face. It's okay. You should take your time to decide what you feel is good for you. I tell her and kiss her on her forehead this time. Suddenly, Myra's expression changes and a lascivious smile begins to form on her face. I can still show you some affection, right? She asks with a lewd smile, then proceeds to wet her lips. Of course, only a fool would refuse attention from a dark elf. My pleasure, I tell her with a polite smile on my face, but inwardly am grinning like a maniac. Suddenly, Myra starts to lose her bodice, causing half of her dress to come off, and her white lace bra then appears before my eyes. She says something suggestive, and in the next instant, she drops down and moves between my legs. And in a flash, she lowers my pants, causing my body to react. Suddenly, black bold letters appear before my eyes. Hey, Master, you can use a special ability on her fufufu. Chapter 86, Playing with the Dark Elf Inside the Dressing Room, Part 2. Hey, Master, you can use a special ability on her fufufu. What? But I don't have any plans to be intimate with her, though. I only want her to flirt with me. However, since you mentioned it, I can't back out now. Or can I? Interest meter. Interest meter analyzing. Target. Myra Cougar. Interest. 65. Wow, she's a bit interested. Activating sex scent will probably max out her sexual arousal, and I don't think she will refuse my advances. Foo-foo. Suddenly, Myra reaches for me, sending a wave of sensation through my body. Her touch is hesitant at first. Her warm, soft hands skillfully wrap around me professionally, as if she is a pro. But I don't care about that right now. I just want to enjoy the sensation of her hands moving on me. Damn, she isn't even scared of the size of your needle. What? Needle? Foo-foo-foo, you are still lacking in one thing, and that is girth you. After making pre-release fluid seep out, Myra stops her motions, and in the next moment, she opens her mouth wide and takes the whole length down to the base. I let out a low sound as Myra's exquisite, slick mouth wraps tightly around me. Right now, Myra is moving her head in a slow motion. Then she slowly intensifies her momentum, making my excitement build even more. Arg! I let out another groan as the tension starts to build up. In the heat of the moment, I move her hands forward and start gently holding Myra close. She lets out a soft sound as I draw her nearer. The moment grows more intense, and she moves closer to me until we are pressed together. I can't hold it. She lets out a warning. I forcefully grab Myra's head and push it down again, holding her there for a long moment before suddenly pulling her away. After a minute, she pulls back, and at the same time I step back from her. Upon the sudden withdrawal, Myra's head jerks to the back so that the milk inside her mouth won't spill. Showing me the contents in her mouth, Myra swallows it down in one go. However, when Myra's eyes land on me, she widens them in shock. Why you are still like that? She mumbles, and her face flushes again. Using the lust meter once again, I realize that her arousal is now 90%. Maybe I wouldn't be needing the sex scent after all. Foo. Moving my hands forward, I grab a hold of Myra's shoulders, then steer her backwards to sit down on the chair. Now that Myra is within close proximity, I decide to take things further. I start to hold her close again and gently pull away her white lace top. One obstacle down. U201CIEN. U201D. U201CW. What are you doing? U201D, Myra asks with a stutter, while her gaze shifts to the side in shyness. But she doesn't resist my advances, nor does she cover her bare chest. Pushing her bare back to the couch and feasting my eyes on her chest, I become visibly aroused. Her breasts are average D cups with 2 erect, brown nipples on them. Wasting no time, I lean in close to her and we share an intimate moment. I then sit up, creating some distance from Myra, who remains on the couch, and remove my shirt. After a moment, I also take off the rest of my clothes. When I look down at her, towering above her, I notice that her face is bright red. I can clearly see it despite her being a dark elf, since her skin is very tanned. Ahan, Jake. She lets out a small moan as my hands move forward and grab her slim waist, before raising up her dress to reveal her smooth and spotless tan stomach before my eyes. In extreme heat, I grab the stockings and rip them apart to reveal her clothes underneath. Facing my final obstruction to Mira's secret spot, my hands move in full force, pushing aside the last barrier, only to reveal a hidden, private area of her body. Furthermore, a faint natural scent also rises from the area, making my strong desire to be with her grow even stronger. In a flash, I pull her close without thinking twice about whether the moment feels right and begin kissing her softly along her inner thighs. As she starts to feel more comfortable, I focus on making the experience tender and intimate, taking my time to be attentive and caring. As it gushes out like a fountain. Han, Myra moans. I continue to hold her close as the moment intensifies between us, feeling the rush of emotion and connection in the air. I continue working on it, applying more pressure. Ahan, Myra calls out, even louder as I pick up the pace with my thumb. Something is happening. A moment later, she suddenly cries out in her beautiful voice, as her whole body starts to quiver. A clear liquid spills out from between her legs, like concentrated water, and I start drinking it greedily without wasting a single drop. While the refreshing drink quenches my thirst, it also makes my hunger to increase to another level. I decide to take things further as my body moves again. I separate myself and move forward, with my body pressed closely against hers from behind in an intimate embrace. My face is right next to hers and my hands are holding her, pulling her close. Knock, knock, knock. Who the hell is inside the dressing room? And why are loud noises coming out from there? And not only that, but it is also locked from behind. Before the count of 5, the person inside had better unlock this door because I want to take my stuff. If not, I'm breaking this door down. Fuck. My body freezes upon hearing these words. I was just about to go further with her. Chapter 87, Origin of Blood Powers. Jake. Why you have to stop. Myra suddenly speaks up with a very red face. Obliging her words, I get off of her body. Also, when I reevaluate things in my head, I realize that if I continue, Mira's moans will cause a commotion, because I know that the person barking outside wouldn't dare break the door. I could have continued with my advances, but I won't do what will make my woman uncomfortable. Damn, I was just a moment away from going too far. I curse inwardly, as I hastily change into my normal clothes and use the dojo's cloth to clean myself up. Jake, please fasten the hook of my bra for me. Myra suddenly asks with a flushed expression, as if all her blood moved towards her face. Okay, I say, then my hands move in a flash, and I help her with her top while also taking the chance to touch her again, which made Mira's body react. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy banging sounds erupt from the door of the dressing room again, causing me and Myra to pick up our pace while getting dressed. That jerk, both of you got interrupted. Mira's body is already in the mood, and her arousal gauge has hit 100. TCH. Once she is done tying up her bodice, Myra looks at me with a complicated expression on her face. What are we going to do once we leave this room? I didn't know I was making weird noises. Myra blushes again. What the hell is wrong with her? Why does she keep blushing over trivial things? Don't worry, Myra. No one will dare bully you. Besides, everyone was a witness to when we made a deal and kissed in the arena. Therefore, we are now lovers. We might just be a little shameless for using the dressing room. I tell Myra and kiss her on her lips, since she is still a little nervous. I understand this sensation is just so new to me. I fell in love with a man for the first time in my life. I was even surprised to learn that my mom was very happy about my decision to take a liking to a man despite her rage and outbursts during the duel. Myra tells me in a low voice as she hugs me and puts her head on my chest. Fu. Your mother must really like me. He. Her mother is also not bad. You know? Fu. Pervert. Meanwhile, outside the dressing room, a tall, fat human guy wearing red clothes and an eye patch on his right, I could be seen punching the air in frustration and slamming his fists on the door that S in front of him. Fuck. I really need to get home now, or I'll be late. What are those perverts doing in there, that S making weird noises? I bet it's those horny teen newbies that joined the dojo last week. And they want to even fucking answer me. Maybe I should threaten them some more. Fuck, I'm kind of ruining their moment, but heck. I need to get my clothes and the dressing room ISNT at Love Motel. The fatty mumbles to himself and raises his right hand to bang on door again, but he suddenly pauses. Click. The door of the dressing room suddenly opens up, and a figure of Jake and Myra emerges from within. Jake S. hand is currently on Myra S. waist as he steers her outside, while Myra looks so flushed and embarrassed. When the fatty sees Jake and Myra, his face turns pale, especially when he sees the way Jake S. hands are resting on Myra S. waist, while her clothes and hair look disheveled. They were the ones making out inside the dressing room. I have to run, but fuck. My clothes. Also, I thought this girl despised guys. The fatty thinks inwardly and starts taking quick steps backwards. I would run if I were you. Jake suddenly speaks up while kissing Myra S. nape. Fuck. The fatty gulps inwardly and pauses his footsteps. He wouldn't dare disobey the new strongest disciple. If the former strongest disciple, Steven, who was in the same team as him, still had the title, he would have been so cocky right now. Unfortunately, the guy he had always bullied in the past is now the strongest. Baby, I think you should get going. I have some things to deal with here. Jake whispers into Myra's ears, and a sinister grin starts to form on his face. MMHH, call me when you get home. Myra replies, and her face flushes red again as butterflies rise in her stomach. Without looking back, she leaves in a hurry. After Myra leaves, Jake looks at the fatty, and a wide, malicious grin starts creeping up on his face. What is your name? Jake asks, and my in-name is Burner. The fatty replies with a stutter. Burner, huh? Nice name. I remember you. Now let's talk about your crime. Fu. I thought about letting you off the hook for all the terrible things that you did to me in the past. However, you just had to sabotage me once again. You fucking interfered with me and made my woman very embarrassed. How do you want to pay? Fatty, should I break your ribs, legs, hands, or take your balls? Or perhaps I should take your one good eye? Fu, Jake says, and his evil grin starts to grow wider as he cracks his knuckles. Sigh. This guy made a huge mistake by cock-blocking Jake. Soon after, the painful cries of the fatty reverberates across the hallway. I'm currently on my way back home, driving in my sister's car. After leaving the Love Motel, I dropped Mrs. Jack, Barry's mom, at her house. And to be honest, I kind of feel pity for her because I vented all of my frustration on her intimately. Since I got interrupted earlier, while we were together, she was being very loud, which got the motel management worried to the extent that they had to come and check if everything was all right. At the same time, we were also disturbing the other lodgers with our sounds. Furthermore, she got very emotional and confessed that she loves me. TCH, but I bet she said that in the heat of the moment. After our conversation, Mrs. Jack seemed flustered and unsteady. She kept limping on her feet while her legs wobbled with each step that she took. Foo. Jake, why do I feel like you're slowly going towards the dark side? Why did you say that? The way you injured that guy. It was so brutal that even death would have been a better option for him. Mimi, I think you're missing something here. When did I ever say that I was a nice person? I'm a fucking vampire, a pureblood, which means that I have the blood of a demon. Dédédémon. I thought vampires were undead. Yes, vampires are undead, but according to history, my family comes from the lineage of the very first vampire, the Protoss, who is known as the first original vampire, and also had demon blood. The Protoss was betrayed and killed by his most trusted butler, who was also an original. After the butler killed the Protoss, he ascended as the new vampire god, the Blood Ruler. Fortunately, he was kind enough to spare the younger generation of the Protoss, while he killed the older ones. Enraged, the other originals tried to bring him down for killing their king, but they failed. 90% of them were slaughtered, while the others were forced to go into eternal slumber after being severely injured by the newly awakened god. Wow, there's so many fascinating things about your family. No wonder Lust is obsessed with you, but I don't quite understand what you mean by other originals. Well, I don't know how the vampires came to be, but according to history and what Alfonso told me, 100 vampires came to exist on the same day. It was said that the Protoss is the first vampire, and thus the strongest vampire that ever lived. He trampled upon and single-handedly defeated the other 99 originals, and slowly created an empire when the originals began mating with themselves, since they consisted of both males and females. Zadokis, the weakest original whom the Protoss chose to be his butler so that he wouldn't be bullied, poisoned the Protoss and killed him immediately after. Wow, how could such a powerful figure die pathetically? Well, nobody knows. I guess he trusted his butler too much. And here's something that I just learned. All the 100 originals had a special blood power that is different from normal blood attacks. However, the Protoss not only has his own blood power, but he also has the power of every other original, thereby making him a monster. However, his own original blood power is absolute blood control. Damn, the Protoss should have been a godslayer during his time. I can't believe that you came from his bloodline. But Zadokis, despite being the weakest original, was the most cunning vampire that ever lived. And I still don't know the reason why he didn't exterminate all the generations of the Protoss. But I have a question. Since the originals who weren't killed were forced into eternal slumber, can they only be awakened by the vampire god? You are very smart, Mimi. The other originals that weren't purged by the traitor are only 9, and since they are in an eternal slumber, their powers will be inherited by a talented vampire from any lineage. For example, Roth's blood can awaken one of the originals, but nobody knows where their tombs are located, and even if we knew where it was, we'll have to go through the vampire god first. So, you mean the vampire god stole the Protoss power after he killed him? Yes, so the real owner of my blood power is the Protoss, not the vampire god. My master explained everything to me before I left. So now, he has tried to recruit all the current blood wielders, so that he can use some of their blood to awaken the originals. But the main goal is to defeat the vampire god first. Until today, no one knows what the vampire goddess blood power is. So, your grandfather is trying to awaken the originals so that he can seek their assistance to get rid of the Dhampirs. Yes, that is exactly what he is planning to do. But what to do, the vampire god is already on my kill list, and I've already sketched a plan of my own. Foo. Jake, when did you get this cunning? After a long drive, I finally get home, then I park the car and begin to make my way into the building. I check the time on my phone and realize that it is 8 p.m. right now. Sigh, I promise to see Lilith. I utter, and I begin to make my way towards Lilith's apartment. Note, Alfonso explained the origin of blood powers to Jake after he beat up the fatty, and he told him his original reason as to why he was trying to recruit everyone with blood powers. Chapter 88, Reason Behind Lilith's Misery Knock. Knock. I gently knock on the door of Lilith's apartment. Clicks a moments later, I hear a clicking sound, and the figure of a frail-looking, red-haired girl appears before my eyes. Yua, Big Brother is here. Lilith suddenly shouts and jumps on me in excitement, while I also hold on to her and let her wrap herself around me. After hugging me to her satisfaction, she then comes down and starts dragging me into her house. Big Brother, come inside. My mom also wants to see you, she says, pulling me inside and immediately closing the door from behind. Suddenly, she pauses her movement as she turns back and looks at me with a bleak expression. Big Brother, you'll have to sit on the floor. We don't have any chairs in our house. All our belongings have been confiscated by my mom's creditors, she tells me dejectedly. Hearing her words, I look around carefully and realize that what she's saying is actually true. The living room is empty. There is no single chair, and neither are there gadgets that were formerly here before. It's as if there's literally no one living here. -0. It's fine, Lilith, I say, and in the next moment, I sit down in a semi-lotus position in a corner of the living room. Hee, thank you, Big Brother, she tells me with excitement on her face when she sees that I didn't mind the condition of their living room. Nor did I berate her. I'll go and call my mom, she announces and dashes off to the kitchen. Sometime later, Lilith's mom emerges from the kitchen with a large tray containing 3 plates of food in her hands. Mrs. Kramer, I mutter and greet her in a low voice the moment I see her. Good evening, Jake. Please don't mind the condition of our living room. Thanks for bearing with us. Here, I made you some blood steak, Mrs. Kramer tells me with a beautiful smile on her face as she bends down to give me a plate of blood steak, and also gives one to Lilith, who promptly sits down beside me. Damn, I guess their dining room is also empty, which is why she didn't bother inviting me to eat there. Just what the fuck happened to Mrs. Kramer and her child? Their house wasn't like this before. Well, how should I describe Mrs. Kramer? She's an average height, slim woman, with long red hair that is freely flowing behind her back. She also has small little horns on her head and pouted, plump red lips that perfectly fit her oval-shaped face. To cut things short, Mrs. Kramer is just like the mature version of Lilith. Right now, a baffled expression is still on my face since I am wondering about what happened to Mrs. Kramer. Potash, CM Jake, Lilith told me about how you help her retrieve her bag from the hands of a thief, and you also gave her some money. I don't know how to repay this favor. I am very grateful for your kindness. And if you want me to do anything for you, please do tell me, Mrs. Kramer says in a low voice. It's okay, Mrs. Kramer. I didn't do it because of anything. I did it because Lilith was always like my little sister when we were younger. It'll take care of her from now on, I reply and pat Lilith, who is enjoying her blood steak, on her head. Thank you, Jake, Mrs. Kramer mutters, and a single tear trails down her face. Currently, she is sitting down opposite me, wearing a white skimpy nightgown and also eating some blood steak. I have so many questions to ask her, but I decide to ask after the meal. After eating, Mrs. Kramer carries all the plates to the kitchen, while Lilith sits close to me and puts her head on my shoulder. Big Brother, my results are finally out, and I passed in flying colors. I am going to be promoted to the 12th grade and become an adult as well next year, Lilith tells me with excitement. Good job, Lilith. I'll surely reward you, I say, as I pat her on her head and caress her horns, while Lilith has an expression of ecstasy on her face as if she is enjoying it. Abruptly, Mrs. Kramer comes back from the kitchen and sits down opposite me and Lilith. Why is she blushing, or am I imagining things? Ahem. Jake, do you have anything to say to me? Mrs. Kramer suddenly asks with a beautiful smile. Yeah, was she expecting me to ask her something? Well, that makes sense after all. I came to see her. Well, I have something to ask Mrs. Kramer. I don't want it to seem like I'm prying into your personal life, but I just feel some sympathy towards you, because Lilith is like a sister to me. So, I would like to know the reason why your financial condition is like this now. You weren't like this before, Mrs. Kramer. I'd like to know what happened. I ask with curiosity on my face. Oh, you came to ask about that? Sigh. Why do you say that, Mrs. Kramer? Actually, it's nothing. I thought you came here for other things, Jake. What do you mean? I don't get it. I asked, looking confused. I thought you came here for that, Mrs. Kramer says and points towards my hand, which is currently caressing Lilith's head. Oh, what does that mean? We Eitrees are a subclass of vampires, but we also have our own culture. If a man touches a female Eitree's horn several times, it means that he is seeking the Eitree's hand in marriage. And since you have been touching Lilith's own ever since both of you were young, I thought you liked her and want to marry her. Mrs. Kramer speaks, and her face flushes red. If you like me, just tell my mom, big brother, stop acting shy. I also like you, and I want you to marry me. Please, save me from that dirty pig. Lilith also tells me and buries her face in my lap in embarrassment. I didn't know about that culture. And what did Lilith mean by dirty pig? Is someone disturbing her? I ask with a stutter, and my face also turns red for some reason. This situation caught me off guard, and my brain can't seem to process it. I didn't know that such a culture existed among the Eitrees. I just enjoy playing with her horns. Since I noticed that she always enjoyed it any time I did that, since when we were kids. Big brother, I have always hidden from you because I was always embarrassed and turned red any time you grabbed my horns. But now, a dirty pig has been disturbing me and has made my life miserable. I thought you liked me. Lilith cries out with tears streaming down her beautiful face before dashing towards her room. Sigh. No wonder I rarely see her outside anymore, nor does she follow me to school. We were close back when we were still in middle school. Lilith secluded herself just because of this reason. But who is the person disturbing her to the extent that she even said he is making her life miserable? In a flash, I raise my head and shoot a fierce glance at Lilith's mom, whose body jerks in surprise. Do you mind explaining what happened, Mrs. Kramer? I asked with an audible voice. Sigh. It all started after the death of my husband. Suddenly, a friend of his came out of nowhere and insisted that my deceased husband owed him a very large amount of money by showing me some agreement documents. Devastated, I had to sell our house and move to a rented apartment. Then, I used the money to pay part of the debt, but it wasn't enough, so I started working and paying off the debt little by little while Lilith was still young. Everything was fine until recently. Last year, the first child of the man got interested in Lilith and forcibly grabbed her horns. Then they came and requested that Lilith and their son should get engaged. However, I refused, since Lilith doesn't like the boy, but these people kept bothering me and even told me that they forget about the debt if I allowed the two of them to marry. But I refused these people and they left angrily. Shortly after, I got sacked from my job. Then I found another job, but I was sacked after a week again. Thereafter, I got sacked from every single place that I worked at, and it was all the doing of these people. Because of this, I wasn't able to pay off the debt when it was due every month. So, I sold my car and all my jewelry to pay the debt. But after that, I couldn't get any job, and the interest in the debt kept rising. But these people don't want to listen to my pleas. They came to my house and packed every single thing we own. And they're still threatening to make our lives more miserable if I don't allow Lilith to marry their son. Mrs. Kramer explains everything to me and breaks down in tears. Who did it? I ask in only 3 words, while a red aura starts dancing around my body violently. And the killing intent that I am emitting is ready to wipe everything in its path. Note, sorry for the filler, guys. I just don't want you to miss out on any detail. Chapter 89, Women's Nagging Tea. They are influential figures in this district and the vampire society as a whole. They're the Hawks family. Mrs. Kramer says in a trembling voice, "It seems you have no idea as to who I am among the vampires. Do you want me to bring their heads on a platter? Just tell me where they fucking reside. No one dares to touch my Lilith and go scot-free," I say, leaning towards Mrs. Kramer with my eyes glowing bright red. I am currently walking towards my apartment and am very pissed off right now. If it had been daytime, I would have gone to this pesky nuisance's house and raised him and his family down. Alas, it's already 10 p.m. If Misty can't find me, there will be trouble at home, sigh. I can't believe that a low royal vampire family are such nuisances. Pushing a widow to the wall and making her life miserable just because you want your son to marry her daughter? Those people are disgusting. I'll surely visit them immediately after my graduation, thinking about what those people did to Lilith. I clench my fists in anger. So are you going to marry Lilith? This is a hard thing to say. Honestly, I have only seen Lilith as my little sister since we were kids. I may only be 1 year older than her, but I still see her as my little sister nevertheless, because of her childishness. And you can't blame me. After all, I am an anomaly among the vampires. Some vampires my age don't even know what real romance looks like. Heck, their moms are still filling up their backpacks with blood candies, while your sister always loads your backpack with blood candies. Ahem, forget I said that. But aren't you going to hurt Lilith's feelings? She sees you as both her brother and a man. But I think she sees you more as a man, whom she can happily spend the rest of her life with. Don't let her childishness fool you. Don't forget that this is the same girl that always passes all of her exams in flying colors. Sigh, I'm going to marry her, but I won't be intimate with her till next year at least. I can't stand the thought of it while she's in that condition. I just hope that she understands. Yeah, let her develop more. Well, I can't blame her. Her moms are also small. After some time, I get to my apartment. And surprisingly, I find the door unlocked because the moment I turn the doorknob, the door opens wide. Why? ISNT the door lock. Red eyes or... Misty, I let out in a low voice. Seeing these two sitting down so casually on the chair, fear grips me a little, and my instincts are screaming at me to run. Welcome home, husband, Aurora says, as she suddenly gets up from the chair and rushes towards me before giving me a hug, followed by Misty. Both of them are wearing white robes with floral patterns on them. The robes look soft and flowy as they greet me at the door, coupled with Aurora's wide backside, which raises the negligee in the back, thus giving me a perfect view of her pale thighs. Why did that dreadful feeling suddenly disappear? Mimi, are you there? You fucking betrayer. Jake, Misty suddenly speaks up in a stiff voice. What were you doing in the neighbor's apartment for over 2 hours? You also left the house this morning without eating any food. Okay, we were at fault for not cooking for you earlier, but why can't you at least call us? We called you several times, but you refused to pick up our calls, and also, all the blood packs inside the refrigerator disappeared. The two women start nagging at me. After 2 hours of nagging, they suddenly calm down and slump down on the couches. When I raise my head a little, I see that it is already midnight. I am sorry, I didn't mean to act that way. I had to go to the dojo today, and as for the blood packs, I took them so that I could take revenge against the two of you. I apologize. It's okay, Jake. We are also sorry for nagging at you. We're just disappointed that the lunch and dinner we made for you all went to waste. And when you came back home, you went directly to that woman's house. We know that you care about Lilith, but at least you should also think about how we would feel. We know that these things are new to you, but you should get adjusted to them. Both women say, with blushing faces. Yeah, I'll get adjusted to it. I say in a low voice, while my face starts to turn red and my body also gets hot. Ding! A substance has been detected in the air, aphrodisiac. The host's resistance is unable to counter its effects. The host is drowning in lust. I glance towards the women and realize that the living room is covered in a fog right now. I look beside Aurora, and I see that she is burning the same incense from yesterday. Aurora. Her body jerks in surprise upon hearing her name, and she looks at me with a red face. Looking at Misty, her body is also beet red, and she seems to be fidgeting uncomfortably. Let us go, both women say in unison, and in a flash, I lunge at them suddenly. Then I pull off their robes. And both women let out a cry as I tear off their robes, leaving them exposed. However, I don't stop there. I also pull at their clothing and remove it, leaving them completely undressed, without a single stitch on their bodies. The strong scent from their bodies also makes my desire for them increase. Soon after, only the cries and sobs of the women reverberate throughout the whole building. Rumble, 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 I open my eyes in a flash upon hearing the sudden, deafening strikes of thunderstorms. Is it raining? I let out a voice of surprise as I watched the heavy rain falling through my window. At the same time, I glance up at the holographic clock on the wall. Sigh, finally, today is Saturday, 10/5020, the day of my graduation. I'm finally going to be an adult. I mumble as I glance to the side and raise the blanket a little bit, revealing both Aurora and Misty, who are sleeping on both sides of the bed. Honey, good morning. Please can you help me to close the window? And also check on my bat? Aurora suddenly tells me as she snuggles into me and starts caressing my abs. Gritting my teeth, I get up from the bed and close the window of my room. After that, I walk out of the bedroom and move towards a small room where Aurora's bat always stays. That disgusting bat. What did she think of me, huh? She just laid down on the bed and asked me to check on her bat. I grit my teeth as I stroll towards the room. Hey, she's going to be your wife soon, and you're going to do more chores in the future when she and Misty become heavily pregnant. But still, I hate that bat. She even went as far as to reserve a portion of her room for it. And about the chores, arg. After some moments, I reach the small room and open the door before stepping in. Immediately, my eyes fall on the bat inside its large cage. Squeak, 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 the bat starts crying out loud the moment it sees me. Flap, 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 the bat suddenly flaps its wings as it flies out of its cage and towards the ceiling, before turning its body upside down and holding on to the ceiling with its legs. Scared now? You loser! I shout at the bat that is now hanging upside down. This bat is no ordinary bat. It's Aurora's familiar. And well, it's a pretty big, intelligent bat that can even talk. But hell no, this loser won't talk to me no matter what. Familiars are creatures that are also known as life companions. They form a life and death contract with anyone they feel attracted to, and also have the same objectives as them, be it humans or any other race. But familiars are more attracted to vampires and elves out of all the other species. They are similar to beasts, but there are a few differences between them. Firstly, familiars can't die unless their owners also die. Even though they are killed, as long as their master is alive, they will always come back to life. Secondly, familiars don't attack on instinct like beasts, unless it's an order from their master or their master's life is in danger. And lastly, they get stronger the more their owner also gets stronger. Hey buddy, go easy on a poor guy, he's just scared of you. Scare my foot. This bat can kill many level 5 mutants effortlessly. Sig, okay Fine. Hey Pio, I know that you can hear me. I'm not here to pull any tricks on you again. I just don't want us to have any problems with each other again. And you know what? Your master and I are about to get married. Irritated, Pio the bat suddenly flaps his wings and lands on the ground. However, to my surprise, there seems to be a wide, sinister grin on this large bat's face. Chapter 90 telling them about the system. Have you decided to talk to me? I asked the almost 1 meter tall bat in front of me. Of course, we are now on good terms. After all, you've done what I have always wanted you to do. The bat finally speaks up and winks at me. What do you mean by that? I ask, raising one of my eyebrows while still curious about this bat. In the past, he has intentionally pooped on my head before, and well, I also retaliated by also smearing his cage with some mutant shit. Actually, you see, I always have the best interest in mind for my master. They'll always support her in everything that she is doing unless it's a bad thing that the damage is irreversible. Here is the thing. She had always liked you and tried to impress you by dressing up nicely when visiting your room. But as a simp you are, you didn't consider her feelings which always make my master cry in private. That's why I also hated your guts for always making her cry. But now that you've acted like a man, then we are on good terms. Pio tells me with pride on his face as he flexes his ugly wings. This little yappy shit thinks he's cute. Wait, what? I ask in surprise. Yeah, she had always made moves on you. Didn't you realize that she doesn't wear panties and a bra to your room every morning? Pio replies, I swear I didn't know that she had been making moves on me till that extent. Sigh, I feel bad now, so that is why she is always nagging. And you, how did you know that about her personal habits? I ask with a raised brow. I'm her familiar, so I stay close to her and pick up on these things. Have you forgotten that we familiars are to always stay inside our master's body, either as a tattoo or jewelry, and be summoned anytime they need us? But for some reason, I learned that I can stay outside my master's body as long as she is nearby within the house. That's why I requested a personal room for myself, I see. But still weird, you're a fucking guy. Hey, we familiars don't have any gender. It's up to our masters to call us the gender that they want. Humph. P.O. snorts and flies back towards the ceiling. Well, little guy, it seems like you're good. I tell P.O. as I exit his room. Phew, the chore is done. The moment I get outside of the badass room, I'll walk back to my room, and when I reach there, I see that both Misty and Aurora are still sleeping. I crawl up onto the bed and lay down in the middle. Next, I pick up my phone and turn on the screen. Holy shit, so many calls. I mutter as I stare at the 432 missed calls. 432 missed calls, Mom. 302 missed calls, Mrs. Jack. 30 missed calls, Myra. 66 missed calls, Misty. 34 missed calls, damn. Mom called 302 times? Now I'm done for. Let's check the message inbox. Mom, Jake, I hope you have a good reason this time around for not picking up my calls. Received yesterday, 8:36 p.m. Mom, are you choosing Misty over me because she's pregnant? Received yesterday, 8:37 p.m. Mom, it ain't my fault that you couldn't get me pregnant. Stop ignoring my calls. Received yesterday, 8:38 p.m. Mom, seriously? You are ignoring my calls. I want a divorce. Received yesterday, 10 p.m. Mom, forget about what I said earlier. I don't want a divorce anymore. But we really need to talk about this. Received yesterday, 10 p.m. Mom, Jake, what did I do wrong? Are you always like this? Am I just someone you use and discard? I wish I had only stayed as your mom and not your wife. You don't respect me as your wife. Do you know the meaning of marriage? We really need to go for counseling. Received yesterday, 10:15 p.m. Mom, you are hurting me, Jake. I can't take it anymore. I'm moving in with my husband. We haven't even gone on our honeymoon. Received yesterday, 10:30 p.m. Sigh. I forgot to call my mom again. Since when did she become a Yandere? I strolled down to the other messages again. Myra, Jake, I called you several times yesterday. But you aren't picking up my calls. LMAO. You still haven't left this attitude of not picking up people as calls. Well, next time we see each other, I'll give you the smartwatch that I got for you. This will enable you to easily pick up calls. Also, check your GoChat. I sent you some hot morning pics. Received today, 5:50 a.m. Myra is just so smart, Sai. I didn't even think about a smartwatch before. Mrs. Jack, I got inside safely, Jake. I didn't want you to accompany me to my doorstep because we may be seen by someone. I still feel kind of sore down there. Here are the photos of me right now. Photo. Good night. Don't call me, okay? Remember that our relationship is a secret thing. And you know what? My husband came back today, but I didn't allow him to touch me, and I'll never allow him in the future as long as you still love and care about me. Good night. Love you. Bye. Emote. Received yesterday, 8:20 p.m. Damn, I really wasn't careful enough. I think inwardly. Stop being careless with her. She's an ordinary human. You might hurt her, though. That's right, I was so careless back then, and she didn't even ask me to stop. Maybe she likes it, Got ya. Misty suddenly shouts as she suddenly snatches my phone and runs away from me. I get up and try to chase after her, but Aurora suddenly grabs me, allowing Misty to escape. Although Aurora is stronger than me in terms of strength. But knowing her weak point, I skillfully move my hands and gently touch her chest. A hand. She lets out a sound as her eyes roll, causing her grip to loosen around my wrist. In the next moment, I chase after Misty, who suddenly stops running when she reaches the doorstep. Give me my phone, Misty, I tell her in a low voice. But Misty doesn't answer me. Her eyes are only fixated on my phone that is in her hands. Sometime later, after skimming through my phone thoroughly, a scowl begins to appear on Misty's face. Jake, what is the meaning of this? Who the hell is Myra? And you're also having a secret affair with your friend S-Mom, who is a human. To top it all off, that bitch is saying here that she wants to move in. Are you kidding me? This house is going to be on fire if she dares to move in. Misty says threateningly and begins to walk away. However, I grab her by her shoulders and pin her to the wall lightly. The bitch she is talking about is our mom. I also look back and see that Aurora is also at my back, waiting for answers after hearing Misty's outburst, her face fuming with anger. Look here. There is something that I have been hiding from you guys. I say, and stop pinning Misty to the wall after she calms down. What do you mean? The women say in unison with their brows raised. Currently, they are both naked without any clothes on their body, which makes it hard for me to concentrate at this moment. Aurora, Misty has told you about my powers, right? I ask, and blink a few times within the room before blinking back to my position. Yes, she told me everything. I find it hard to believe at first, but now that you've demonstrated it, I now know that she wasn't lying or trying to cover you as she had always done. Aurora says, and glances at Misty from the corner of her eyes. Wait, what? Misty is trying to cover up for me? Yes, she isn't lying. But there are some things that I haven't told both of you yet, I say. Well, what I'm about to tell them now is half the truth of the whole thing, and also some lies. I don't want to lie to them, though, but a little bit of a lie can save me from drama right now. Sigh. Harem isn't easy as it seems in those fucking web novels and webtoons. Fuck you, authors. I grit my teeth inwardly, though this wouldn't stop me from achieving my dreams. I have something they call a system. I start to tell them everything about my system without excluding a single detail, while also adding some lies. So, why you mean that if you don't earn many sex points, you'll die? Both women mumble, and their bodies quiver in fear. We are sorry for always nagging at you. You should have told us earlier. We didn't know that it's only through plenty of women you can earn a lot of points. Misty mutters, her eyes tearing up. Ha ha ha, we hit the jackpot. Now you could go all out. Married men are in trouble. Chapter 91 going on. Misty is right, Jake. We are sorry for always nagging at you. But can't you earn enough points from just the three of us? I mean, we can talk to your mom about spending more time together with you. Aura stutters and hugs me with her teary eyes. Darn, Aurora is going to ruin my plans. Have you forgotten that I'm going to resume work on Monday? And Jake's energy is quite high. Even the three of us won't be able to keep up with him. Misty intercepts Aurora, and her face flushes red. Aurora's face also flushes red, as she recollects how she often asked to be left alone after a long day. Jake, we want to stop you from going after other women. It's just that you must always prioritize us first in everything that you do. We'll always be your main wives. Okay, I'll go and make breakfast, Aurora suddenly declares, and leaves the room with a red face, leaving me all alone with Misty. Right now, Misty's face is shifted to the side, and it's very red. She seems happy that we are alone, and also upset at the same time. You know, in the beginning since when you were a kid, I have always taken care of you, even when Mom and Dad left us all alone in this house. Even though Mom and Dad provided us with whatever we wanted, they were never there when we needed them. Amber were like a motherly figure to you. We watched you slowly grow up and become a man. But I have always had this secret feeling towards you, which was to become your woman, make babies with you, and spend the rest of my life with you in solace. That's the reason why I kept my chastity for you, despite the fact that many suitors were after me. However, everything changed when you met Zella. All my dreams were shattered. Nevertheless, I started having hope again when you proposed to me inside the car with a beast ring. Misty says as she stretches her hand forward and shows me the black ring on her left hand. Although I didn't get everything I wanted, I'm still glad that I will be able to stand by your side, even though I will have to share you with other women. Jake, if you die, I'm going to die along with you. Misty speaks up and walks towards me before pulling me into a tight hug. I want to die, Misty, and neither will you. In the next moment, I carry her in a princess carry and walk towards the bed, before gently laying her down on it. Jake, today's your graduation. If we start getting intimate, we might not finish quickly. Misty suddenly speaks up. I understand, but your chest AR, that's because you don't pay attention to them anymore. Misty interrupts me, and her face flushes red again. Let's hurry things along. I tell Misty and attempt to encourage her. However, she keeps resisting in disagreement. That's what you always say, but you'll just end up pushing me too far. Misty retorts, and her body starts reacting to the moment. I promise this time it will be quick, I say, leaning my face forward, while her hot breath slowly fans across my face. Before I allow things to go any further, I would like to ask you a question. Whose body is better, mine or Mom's? Sigh. Here we go again. These two women will always try to compete with each other. I don't know what to say about that, because I always get lost in the moment anytime I'm with either of you. Therefore, I don't always remember to compare the both of you. Either way, yours is much more reserved. Really? Yes, it's very reserved. I tell her and kiss her on her forehead, but she still keeps her legs pressed together. How should I believe your words? After all, you married her without telling me. If it wasn't for Aurora, I wouldn't have known about it till the day of our marriage. Sigh. And you still couldn't even be honest with me about something so important. Humph. Misty snorts with her face still shifted to the side. Phew, I think she believes me now. However, in reality, my mom is much more reserved than any of my past partners, and she's surprisingly shy. My mom basically gets flustered just from me showing her affection, not to talk of her surprise reactions, coupled with her overflowing emotions when she reaches her peak moments. Nevertheless, all my women are good. Misty is just inexperienced for now, since she has barely had any romantic experience or been exposed to much adult material like my mom. Misty, why are you still clasping your legs together? I ask, looking frustrated. Promise me that it won't take long. She says, looking at me suspiciously. Why are you insisting that it must be quick? I think I'll just go with Aurora instead. I say, pretending to get up. Wait, you idiot. She bellows in a low voice and pulls me back, but she still doesn't move aside. Tomorrow is our marriage, and I am the one that LL take care of most of the preparations, while Aurora will take care of the minor things. I'll also have to invite some of my friends that I haven't informed yet. So, if you begin to mate with any of us for too long, we won't have much time to do anything. Plus, we also have to attend your graduation. Misty complains. Sigh. I'm feeling restless right now, even though we were together all night. My energy has significantly increased after gaining the system, and ever since then, I have spent most of my time chasing women. Guess I'll have to choose the shameless route this morning. Misty, the sex points. I have to earn sex points. SS sex points. Didn't you wear me and Aurora out all night? Misty asks while her body trembles in horror. I think it is best to allow him to farm sex points from other women. My body was on fire yesterday. Luckily, I am a vampire, and I also have a healing ability. Misty thinks to herself, fine, I know that you just want to be with me. It isn't because of anything else. Misty says, intentionally letting me know that she has seen through my excuses. In the next moment, she steps closer to me. A nice musky scent emanates from her, which makes my desire for her increase further. Wow, she kept refusing me? I mutter in surprise as I stare at Misty. Next, I close the small gap between us and lay down on top of her, holding her close. Seeing her anticipation, I slowly move closer to her, and at the same time, I lean my face towards her and gently hold her in my arms, causing her milk to flow inside my mouth. Using my lust meter, I realize that Misty is 90% sexually aroused, thus making me push myself inside her in one go. So deep inside me. Misty mumbles as her body jerks and arches in pain and pleasure upon my sudden movement. While taking things slowly, I continue to hold her close as I gently kiss and caress her. Jet streams of milk shoot out as I squeeze and tend to her. At the same time, I begin to slowly move, deepening our closeness. After drinking her milk till her jugs become empty, I raise my upper body and grab both of her hands, stretching them high above her head, giving me full access to her. Then, in the next moment, I increase my pace and press closer to her, moving against her body. It's too big. On. Misty starts crying out loudly as I continue moving against her without stopping. Some moment later, the pressure starts to build, but I can't let go yet. I stop and pull back from her. Next, I position her facing away from me and gently press her head against the bed, guiding her into a forward-leaning stance. I fold her hands behind her back, and without further delay, I draw close to her again. Subsequently, I start moving my waist very fast, keeping up a steady rhythm. Pa, 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 pa. Sounds reverberate across the room as I continue the motion. I don't stop there. I suddenly raise my right hand and land a powerful strike on her. Pa, I am. Misty lets out a powerful cry as her body collapses onto the bed, trembling as a wave of intense release washes over her. Her whole body starts to convulse, and a strange yet familiar liquid begins to spill out as she reaches the peak of her experience. Seeing her react like this, a feeling of accomplishment overwhelms me, but damn, I haven't finished yet. I spread open her legs again while reaching my peak, but she tries to stop me from continuing because she is currently extremely sensitive and overstimulated. But what to do, I also have to finish. Forcefully spreading her legs apart, I pull her close and begin moving quickly. The intensity builds until the moment reaches its peak, and I release all my tension inside her. Chapter 92, Acting Strange Ian. Misty lets out a powerful cry as I hold her close. Her whole body begins to quiver heavily beneath me, and she clings to me tightly as the moment passes. After taking everything in, she pushes me away lightly, causing me to pull away from her while she continues to react. But wanted to deal with her for nearly denying me what I wanted, I forcefully spread open her legs again. Then I begin to pleasure her with my fingers, moving them in a very fast rhythm. At the same time, my thumb stimulates her sensitive area, while my finger moves like a blur in a vertical-like motion. Using this technique, the fingers will be able to stimulate the very sensitive part of her insides, while the thumb stimulates the sensitive area from the outside. Moving the fingers very fast, I'm able to find her sensitive spots, which makes her moan to the top of her lungs. Suddenly, as if a dam has just burst open, Misty starts to react intensely as a strange liquid shoots out from her, hitting me directly in the face. Ian, she cries one more time, and another round of the liquid pours out from her, like a concentrated stream, while I open my mouth to receive it. After she finishes, I pull my hand away as she continues to react strongly for more than 20 minutes. Misty's body finally calms down, and immediately after, she looks at me with bloodshot eyes. This is the first time I have continuously pushed her to her limits like this. Furthermore, I feel like she's embarrassed as a competitor for always losing to me. Misty, what is wrong? I ask, confused. Was that quick? She replies immediately. Yes. I don't even know if I should be happy or embarrassed by how attentive my husband was. Now, that yappy girl is going to make fun of me. Misty mumbles and puts her hands on her face, covering it in embarrassment. It's okay. It'll make you lose your mind during our marriage ritual, I say, stretching my hand forward to grab her. Don't touch me. My body is very sensitive now. And are you planning to make me moan like this during our marriage ritual? Misty asks with a flushed face. What do you think? I'll take you and Aurora to a new height of pleasure during our marriage ritual, I say with a grin on my face, then stretch her hands above her head before proceeding to lay down on her again. Next, I move my face forward and plant a deep kiss on her lips. Misty allows my tongue to barato her mouth, and then in the heat of the moment, our tongue intertwines while we lick each other's teeth without grazing or injuring each other with our fangs. After kissing each other to our satisfaction, we separate our lips. While Misty's breathing is starting to get rougher and her face flushes red. Should we go for another round? I ask teasingly, while I move closer to her. I don't stop there, though, as my hands also move towards her chest and proceed to pinch her nipples. A hand. Leave me alone. Misty moans and protests, clasping her legs together once again. What is wrong with her this morning? Misty always likes it rough. I guess she's dead serious, and I wouldn't want to force my women to have sex. But my arousal won't fade. Obliging her words, I stop touching her and get up from the bed. Jake, are you mad at me? Listen, your energy has been overwhelming, and I can't keep up with it. We've been together nonstop since yesterday, and I'm completely worn out. Misty tells me with a downcast expression. Oh, it's okay, Misty. You tried your best. I guess I am just a weirdo, huh? I tell her with a laugh as I stroke her hair and walk towards my wardrobe before putting on my pajamas. After wearing my clothes, I walk out of the room. After Jake leaves the room, Misty is still staring at the door with a perturbed expression on her face. Oh, that was a close call. What will he think when I keep denying him sex? Sigh. I don't know what he is thinking about right now. Even a regular vampire wouldn't have gotten tired from that amount of sex. Ichi must not learn about this. If he finds out, Ichi would think that I am cheating on him. B, but how come I have it? Ah, sex will be very painful if I don't find a way to treat it. B, but only a cheating partner can contract it. How did I end up having it? Sigh. I guess I have to endure the painful sex for now. Misty mumbles and bites her lips in frustration before throwing a pillow at the wall. I am currently walking along the passageway that leads to all the bedrooms in this house. After being refused again by Misty, I guess it's the effect of the Strongo Dickus potion that I purchased. And right now, I'm moving toward the kitchen to talk to Aurora. Jake, don't you think that Misty is acting weird? Is she acting weird? Idiot, didn't you notice that she's been putting on an act? Plus, she kept her guard up. Even yesterday, she was somewhat reluctant to go along, but she gave in because she didn't want to lose to Aurora. I guess you're overthinking, Myra. Misty might just be exhausted. Furthermore, she is also pregnant. Maybe it has something to do with her tiredness. But Herloy, forget it, Myra. Misty is probably just tired. You were right. Maybe I'm just too cautious. And you haven't checked your stats and points earning history this morning. Show me everything. The rewards system user's stats name. Jake Mistro race. Vampire strength. 10 dexterity. 10 stamina. 10 resistance. 10 perception. 10 free system stats. 2 charm points. 18,200 charm. 100 unlocked celestial points. 4 locked ability bank. 1 current cell. Blue mana cell number of mana cells. 4,000 current ability. Healing ability category. Esper host women S list. Jill Mistro permanent woman loyalty. 99.9 Misty Mistro permanent woman loyalty. 70 Zella Fox permanent woman loyalty. 52 Aurora Gray permanent woman loyalty. 90 Myra Cougar permanent woman loyalty. 100 Heath temporary woman loyalty. Null Hayes Heath temporary woman loyalty. Null Emma White temporary woman loyalty. Null note. Temporary women will be removed from the list after 48 hours. Each sexual interaction with the host will allow them to appear on the list again till they become a permanent woman or get dumped. System S Skills Inspect. The host will be able to analyze any item. It can also be used on beasts, humans, and demi-humans. Inventory. Store anything inside the endless space apart from living things. System Shop. This is a function of the system that has been permanently unlocked. Anything can be found in the System Shop, ranging from skills, weapons, items, and consumables. Lust Meta. This skill can be used to measure the arousal state of the opposite gender. It does not work on men. Level 1 usage. Passive cooldown. None category. Skill Ben Transform. This skill will allow you to change your appearance into the character Ben. Level not defined. Usage 1 hour before wearing off. Cooldown can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category Skill Charm Aroma. This skill will allow you to release a pleasant fragrance from your body into the air, influencing the mood of those within a distance of 3 meters. Level 1. Usage. Use it indoors so that it will be more effective. It might not be effective in an exposed or open environment. It also works faster when there is body contact. Cooldown. Can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category Skill. Points earning methods. Perform an intimate act on a woman. 500 points. Receive an intimate act from a woman. 500 points. Grope a woman. 200 points. Touch a woman intimately. 200 points. Be with a woman. 500 points. Be a woman's first. 500 points. Impregnate a woman. 10,000 points. Make a woman climax. 500 points. Make a woman climax. 1,000 points. Perform barato on a woman. 100 points. Have barato with a woman. 500 points. Being a woman's first anal partner. 1,000 points. Spank a woman's buttocks during intercourse more than 10 times. 500 points. Be a woman's first kiss. 500 points. Kiss a woman. 50 points. Foot-related interests. 1,000 points. Standard restraint-based play. 2,000 points. High-intensity restraint-based play. 50,000 points. Note. You can only earn a specified amount of points from each woman a day. For instance, reaching a peak multiple times a day doesn't mean that your points will be multiplied. Each earning slot is a one-time occurrence. Points earning history available balance. 10,000 sex points recently earned points. 8,200 sex points, total sex points, 10,000, 8,000, 200, 18,200 sex points. Download the PDF file to view the full earning history. Click here to download Chapter 93 Jake's Suspicions. How was it, buddy? I only have one question right now. How the fuck did Misty S loyalty take a dip from 100 to 70? That S because she is hiding something big from you. Besides, didn't TU notice that she was acting quite strange? I can't believe it, Mimi. Why would she hide something from me? And about what you said earlier, that she was masquerading her moans. Wasn't I satisfying her enough? What could have actually gone wrong? Hey, calm down, buddy. I can sense the instability of your emotions, and I know how much you truly love Misty. I don't know what she is hiding, but I bet it must be something that is so big it caused her loyalty to plunge. But what could she be hiding that she can't afford to let me know? And why was she feigning her moans? These things just don't make any sense. What is she hiding? I'm not quite sure, but it seems like she is hiding a big secret that could affect you, or she's just seeing some other guy. Though it's just a guess, since her loyalty has hit 0. One last question. What would really happen if her loyalty hit 0? You would die, buddy. There is one downside to this system, which is that your permanent woman mustn't cheat on you. If your permanent woman is unfaithful with another man, you'll be dead, buddy. Sigh. Why didn't you tell me all these earlier? This is just like you're basically killing me off. Misty has never dated any guy. I'm the one who was with her first. And if she had cheated, I would have been long dead. Ha ha ha. I guess this system is more like a ticking time bomb. My permanent women are my greatest weakness. Calm down, master. The conditions required before a woman can become your permanent woman are quite high. So I doubt if any of your permanent women would cheat on you. And if they eventually do, that means you're treating them badly, like trash. That's why I always warn you not to treat your permanent women badly. Either way, the probability of a permanent woman cheating is 2. And eventually, if any of your permanent women gets raped, you won't die. She will just be ousted from your permanent women's list, and you'll receive a penalty. Sigh, I feel a little bit relieved. How can you possibly feel relieved? You piece of shit. Just die already if one of your permanent women gets raped. You are to CUCK people and not the other way around. I don't answer the angry system and instead continue to make my way towards the kitchen. For some reason, my arousal fades after seeing the massive flop in Misty's loyalty. It's at this moment I realize that I have a very deep, profound feeling for Misty. I get to the kitchen and see Aurora cooking with only her nightgown on, and she's probably not wearing any panties right now. I was drawn to her before, but my mood has turned sour, while my rooster has also gone limp after seeing that Misty's loyalty dropped. As for Aurora, I'm pretty sure that her loyalty is not 100% because she hasn't told me about her blood power yet. You came right on time. Jake, Aurora tells me happily, and she begins to take the food she prepared to the dining room. Once done setting the table, she invites me to sit down, while she also takes a seat beside me. Our dining table is pretty small. It consists of a rectangular glass table that's fitted with 4 lightweight glass chairs in total, 2 on the left side and 2 on the right side, which are the longer sides of the table. In the next moment, I open the dish and the food that Aurora prepared appears before my eyes. There's a big slice of half-cooked meat in front of me with spicy blood sauce that makes my stomach rumble. Swallowing a lump of saliva, I pick up the slice of meat and begin to dig in. Honey, use the cutleries, Aurora tells me with a pout on her face, clearly not comfortable with the way I'm eating. I stop biting into the meat and raise my head a little, giving her a wide grin. My wife's food is so sweet it made me forget my manners. I say, then continuing eating. Aurora's face flushes red upon hearing my comment, and she also proceeds to eat her food without whining about my manners again. Some moment later, Misty also enters the dining room and sits down opposite me and Aurora. Looks like I came at the right time, Misty says as she opens her dish. She looks at me from the corner of her eyes and quickly averts her gaze. Just what the hell are you hiding, Misty? You look so suspicious, like a dog that stole its master's salmon. I think inwardly. I want to ask her, but I think now isn't the best time to bring up the issue. Silence ensues as all of us start to eat our food without uttering any words. When we finish eating, both women carry the dishes to the kitchen and begin to clean them. While they are at it, I use the opportunity to go to my room and take a long, nice bath. Once done, I dry my body and wear a nice all-white outfit from an expensive brand. After wearing my clothes, I pick up my phone and turn the screen on. The moment I turn it on, a message suddenly appears before my eyes. And, "Good morning, Jake. Where are you? I can't find you anywhere. The graduation ceremony is about to begin. My mom is also here. Receive now, good. Things should go according to plan. It's 9:30 a.m. now. I should be at school by 10. I mutter as I stare at the message that and sent to me. After reading the message, I dial my mom's number, and she instantly picks up the call in a split second as if she has been expecting it. The moment she picks up the call, she begins to yell and nag over the phone. After nagging to her heart's content, she calms down and informs me that she is on her way to my school. Though, we did a little sexting. Now let's get going. Aurora and Misty should also be ready by now, I say excitedly as I exit my room. Chapter 94, the graduation ceremony, part 1 right now. We're inside Misty's car, driving towards my school. The atmosphere is tense and silent as nobody uttered a word. The car is driving on autopilot with Misty sitting by the driver's side while Aurora and I are sitting at the back. For some reason, the more I look at Misty, the more suspicious she acts. During every second of our journey, Misty seems to be in deep thought. Furthermore, she'll occasionally give me a swift glance before shifting her gaze to the side. After about 15 minutes of driving, we finally reach Springfield High School. The car navigates itself and skillfully parks inside the parking lots. Inside this parking lot, several exotic cars can be seen here and there, owned by rich parents or guests. There are even some that went as far as bringing a multi-million-dollar stealth mini-spaceship. Whilst there are many exotic cars, there are also a few pathetic cars that are parked a few meters away from the exotic cars. It's as if the parking lot is divided into two, the rich and the poor. In an instant, everyone gets down from the car. The moment our feet step on the ground, our gaze instantly falls on the numerous killer drones flying in the air. These drones have always existed. Today, however, they seem to be more armed with lethal weapons. Nevertheless, if I were to take on these drones, I'll destroy them effortlessly with my blood power, as long as I have enough blood at my disposal. Subsequently, my eyes also fall on Misty and Aurora, and a feeling of accomplishment begins to swirl inside me, making butterflies rise in my stomach. Of course, these two beauties can make any man drool. Aurora is wearing a knee-length long, sleeved blue floral gown. The gown is quite simple, but for some reason, Aurora's killer figure makes the dressing more fitted and attractive. On the other hand, Misty is wearing black leather trousers and a red V-neck blouse that shows off a bit of her cleavage. Her white hair, tied into a straight ponytail, resonated with her flawless face, curved brows, and slightly elongated ears. You two look great, I say, with a profound smile. A smile forms on the women's faces while their faces also flush red. Next, we leave the parking lot and begin to move toward the school buildings. There are also several people walking along with us toward the school building, and the men's gazes are mostly fixated on Aurora's backside, while their wives fumes with anger and curse under their breath. Soon after, a familiar large signboard appears before our eyes with the words Springfield High School boldly written on it. At the same time, a very massive drone starts to tower above us as it casts a huge shadow on the ground beneath us. Welcome to Springfield High School, dear guests. Please do not fret and stand on the robotic wheelers. The drone lets out a mechanical voice, and in the next instant, several flatboard robotic wheelers start moving toward everyone. Each robotic wheeler can carry up to 4 people at the same time, therefore making the 3 of us hop on the same wheeler. The wheeler starts moving along with several other wheelers with people on them. Then, the wheelers carry us past several buildings till we finally reach a gigantic dome-shaped building. This is the school's largest coliseum, where all significant ceremonies are always taking place. The moment we get nearer to the large dome-shaped building, the robotic wheelers stop moving, indicating to us that we have reached our destination. After everyone gets down from the wheelers, all the robotic wheelers move back towards the school entrance to bring in other guests. Looking up, the Coliseum is very crowded right now, with almost 10,000 people from different races. However, veering my gaze, I see another separate platform that can hold about 5,000 people, and only a few people are sitting there right now. Surprisingly, all of them are final year students since I recognize most of them. Seems like that's where all the graduating students are going to sit. I think inwardly, but I have to make sure that Misty and Aurora get a seat first. Jake, where are we going to sit down? Aurora suddenly asks as she wraps her arms around my neck, while I also give a comeback by placing my hands on her waist. We going to sit there? I give a reply and point towards the platform where many guests are seated. Wow, this school hasn't changed in the slightest bit. Misty chuckles as she keeps staring around the Coliseum in awe. Let us get going, I say as I grab Misty and Aurora's hands and begin to climb up towards the platform. Luckily for us, while forcing our way through the crowd, we finally see 6 unoccupied seats in the upper section of the platform, which is also free from perverts that were ogling at my women on the way here. In the next instant, 3 of us settled down on the seats, reserving the remaining 3 seats for some reason. Jake, if I may ask, why did you ask us to reserve 3 seats? Misty asks with a brow raised. You'll find out soon, Fuffa. I give a swift reply, but Misty seems to be irritated for some reason, as if she knows the reason why I reserve the remaining 3 seats. In the next moment, after settling down, I bring out my phone and begin to text my mom, Myra then followed by Anne and her mom. Foo. I'm waiting to see Misty's reaction when she sees your other women. I hope Myra can also come. Mimi's words suddenly flash before my eyes. Foo. They're going to meet after the ceremony. She is on her way here. I just hope that those bastards reserve a seat for me. Chapter 95, the graduation ceremony part 2. Inside a dark, large room, illuminated by a small incandescent light bulb, a muscular bald man can be seen sitting on a large office chair, slowly typing away on the VHC, virtual holographic computer, in front of him. Opposite him stands a tall, young human guy who is about 20 years old. He is wearing a black army-like uniform, with the letter B boldly written on his chest region, and which also blends in with the serpent emblem that S above the letter B. Owen, you said you saw a little vampire with an S rank ability, right? The bald, muscular man asks with a grim voice. Yes, Commander. And my colleague saw him when we were scouring for the mutants that were causing a pandemonium in District A. The young man replies while shuddering. Then, why didn't you bring him to me? I wanted to bring him to you, or at least sweet-talk him into joining our faction. But while I was at it, a powerful vampire suddenly appeared and knocked me out. The young man says with a stutter. The commander slams his fist on the desk in anger, causing a little crack to appear on the ground where the desk stood. Why are you lying? Vanessa told me that you tried to assault the little vampire, and his mom attacked you in order to protect her son. Since when was the Hunter S faction known for violence? Do you know the parents of that vampire? The commander bellows in anger with veins popping on his forehead. Who are his parents? His mom is one of the strongest vampires, and according to the information gathered from different sources, his mother has an older sister who is even stronger. However, she has only made a few appearances on other planets apart from the vampire planet. And as for his father, he is a complete monster. The commander mumbles and cowers in fear as a certain memory flashes through his brain. What could possibly make one of the strongest humans shiver like this? That boy's father must be a complete monster. Even if that boy's mother hadn't shown up that day, I'd have been dead if that white ball had been thrown at me. Owen thinks inwardly and swallows a mouthful of saliva. Commander, if you don't mind, can you explain a little bit more to me? Owen asks with respect. The commander simply gives Owen a glance before letting out a heavy sigh. Aya, you see, when we humans began fearing that we might be attacked again by the vampires, in the future, we decided to approach them for an alliance. The vampires didn't like the idea of allying with the humans, but they also feared that the humans might join hands with the Dhampirs and attack them. So, they agreed to the alliance by allocating 3 of their possible heirs to Earth so that they could build an intimate relationship with the humans and dismiss any thoughts of attacking the humans in the future. Thus, that boy and his elder sister are one of the allocated heirs. However, his father disagreed with the pact and insisted that his children shouldn't be used as bargaining chips. Enraged, he decided to launch a full-scale attack on the humans, on his own. The commander says, then pauses for a moment. Is he crazy? He wanted to attack the humans on his own. Owen mutters in confusion. Sigh. Honestly, this is top secret, but I guess I can't hide it from you since you're my son. Let me break it down for you. His father is the strongest vampire that I have ever seen, even stronger than a vampire king. It was rumored that he surpassed the level of a warlock, which is the highest evolution of a vampire. He became something they call a god slayer. The vampire king, Duke, along with the other strongest vampires, tried to stop him, but they were beaten black and blue. The vampire king called for support from the strongest humans and Balors to take him down, but we were all defeated, and some of us were even killed. It was on that day that the Lord of the Balors died, before his son, Run, finally took over. It was that day I knew the definition of true power. A single punch from him almost killed me. Even the strongest Balor died from just 2 of his punches, while the Vampire King and his knights were nearly beaten to death, despite their monstrous power. Out of the 7 knights of the Vampire King, only 1 survived, and that was mainly through sheer luck. We only managed to survive through the skin of our teeth. However, everything ended when an entity showed up. The presence of this entity was so domineering and scary. Then, before we could understand what was going on, that entity and the nightmare clashed and started fighting. Their movements were like a blur in our eyes, and each of their blows caused several ripples and sent tidal waves everywhere, which proved that the boy's father hadn't even been using his full strength when he was battling against us. After battling for over 30 minutes, there seemed to be no winning side. However, that entity suddenly did something. He started controlling every blood that was spilled on the ground. And at the same time, blood also started leaking from everyone's noses, sweat pores, and ears. After accumulating a lot of blood, the entity began forming something that looked like a blood spiral and launched it at that boy's father. And in that instant, he froze on the spot and turned into a blood-red statue. The commander continues to explain and exhales heavily. Unbeknownst to us, that entity was a G-god. Scanning through the crowd, my gaze finally falls on my mom, who is elegantly walking towards us. She is wearing a multicolored knee-length gown that shows off her alluring, sexy curves. She also let down her lengthy white hair, which freely flows behind her and rhymes with each of her graceful movements, making butterflies rise in my stomach. Fufu, your first wife is here. Sharp, piercing. My instinct suddenly screams at me, causing me to turn my head around with a jerk. Immediately, I see Misty and Aurora staring at me with blood-red eyes and miffed expressions on their faces. Chapter 96, Graduation Ceremony Part 3. The closer Jill gets, the higher the tension in the air rises. Both young vampires beside me have extreme jealousy etched onto their faces. However, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, I don't pay mind to them because my gaze is currently fixated on Jill, my mom. When Jill also looks in our direction and spots me through a blood bond, she gives me a dazzling, mesmerizing smile and begins to move towards me, intentionally swinging her hips for me. When her gaze falls on Misty beside me, she seems to hesitate a little, but she keeps coming forward based on the assurance that I gave her over the phone, that I plan to settle things between her and Misty. Some moments later, after forcing her way through the crowd, she finally reaches our seat. However, she suddenly stops in front of Misty and looks in her eyes. Misty, she says in such a low voice that I doubt anyone else can hear it. But Misty can hear her loud and clear. Get away from me, bitch. You husband snatcher. Misty gives a reply while gritting her teeth. She is completely frustrated that she can't do anything right now, and Amber isn't even helping her at the moment. And now, all the other people beside us are starting to pay attention to what is going on. My mom's gaze shifts and falls on Aurora, who simply gulps hard and leans her head forward a little, as a sign of respect. Even though Aurora is always in support of Misty when talking about my mom, she didn't dare grow a titanium spine in front of a vampire lord. Sigh, you don't need to greet me like that. Aurora, it will just make things super weird between us. After all, we are Jake's women and we have to get along with each other, she says, sighing. Igriagis. Aurora replies with a stutter, still intimidated by her aura. In front of her stood a vampire lord. Letting out a sigh, Jill walks away and finally sits down beside me on my left-hand side, while Misty and Aurora are sitting on my right-hand side. Aurora is the one sitting down next to me on my right-hand side, while Misty is sit next to her. For some reason, Misty stood up earlier from my left-hand side and moved to the right when she spotted Jill coming. Husband, Jill mutters as she grabs my hand and slowly caresses it while staring at me with a flushed face. For some reason, my heart also starts beating very fast and butterflies rise in my stomach. It's as if I also wanted to meet her badly, even though we just met yesterday. In a flash, I bend my upper body slightly to the left while leaning my face forward for a kiss. Catching on to what I want, Jill also leans her face forward. In an instant, I grab hold of her face and give her a long, deep kiss, intertwining our tongues together and exchanging saliva. After kissing for about 3 minutes, Jill's breathing starts to get rough, which is a sign that I need to stop. Anytime her breathing gets rough like this, it means that she is sexually aroused. Abruptly, I end the kiss and we part with a string of saliva as we slowly separate our lips. I look at Jill's face, and I see that it is bright red, almost as if all the blood in her body moved to her face. Husband, why? You haven't complimented my dressing today, Jill says with a red face. I look at her from top to bottom. She is wearing a multicolored knee-length gown that shows off her body curves way too much. To be honest, this is the first time I'm seeing her in a dress and not her typical trouser and jacket. The same goes for Misty. She only wears gowns and negligées for me at home, but likes to wear a jacket and trousers when going out. They pretty much have the same thing in common. Maybe that's why Misty dislikes her. You look juicy, I say. I look JJ juicy. Yes, you look juicy, and I feel like eating you up, I say, as I sneakily squeeze her ass. Ahan! A moan escapes from her mouth as I squeeze her ass, and her face turns bright red again. Husband, should we go somewhere more private? I wouldn't mind spending some time with you. Jill gives me a reply, and her face flushes red again, her excitement growing. I move my face towards her ears and start to whisper some words into them. We can't do that here. It'll soon be going to the other side of the platform. Also, I think we've gone a bit too far. You don't need to make her feel jealous. I hope you two can settle things today. I whisper inside Jill's ears. Suddenly, I start to feel a hand grabbing my waist from behind. In the next moment, a cold hand begins to brush against me unexpectedly. I look up and see Misty sitting directly beside me on my right, where Aurora was formerly sitting, while Aurora is now next to her. I feel a sudden jolt of surprise at the unexpected contact. Husband, how about you do it here with me? Misty suddenly says with a wide grin on her face as she gets up from her seat and sits down on my lap. What? Jill lets out in a voice of surprise, while Aurora has an embarrassed expression on her face. Even I am extremely surprised at what Misty is trying to do right now. Luckily, people's attention is still fixated on the entertainment that is currently going on in the Coliseum. Chapter 97 Graduation Ceremony Part 4. Even though this is going to hurt as hell, I don't want to lose to this bitch. Misty thinks inwardly as she and Jake engage in an intimate encounter behind closed doors. The tension between them builds as they struggle for dominance, and Misty lets out a sharp, strained sound as the moment becomes overwhelming for her. It's apparent to me that this is not a moan of pleasure, but a moan of pain. I noticed it because Mimi told me about her intuitions earlier. I look to the side and see that my mom's mouth is hanging wide open, while Aurora's gaze is focused on the event that is going on right now. It's obvious that she doesn't want to partake in whatever it is we're doing right now. Two Mets are fighting. Suddenly, Misty starts grinding her buttocks on my lap in an intensely intimate way. However, while this is happening, Misty doesn't seem to be all right. Her face and body are all bright red, and sweat seems to be accumulating on her face. Her expression doesn't even look like she's enjoying this. Hey, Misty is not looking good. I think you have to stop her, and this might be the right time to confront her. Mimi's words suddenly flash before my eyes. In the next moment, I hold on to Misty's midsection and stop her from grinding her buttocks on my lap. Then I lift her up and pull away from her, directly slipping myself back into my pants. At the same time, I instantly pull Misty's panties and trousers upward, covering her bare butt. Misty, what's wrong with you? I ask in a stern voice. Misty, is everything all right? You don't look good. Mom also butts in with worry etched on her face. Suddenly, Misty does something surprising. She gets up from my lap and sits down on my mom's lap, before hugging her and curling up like a baby in her arms, while tears roll down her beautiful face. Mom has a stupefied expression on her face at what Misty just did. And for some reason, my mom's eyes also start tearing up. Hey, look, Misty's green eye is glowing. Yeah, I look back and see that Misty's green and red eyes are glowing simultaneously, but the green eye is brighter. Amber, Imuta in surprise. Did Amber really come out her shell? She has finally started making decisions on her own. Is she stable now? These are the questions going through my mind right now. She's the only one that can settle the rift between Mom and Misty. Looks like Amber has grown up. However, don't you think that there will be a lot of hassle between both sisters once Amber gets stable? I don't know, buddy, but I feel like Amber isn't the type that likes to be in control. I think she would only prefer to take action when things get out of hand. Makes sense. And Mom, why don't you care about me? You've only cared about settling things with Misty. Yua. Amber sobs with her face buried in my mom's chest. Man, this is so cringy right now. People are starting to pay attention to us, and I can even hear their whispers. However, I don't pay attention to it in the slightest. No one could be as shameless as the vampires. We have no sense of stigma or embarrassment. It's not my fault, honey. After the pact, Misty despised me. And since you both exist in the same body, I thought you both hated me. Moreover, you always attacked me anytime you saw me, making things hard between us. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you've grown so mature over the years. I often see you and Misty as one in the past, but I guess I was wrong. Mom also replies with tears as she hugs Amber tightly. The graduation ceremony is about to begin. Every graduate should move to the other side of the Coliseum. A loud mechanical voice suddenly erupts from the levitating speakers above. I look at Mom and Amber, who are still cuddling affectionately. Then I shift my gaze to Aurora, whose eyes are focused on the two mechas battling down below in the arena. Checking the time on my phone, I let out a sigh. It's already 10 a.m., but Ann and her mom are nowhere to be found. I agree that Ann is a school staff. But didn't she say that she was going to quit her job now that she finally got what she wanted? In the next moment, I walk towards my mom and bend my face to the level of her face. Mom, and Hayes are going to be here soon. I reserved 2 seats for them, I say, pointing at the 2 empty chairs. Oh, my mom lets out a slightly surprised tone with a raised brow and continues patting Amber's head. How is she now? Amber's gone. This is Misty, my mom replies in a neutral voice, but the joy on her face can't be hidden. What? Misty? She forgave you? I ask with surprise. Jake, you horny jerk. Who are Ann and Hayes? Misty suddenly asks, as she turns her head in my direction in a flash, while having an angry expression on her face. Ahem, I gotta go now, I say quickly, picking up my pace and moving away from them. Next, I start to power walk toward the other side of the Coliseum, where all the other graduates are seated. Same as me, There are several other graduates who are rushing towards the other platform. I hope Misty can talk to her mom about whatever she's going through, because she didn't look okay to me. I agree with you, Mimi, but that's the least of my worries right now. I have to get to the other platform as soon as possible. I hope those bastards reserved a seat for me. I say, pushing my way through the crowd. Chapter 98 Graduation Ceremony Part 5 Zach. Did you reserve a seat for me? Sent to Zach now. Zach, haha. You piece of shit. You only texted me now that you need a seat. You're gonna sit on your balls today, haha. Wait, do vampires even have balls? Received now, this idiot. I grit my teeth while texting and forcing my way through the crowd. You nincompoop. Watch out. Arg. You stepped on my feet. People curse loudly at me as I force my way through the crowd without remorse. Soon after, I arrive at the other side of the Coliseum where all the graduates are seated. Your school ID, please? A voice suddenly intercepts me, causing me to look down at the source of the sound. Then, my gaze falls on a cute short succubus who is in a black tuxedo suit, with her tail sticking out from behind, little black horns on her head, and her black hair tied into 2 large buns. Your ID card, please. She bellows again, clearly unfazed by my piercing stare. I forgot my ID card. I reply with a stutter while rubbing the back of my head. Arg, you idiot. Now, you've made my job harder. The succubus curses under her breath as she dips her hand into her pocket and brings out a black device that is similar to a smartphone, but much thicker. Place your finger on the fingerprint scanner. Okay, I say as I oblige her and place my thumb on the fingerprint scanner. Suddenly, a green light flashes from the device, followed by a single beeping sound. You can go now. The succubus says as she turns over to other graduates who are trying to get into the graduates area as well. Buddy, she said you should go. What are you waiting for? Wait, don't tell me that you're interested in this succubus. Skull face, bruh. Hey, relax. She's cute, though. Besides, the succubi are a rare race, and this succubus in front of me is very cute. I agree, but don't you think she's quite the free spirit? Oh, so you're saying that a succubus is quite the free spirit? Meanwhile, you gave me a mission to conquer a famous celebrity. Okay, Fine, try your luck and see if you can tame her and make her your loyal bitch. Sigh, I don't know why people see the succubi as one horny race. I believe that, Teach. Why are you still standing there and staring at me? Do you have dirt in your eyes? The voice of the succubus can be heard again, causing my body to jerk, which snaps me back to reality. Damn, she is so mean. I mutter as I begin to make my way through the area. Compared to the area where all the other guests are seated, this place is very calm and collected. There are also spaces between the chairs, which is quite pleasing. Suddenly I stop, as my eyes fall on Berg and his lackeys. As if today is a bad day, Berg's eyes also fall on me. Joe, Hake, come over here. Berg suddenly shouts at the top of his voice, running towards me. Shit, you don't have to worry. My friends reserved a seat for me. I say, turning around and facing another direction. Wait, Jake, I've changed. I'm no longer a bad guy. You can ask Stan. All of us are now friends. Berg runs up to me shouting, then finally catches his breath when he gets to me. We can also make your friend sit down with us if you want, believe me. I swear I'm a changed person. Berg swears and tries to confuse me. Sigh, why should I believe you? I say, folding my hands in frustration. This is Berg, one of the guys I hate the most in school. And also, the one who terrorized all the girls along with his lackeys. I don't know what he is up to, but he has been nice to me for quite some time. However, I still have to be careful. Just be cautious, even though he doesn't look like he has any ill intentions. Okay, I'll follow you. Just don't try anything stupid, or else I'll pluck your balls. I say threateningly and let a red aura dance on my right palm. Why you have an A ability now? Berg utters with an expression of disbelief on his face. Ha ha, this is so nice. The restraint on my hand will also be removed after the graduation ceremony. I can't wait to see the extent of my ability. Berg grins maniacally and swings his right hand over my neck in excitement. Let us get moving, he says, and in the next moment, we begin to move to where he was formerly seated, along with his lack of friends. I greet all of them by simply shaking them, and then I take a seat next to Stan who is currently eating a big burger right now. Berg's gang consists mainly of 7 humans and 2 elves who probably have a rank amongst themselves. But right now, all of them seem to be talking to themselves casually. "I'll go get your friends," Berg whispers into my ear before sprinting away. Suddenly, the ceiling of the Colosseum turns pitch black, and several multicolored lights start flashing from the drones above. At the same time, the arena where 2 mechas were formerly fighting starts shifting and changing into a beautiful setting with a golden lectern at the center of it, while the ground gives off a strange glow. "Yes, the ceremony is about to begin," Stan says, throwing his burger at the face of an elf behind him. Chapter 99 Graduation Ceremony Part 6 Yes. "The ceremony is about to begin," Stan says, throwing his burger at the face of an elf behind him. "Fuck you, Stan." The elf curses out loud as he removes the mashed burger from his face. Bam! Abruptly, a very loud sound erupts as a small figure drops from the sky and lands on the arena below. The figure slowly raises its head, and it turns out to be Captain Craig, the headmaster of Springfield High School. This is the way he always shows up anytime he has to make an appearance or announcement. No one knows what his ability is besides seeing him drop from the sky every time. Maybe his ability has something to do with flight. Right now, he's wearing black military-like clothes with a silver chain hanging from his collar to his chest region. He also has on a gold-plated cap. Next, he slowly starts making his way towards the lectern until he finally reaches it and places a small object on it. This object then brings out a projection hologram. "Good day, today as graduates of Springfield, who are going to be the heroes and villains of tomorrow. I want to extend my greetings to the parents of these graduates for bringing up wonderful children. And lastly, I would like to greet and welcome all the guests here who have decided to spend their precious time attending our ceremony. I promise to make it worth your while," Captain Craig says, his clear voice projected all over the Colosseum. Captain Craig is no doubt a genius at delivering speeches, and also a handsome man that can make almost any girl develop a crush on him, while the bold girls might even feel a thrill just from taking a glance at him. Captain Craig continues to give his speech, which is actually quite interesting, but something suddenly catches my eye, causing me to shift my gaze to the side. I see Berg coming forward with a grin on his face, while 3 people are following him from behind. Between these 3 figures, 2 of them look terrified, almost as if they are about to meet their doom, while the 3rd one is calm and collected. "Barry, Tony, Zach," I say in astonishment as I see 3 of my best friends behind Berg. What really made me delighted is that the 3 of them are wearing the same clothes as me. Suddenly, with a jerk, while pushing Barry aside, Zach dashes towards me. So does Zach. "I didn't mean to not reserve a seat for you. I was just kidding. You don't have to tell Berg to punish us." Zach falls to his knees the moment he sees me and begs for forgiveness. Zach looks exactly like Barry. They both have the same weird hairstyle. The only difference is that Zach has dark hair and his looks are average, while Barry has blonde hair. Sigh, when is Zach going to have some sense? The same goes for Barry. His cloth is soaked in sweat, and his glasses are almost slipping off his nose. "Jake, have you moved to the other side?" Barry asks shakily with fear in his eyes. Sigh, well, I can't blame them. They were all Berg's prey before I saved them from his claws back when we were in the 9th grade. So calm down, guys. I asked Berg if my friends could come and join us here. I was worried that you might not have reserved a seat for me. So when Berg offered me a seat, he also assured me that he would allow my friends to join me. I explained. Figures. I thought Berg was up to something, and I had planned to take him down. Tony suddenly speaks up, with a stoic expression and a sharp aura seeping out of his body. Damn, he successfully absorbed that ability crystal. Why you also have an ability? Berg mutters in shock as he feels a chill running down his spine when a metallic part of his belt starts to twist and turn in weird angles like tofu. Even all his lackeys cower in fear of the murderous aura that's coming from Tony. I have some advice for you, Berg. You know there is no restraint on me, because the school doesn't know that I have an ability. Luckily, today is our graduation. It is also the day everyone will be free from their restraint and will finally know the extent of their abilities. Tony says, as he puts his hand on Burgess's shoulder. Then he continues, Buck, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people that are going to have a much stronger ability than you when those restraints on their hands come off. Think about it. Most of these people you've bullied. What if they decide to take revenge? What are you going to do then? Well, don't let us ruin this beautiful moment. Tony tells Berg and pats him on the back. And now that I think about it, are those people that I've bullied in the past going to take revenge against me? Nah, I have to flee from here the moment this ceremony is over. I'll use these idiots as pawns. Berg thinks to himself as he clenches his fists, while glancing at his former lackeys. Wow, you guys are now overpowered. Ha ha, I can't wait for my dad to get me an ability crystal. Zach grins maniacally as he gets up from the ground and sits down beside me, followed by the others. Right now, we're somewhat divided into two groups. Berg and his friends are seated beside themselves, chatting and listening to Captain Craig's speech as well. And then there's me and my friends who are chatting as well while watching the ongoing event. However, something seems to be weird. There are many empty chairs around us right now. All the other graduates moved away from us because of Berg's presence. Only the ones with balls of steel are still seated on their chairs. Jake, you fucker. You left without telling me. Ha ha. You are the loser. You didn't get to have any session with Alice Gunner, Barry says with a wide grin on his face. As he brags to me, well, you and your dad are cucks. So you're basically the loser. Your mom was totally out of her mind. Wait, what the actual fuck? You had a live session with Alice Gunner? I thought a live session with her was about $1,000. Tony exclaims in shock. Ha ha. This fucker paid for the both of us, but he ended up leaving. So I had an extra session with her. Damn, I feel so refreshed. Barry grins again and looks at the sky as if recollecting a heavenly sensation. Chapter 100 Graduation Ceremony Part 7 Haha. This fucker paid for both of us, but he ended up leaving. So I had 2 sessions with her. Damn, I feel refreshed. Barry grins again and looks at the sky as if recollecting a heavenly sensation. This idiot. My face twitches for some reason. Can you explain more? Zach suddenly asks, getting excited. Did you watch her live? He continues. Yeah. I watched her perform live and make a mess all over the cam, all at the same time. I also made a mess of myself. Barry replies, grinning heavily. Why you guys are bad? Zach mumbles as his eyes get teary. For some reason, Zach has always had a puppy crush on Alice Gunner. He is one of her followers and can even pay for her saliva. Actually, we've never seen a video of her with a guy. She always uses adult items on herself. She just has so many fans because she's one of the few high elves who are in the adult entertainment industry. I just don't know what's so special about her. How can someone who does nothing but waste time have so many fans? Should I start making videos? Nah, I don't have what it takes. Tony says jokingly, and lets out a heavy sigh. I learned that her net worth is over $40 billion. I suddenly speak up, making everyone's eyes widen in shock. Damn, she's even richer than a whole district. Just how in the hell is she that rich? Barry asks, looking dumbstruck. Suddenly, a boisterous sound comes from where Berg and his lackeys are seated. Ha! This piece of shit paid $10,000 for her feces and also paid $5,000 for her piss. In total, he wasted $15K just to purchase someone else's waste and sniff it. Loser. You could have just given me $100, then I'll bring a shit ton of feces to you. Berg says, laughing out like a madman while pointing at Stan. Stan's face burns red in embarrassment, and he nudges Berg's ribcage with his elbow in retaliation, but amounts to nothing compared to the humiliation he has received. Ouch, you fucker. Next time, just give me $100, and I'll give you premium shit. Berg mocks Stan again as he rubs his ribcage in pain, while the others also follow suit and mock Stan. That was super weird. All of us say in unison, after hearing about Stan's little secret. Now, I see why she's stinking rich. She probably has more than 10 million of these weird fans. Barry lets out a chuckle. That's a disrespect. We should call them Oilers. I say laughingly. No one noticed, but I think something is fishy here. How's she able to have live sessions with tons of fans? Because with that kind of fame, she'd be receiving tons of offers just to have a video call with her. But Alice Gunner has been able to have a session with everyone that has the money to pay. ISNT it a little weird, Barry suddenly says, placing his index finger on his chin. Haha, maybe I'm just overthinking. Barry laughs off his theory. Even though this guy is an ugly hornetad, he has a big brain. Something is off about Alice Gunner. There is no way she could attend to so many fans in a day. I didn't even notice a thing. Mimi's words suddenly flashed before my eyes. Then why did you ask me to conquer her? I still don't know the reason you gave me that mission. I don't know, it was just an intuition. I knew something was weird about that girl, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. Instead, I thought of you making inappropriate videos with her using another identity, while hoping that it would give me the answers I'm searching for. However, that isn't the case, so I don't need to be in that line of work. Yes, you don't need to do anything drastic again. I'm on the right track with unraveling the secret of Alice Gunner. You just have to win her over and make her your loyal ally. Trust me, she'll be a great friend. You look so excited about this, Alice Gunner. I'll trust you on this one. If she somehow becomes my ally, I'll tell her to stop all this stuff that she is doing. At least, let us find out who the real one is. Fufufu. You're acting weird. What do you mean by real one? Fufufu. Just wait and see. Hey, you all should find a girlfriend now that we're going to graduate today. We can't continue living like this all our lives, or can we? Tony says with a wide smile on his face, while glancing at the bright sky. Puffed. He'll soon get a girlfriend, and who knows, it might be your sister. Barry speaks up after hearing Tony's words, and his nasty grin forms on his face again. Tony gives Barry a confused look, glancing between me and Barry, as if hesitating to say something. Understanding what he is trying to say, I simply give him a wink. Ahem. About my sister. She already has a boyfriend. Huh? What? She has a boyfriend? Barry exclaims. Yeah, this idiot is her boyfriend. Tony replies, pointing at me in disgust, as if he isn't happy about the fact that I'm courting his sister. You. Why, you betrayer. You liar. Barry bellows and looks at me with teary eyes, while clenching his fists as if he wants to punch my face. I simply bare my fangs at him and scare the shit out of him, making cold sweat appear on his face. Suddenly, we hear an announcement from Captain Craig that attracts our attention. According to our investigation, intellects, and insights, we hereby present the best teacher of the year, Mrs. Jasmine. She's respected by almost every student. The rest of the event will be taken care of by her, including the removal of the restraints on the graduates' hands. Captain Craig announces as steps back from the lectern, while a tall Bustanaga woman starts walking towards the lectern. She is wearing a brown skin-tight jumpsuit that shows off her deep cleavage, while her footsteps give everyone goosebumps. The moment she appears clearly before everyone, all the students start giving thunderous cheers. Chapter 101 Restraints Removal. The moment she appears clearly before everyone, all the students start giving thunderous cheers. Mrs. Jasmine is no doubt one of the best student crushes in Springfield High School. Not only does she have a very young look despite being old, but she also has good body proportions, and coupled with her flawless bluish skin, is almost as if she were sculpted by God. She flashes a smile at us and slowly begins to walk towards the lectern. Damn, I will miss this woman. She was one good eye candy. Barry suddenly mutters in a sad voice while removing his glasses. Tony looks at him sympathetically and pats him on his back. Sorry, man. We are all going to miss her. Go get yourself a girlfriend and get rid of your dirty magazine stash. Tony advises. That bastard ripped me. Barry grits his teeth. But I remember she told me that she has a lover. Who knew it was Jake? He sighs in solace. Man, don't compare yourself to Jake. He is going to marry his sister and that scary woman tomorrow. I just don't know why Blair likes him so much. Tony suddenly spills the beans and gives me a mocking grin. Sigh, this idiot. Well, I was planning on telling the others after the ceremony. How did you learn about this, Tony? Is this true, Jake? Barry and Zach ask with shock on their faces. He told me about it a few days ago, but his sister sent me an invitation yesterday that their marriage is going to be hosted tomorrow. She said she was also going to send you 2 invitations, but I guess she was probably busy. Tony shrugs. Seeing Barry and Zach's questioning look, I let out a sigh. I was planning to invite you guys after the ceremony, but I guess a rat spilled the beans. I'm indeed going to marry my sister and Aurora tomorrow. I say, looking at their faces for their reaction. Damn, I'm speechless right now. No matter how I think about it. You vampires are very weird. That is fucking incest. Okay, I want to say anything about you wanting to marry your sister. But marrying 2 women is a little too complicated. Plus, does it have to be that cold, scary woman that we always see at your house? Barry sucks in a cold breath, as if remembering a bad experience. I have no qualms about Aurora. She is a nice person to me. But who knew that she was your girlfriend all this while? And you kept lying to us, saying that she is your aunt. You betrayer. Zach looks at me with disappointment. Nice my foot, that woman is scary. Barry and Tony groan under their breath. So, that is the reason why you broke up with Zella? You are terrible, Jake. I bet she is so broken that she couldn't come today. Barry suddenly says, looking at me as if I am a traitor. Sigh, how should I clear these guys' doubts? Without making me look like a horrible person? The rumor about my breakup with Zella was actually a lie. Zella and I had a little argument because she told me that she was pregnant with my child. She is not here today because of our disagreement. Plus, she wants to give birth to our child first before making any appearance. Also, she was previously hiding the existence of her pregnancy from me. Enraged, I lashed out at her for keeping such a big secret. Maybe that was the reason why she was crying. I tell my friends, even though most of my explanations are not true. Damn, what is going to happen to my little innocent sister that has fallen into the den of this wolf? Is he also going to marry her? Tony thinks inwardly, and his face turns pale, while cold sweat accumulates on his face. We're sorry for doubting you, Jake. But damn, you're ahead of us in everything, Sai. But we promise not to disappoint you now that we're going to graduate. Thanks for everything you've done for us. My friends say in unison and look at me with gratitude before putting on their former expressions again. So, you're now going to be a faff. Barry suddenly pauses his words as soon as Mrs. Jasmine starts talking about an important announcement. Most students haven't gotten their Supers Academy form. Today is the last day. It will be sold in school for as low as $150. If you don't get it today, then I guess you'll have to buy it on their website for $1,000. So why all should choose wisely. Now, we'll proceed to remove the restraints on your wrists. But before that, I want to give you all one valuable piece of advice. Do not trust anyone, Mrs. Jasmine says, and in the next moment, the device that Captain Craig left on the lectern earlier before flashes with a bright light, and several holographic screens appear before Mrs. Jasmine. Like a robot, Mrs. Jasmine starts typing very fast on the holographic screens that are floating in the air, and a few moments later, several clicking sounds start erupting from the wrists of the graduates who have the restraint watches on. Chapter 102 Ceremony ends. All the wristwatches start falling off of every student's wrist. People that didn't have any ability before, like me and my friends, were left behind since we don't have any restraint on our hands. After the wristwatch has removed from the student's hands, something weird begins to happen. All the wristwatches start to disintegrate and turn into dust particles before the graduates can pick them up and evaluate them. Subsequently, after all the wristwatches become disintegrated, the graduates begin to test their abilities in exhilaration. Different types of abilities are being displayed right now, ranging from superb ones to weird ones that I never knew existed before. Right now, the Colosseum is shining brightly and brimming with different fireworks as the graduates test out their powers in excitement. Quiet. Suddenly, 2 large lightning bolts shoot out of Mrs. Jasmine's hand, making everyone flinch and cower in fear, while a wide malicious grin appears on her face, showing her slightly elongated bluish ears. Do I all realize that you're no longer a student of this school? If you destroy the school's property or injure someone, you'll surely pay for your crimes because you're all adults now, Mrs. Jasmine says in warning, her voice projected by the levitating speakers above. Right now, beads of sweat can be seen forming on everyone's face at the display of Mrs. Jasmine S. powers. Gulping sounds can even be heard from the guests who are on the other platform and adjacent to us. Damn, that display of power. A person won't survive being hit by that lightning bolt. Barry mutters and swallows hard. One can survive if he has almost or the exact same MC cells as the aggressor. Zach speaks out. I can survive all of Mrs. Jasmine S. lightning bolts, but I'm sure that I can't win against her because of her experience. Tony says calmly, looking unfazed. Pure bless. Zach retorts, Buddy, do you think Tony is telling the truth? I think so. I haven't asked him about his and Blair's ability yet, or their mana cells. It would be pretty weird if Barry and Zach found out that I gave Tony and his sister an ability crystal each without giving them. But what to do? Zach and Barry's parents can at least struggle to purchase ability crystals for them. But Tony's parents, they can't do that without selling their only asset, which is their house. Makes sense, but don't you think he's getting a little too confident about his ability? Sigh, Mimi. You can be so cute at times, like an overprotective wife. Me cute? Mimi gives me a blushing emoji. Ha ha. There's only one way to find out. I say, and in the next moment, I focus my gaze on Tony. Inspecting name, Tony Graham race. Human age, 19 ability. Magnetism type, Esper MC cells. Null damn, that's super weird. I can't see the amount of MC cells he has. Does that mean he currently has more MC cells than me? I don't think so, but that's insane. I'm happy for this dude. He got a high ability crystal that costs a lot of fortune, effortlessly. I just hope that he will work hard and further increase his skills and mana cells. Suddenly, Mrs. Jasmine S. voice sounds again. Now that I've discarded everyone's restraint, there is one more thing left to do, which is to upload your GCIN graduation examination number to your mail along with all of your results. Also, note that not everyone will gain admission into the Supers Academy, because it is not only the amount of MC cells you have that will determine if you are qualified or not. Some reports and testimonies are embedded along with your GSN. So if you have a very bad record in high school, then you can kiss your ass and say goodbye to Supers Academy. Mrs. Jasmine says, glancing towards Berg and his lackeys. What the fuck did I do? Berg cries out in fear and swallows hard once he notices Mrs. Jasmine's piercing gaze on him. Then, Mrs. Jasmine continues, not getting admission into the Supers Academy doesn't mean it's the end. Since we have taught you the basic things here in this high school, there are several other similar academies on different planets out there. It just happens to be that Earth's own is the best. Moreover, going to these academies is just like gaining more enlightenment and knowledge about your ability and creating more skills on your own. After all, everything we do these days is mostly done with abilities ranging from technologies, buildings, and so much more. You might even be lucky to have a powerful godfather or master who might take you as a student and teach you personally, which will be more educative than going to any academy. However, the thrill, excitement, and experience might not be there. According to the new system, by getting admitted into the academy, you can also have the privilege of working part-time and earning money while you're there. There are tons of jobs out there. You just have to choose the one related to your ability. For instance, a user with a combat ability can be a traveler or join a faction. Finally, I wish you all good luck, and I hope we never meet again, Mrs. Jasmine says as she gives all the graduates a strong glare before bowing her head and walking off the stage. Clap, 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 clap. A thunderous set of applauses reverberates across the whole Coliseum as Mrs. Jasmine gives her speech and makes the cruel catchline that she always says to graduates every year. People begin to cheer and run around the Coliseum in excitement, as they are happy that they are officially adults today. The drones shoot tons of fireworks into the skies, while many mechas are trying their best to maintain order. I look around for Berg and his lackeys, but they are nowhere to be found. The long-awaited ceremony is over. I'm finally a man today. Chapter 103, Misty's problem. Back on the other side of the Coliseum, Misty can be seen seated very close to Jill, while Aurora is next to her. Mom, are your friends also coming over tomorrow? So you had planned this all along. Misty mutters in awe, and her face flushes red. Her longtime hatred for her mom is nowhere to be found. Amber made her realize a few things, like the fact that loathing their mom wouldn't be the best thing to do, but who knows whether Misty has also been yearning for her mom's love since long ago. Ha ha, silly girl. I was happy when I learned that you and Aurora got pregnant and were also going to marry Jake. So I made a grand preparation beforehand to surprise you, even though you might have eventually kicked me out of the event. Jill laughs merrily and pats Misty's head. For some reason, she looks extremely happy right now. Thank you, Mom. Misty suddenly hugs Jill and kisses her on the cheeks. I'm not pregnant yet, Aurora mumbles, and her face turns red, while Misty and Jill tease her. Meanwhile, seated next to Aurora are two figures with red hair and fluffy cat ears. These people are Anne and Hayes, and her mom arrived immediately after Jake left. They were welcomed by the trio whom they met seated here, but what to do? Misty and Aurora just knew, and so it would take a while for the girls to get accustomed to each other, although Misty knows Hayes as her mom's friend. Moreover, Jill, who is Hayes' friend, is too occupied with getting along with her daughter after all these years of conflict between them. Furthermore, Jill, the mother of two, is displeased that her son has also conquered her best friend. So Jake is getting married to these women tomorrow. He must also marry me, and thinks inwardly, and her face flushes red. As if Hayes knew what her daughter was thinking about, she moved her hand forward and caresses Anne's fluffy ears. Nya, and lets out a voice as her mom tickles her ears. The mother-daughter pair are very close, and they look exactly the same, almost like they are twins. The only difference is that Hayes has a mature aura and demeanor around her. You can't hide your desire for me, can you? Hayes mutters as she pinches her daughter's cheeks and tickles her ears, and looks at her mom with a puffed expression that is very charming and fascinating. No doubt, Nikos, catgirls, are the cutest race in the universe. They're the only race that doesn't have any ugly race members. Mom, are you also going to share my love with me? I have been asking you the same question several times, but you won't answer me. And asked her mom with puppy eyes. Her mother has a weird hobby of sharing every one of her things with her. Also, it's no rumor that the Nico Queen will die if her daughter dies. The Queen's love for her daughter is immense to the extent that she signed a life and death contract with her daughter. So basically, the Queen's weakness is her daughter. However, before one can get to her daughter, you'll have to pass through the Nico Queen herself, because the moment anyone tries to attack, Hayes will always appear out of thin air. Also, the mother-daughter duo has the most formidable battle tactic in the world. When fighting alongside each other, they're almost invincible even though their enemy might be leagues above them. Their cooperation is unprecedented. Hayes simply lets out a long sigh and gives her daughter a complicated look. And today will tell whether we are both going to share your sweetheart. Who knows, the Nico clan might get a king today. Hayes replies, flashing a loving smile at her daughter. Come on, Mom. What is it with this half-baked reply? I knew that you wanted to share my darling with me. And puffs her cheek in defeat at her perverted mom. Foo-foo-foo. Hayes lets out cute giggles and tickles her daughter's ears again. Jake should be back by now. He is probably having fun with his friends. Maybe I should give him a call, Jill mumbles, but she instantly dismisses the idea. Mom. Suddenly, Misty calls her mom's attention, as her face begins to tear up. What's wrong, Misty? Jill says while panicking, upon seeing Misty's expression. I have a big problem, Mom. A very big one that could make my marriage with Jake crumble. Right now, everyone is running around, jubilating, even my friends. But for some reason, I am calm and collected right now. Jubilating and running around in joy won't solve any of my problems right now. There are just too many things on my plate. I stare at the Supers Academy form in my hand for a long time before storing it away in my inventory, when I realize that people aren't paying attention. Once I am done filling out the form, I'll submit it to the school so that they can carry out the remaining procedures for me. After all, it's much easier this way than doing it at other outlets. Ding! Suddenly, a notification pops up causing me to switch on my phone, which is tightly clutched in my right hand because of the talented thieves that can even try to remove every piece of dressing on someone's body without the person realizing it. Myra, I'm on my way to your school. Sorry, I am kind of late. I just had to do some stuff before coming over here. Receive now. Sigh, I should get going now. Chapter 104, Permanent Women's Meeting Part 1. I'm currently on my way to the other side of the platform. Most of the graduates and guests are already going home since there's nothing to stay back for. When I get to the other platform, I force my way through the crowds that are also trying to take their leave. Although most of them move away from me the moment they realize that I'm a vampire. In this world, racism exists, and it's very common for many races to loathe each other. However, while it's common, there is a penalty for discriminating against another race. Nevertheless, vampires are the most hated race of all time. We are seen as the leeches and parasites of this world that needs to be exterminated because of our appetite for drinking other races' blood, especially humans and dragons' blood, which is our favorite. However, dragons are a formidable race. Even Edgar Frost was unable to clone them, thus making their blood difficult to get and extremely expensive. A single dragon blood pack can cost up to $500,000 because the dragons are a prideful race that refuse to let their blood be drained, even when they're offered tons of money. Only a few hungry ones agree to sell their blood to the vampires in return for money, a huge amount of money. A legally renowned store is always the one that carries out this transaction because of its validity. Sometime later, I get to where Misty and the other women are seated. Without noticing my arrival, they keep gisting and giggling heavily. A wide grin forms on my face as I slowly creep up to them. I look at an S-mom who is teasing her daughter. Then I decide to mess with her. Pam, a soft, warm hand, suddenly catches my hand the moment I touch Hayes' ears. Nya. Hayes leaks out a cute voice as my hand touches her ears slightly. Darling sneaking up on us, ISNT the best way to surprise us. We Nikos can sense every movement within our surroundings. I bet my mom just allowed you to touch her ears and talks to me in a very cute way as she turns her head and affectionately rubs the back of my hand. Jake, you're back? Misty asks, turning her body with a jerk. For some reason, jealousy flashes on her face, but apart from that, there's also something odd about her face. Misty, what is wrong with your face? I ask as I start noticing some dark spots all over her face. And my face. There's nothing wrong with my face. Misty denies. There's nothing wrong with her face. She's just a little bit sick. She'll be at my house tonight so that I could take care of her. My mom suddenly speaks up. Oh, okay. But Tamor. She'll be okay by tomorrow. Weird. Why does Misty want to sleep over at Mom's house? The Misty I know on team missed the opportunity to sleep on the same bed as me. Man, something is really off. Misty ISNT looking good at all. You have to find out what's wrong with her. Maybe she's having a big problem that she ISNT willing to tell you, while your mom is also trying to cover for her. We had to find out, Jake. Now, this is becoming obvious. Those dark spots weren't on her face this morning. What could actually be wrong with her? After all, she has a healing ability. Produce vampire dans folle sick. Or is she and Amber having problems? Sigh, I have to find out. You didn't ask if I was cool. Aurora suddenly says, punching me lightly on my chest. The fuck? I felt the fucking punch. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Aurora. I was about to ask, but I got distracted. I say, caressing her beautiful face. So did you all miss me? I ask playfully, moving around them in a circle. All the women giggle at my naive question. We miss you the most. Mas darling. The mother-daughter pair say, flashing me a dazzling smile. Me too. A little bit. I missed you too. And me too. An alien voice suddenly says from behind, which results in everyone turning their heads in that direction. A tanned, dark, short girl with elongated ears appear before my eyes, walking towards me as she flashes me a smile as well with her pure white teeth. She's wearing a brown kidult blouse and blue jeans that show off her shapely figure. A small brown bag is also hanging from her shoulders. Behind her is another small-looking girl with wispy, side-swept bangs. She is also wearing a kidult dressing, which consists of a pink ball gown with a cropped jean jacket. Damn, these two legal Lolas are sweet. Seeing these two girls, a smile slowly materializes on my face. These are Myra and Blair, I say, facing the other women who are currently seated. Chapter 105 Permanent Women's Meeting par Dujek, explain yourself. All the women exclaim in unison with their arms folded. Aurora and Misty have their palms over their faces, since they already knew about Blair and Myra when Misty checked my phone this morning. You are, Jake. I've been searching all around for you. Blair cries out as she dashes towards me, but she suddenly stops when she notices different glares and red eyes on her. You are. She cries out again and steps backward, hiding behind Myra. Help me, big sis. She whimpers in a low voice. I also need help right now. I can't help you. We are both short. Myra replies and caresses Blair's head. Jake, why you are now going after kids? My mom mumbles in such a low voice that no else can hear her. Weil and Hayes have expressionless faces. Sigh, Mom, this is Myra. We met at my Master S dojo. Don't underestimate her. She's older than me. And this is Blair, Tony's sister. I'm only a few months older than her. She just has a small stature, I say, pointing towards Myra and Blair. Then I continue. There's a reason why I called everyone together. Besides, before we had anything together, there was a mutual agreement between us, which is that you'd accept my other women. Please, don't let us act rashly here. I promise to treat everyone equally, and I'll stick to my words. Today, you'll get to know everything about me and also relate with each other. I say, glancing at all of them. Today, I plan to call all my permanent and soon-to-be permanent women together according to the intellectual advice of the system. Now that I've finally graduated from high school, I want to face my goals, which is to humiliate many men out there, become their nightmare, find Zella, evolve to the peak of the vampire evolution like the Protoss, kill the vampire god, eliminate the Dampiers, dominate every god, and finally make Lust my permanent woman, then turn every other goddess into my loyal follower. While doing all these, I want my women to look out for each other because they might be targets in the future. Damn, the gods will puke blood if they hear your goals. We're sorry, Myra and Blair. We aren't as cold as we may seem. Forgive our lack of prudence earlier. Hayes suddenly speaks, walking towards Myra. She stops in front of Myra and slightly bows her head. Greetings, Queen of the Dark Elves. The Queen of the Nico clan greets you. Hayes gives a deep bow. What? Everyone exclaims in shock at the sudden revelation. I also open my mouth, looking dumbfounded. The Dark Elves Queen greets the Queen of the Nico clan. Myra also gives Hayes a deep bow. Myra looks at me and gives me an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Jake. I planned to tell you today, but I guess you just had to find out about it earlier. Myra says, fidgeting with her fingers while looking at the floor. Only one word comes out of my mouth. How? Jake. Myra Cougar, the 600th Dark Elf Queen, was crowned a week ago because of her heavenly body constitution. Divine blessing, after the death of her biological mother, the 599th Queen. She hasn't made a public appearance yet because she's going through some formal training. Hayes explains. She's right, Jake. That dojo master is not my real mother. She's my mentor. I came late today because of my training. Myra slowly explains, while finally looking into my eyes. Seeing her like this, I walk forward and wrap my hands around her small waist. Then I lean my face forward before finally giving her a deep, long kiss. After kissing Myra, we part our lips, and I also do the same to Blair. The other women also apologize to Blair and Myra, and they begin interacting with each other. For some reason, throughout this whole ordeal, Misty doesn't relate much with the others. She's only sticking to Mom. Next, we leave the school and enter Mom and Misty's car. One car can't contain all of us, so we split ourselves into two groups. Even though we can squeeze ourselves into a single car, we don't need to do that since there are 2 cars available. After getting into the cars, we start driving towards my mom's house to have a real family meeting. Chapter 106 Permanent Women's Meeting Part 3 Silence, Absolute Silence, in a large living room illuminated by chandelier lights. 8 people can be seen seated in the rows of exquisite couches, situated in the living room. and surrounding a miniature levitating center table. These couches are glowing with different types of shimmering colors, and humming sounds can be heard from within the small golden apertures at the rear end of the couches. These humming sounds are being made by the mechanisms inside the couches whose purpose is to massage people but as soon as contact is made. Inside this living room, by the left side is a single long couch that is occupied by 3 people right now: Misty, Jill, and Aurora. On the right side of the room, there's also another long couch that is contained by 2 people instead of 3. These 2 people are Anne and Hayes, the most formidable mother-daughter pair. Then finally, at the third part of the room, which is adjacent to the 70 inches holographic TV that's situated with the other gadgets. There's also another long couch position here, albeit different from the others. Whilst this is also a long king couch, it has a special feature which is to divide itself into 3 smaller couches. And on these 3 smaller couches, 3 people are seated: Blair, Myra, and finally me. Jake, what do you want to speak to us about? Misty suddenly speaks out with extreme curiosity etched onto her beautiful face. Okay, I think I should start now. I take a look at everyone before taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily. There are many things that are still obscure to everyone. However, I'm going to spill everything out today, and I hope you all also do the same. I say as I start gazing at everyone intensely, but with my gaze primarily aimed at Misty. Her body also flinches when she feels my piercing gaze on her. Then I start talking after confirming a few things. For those of you who don't know, you might be wondering why my mom is here, right? Well, it's simple. She is not only my mom, but she is also my woman and the first woman that I am married to. And one day, I hope she will carry my child. What? Pervert. The other women let out voices of surprise, especially Blair and Myra. For some reason, Mom's face also flushes red at my statement, and she mumbles something like, "That's what you've been trying to do to me," or something along those lines. I continue talking. I'm going to marry every single person present here in the future. That's why I called for a meeting. Tomorrow, I'm going to get married to Misty, Aurora, and Anne. But we all know that the Nico Queen likes to share things with her daughter, so he'll also marry her. Do you agree to this, Hayes? I ask, glancing towards Hayes, and has a miffed expression. Igrigages. The Nico Queen replies with a stutter while staring at the floor. Good. Then after that, I'll also marry Blair and Myra whenever they are ready. However, I want you all to know that there is another woman, but she is not here today for some reason. She is a witch, a high-ranking witch, and she was the first person to get pregnant for me. Her name is Zella. W what? I'm not the first person to get pregnant. B, but I thought you broke up with her because she was cheating on you. So you lied to me, Jake. Misty bellows at top of her lungs, with a pained expression on her face. Sigh. I didn't lie to you, Misty. I indeed broke up with her. However, before we broke up, she told me that she was pregnant for me, but I gave her some money to abort the pregnancy. It was later on that I found out the whole truth. She didn't actually cheat, I start explaining everything about Zella to the women without missing out a single detail. That's what happened. Misty mutters, looking dumbstruck. I recollect that witches and vampires couldn't reproduce. So my son and his longtime girlfriend were used to achieve their selfish aim. So my father also knew about all this. Mom mutters, clearly shaken up by the sudden reality and unable to digest it. Her precious, wonderful father knew about her son's dilemma. Mom, that old man only cares about himself. He has done more harm than good to me, and if he can't give me an acceptable reason for everything he has done to me and Zella, I'm going to kill him in the most painful way. And not even you can stop me, Mom, I say, looking at my mom for her reaction. She clenches her fists and bites her lips till they bleed. If his reasons don't justify his actions, then you can finish him off in his weak state in a few days of him just waking up from his slumber. I'll surely support you. After all, not only did he play with my son's life, but he also toyed with my grandchild's too, Zella's pregnancy. Mom mumbles, disappointment imminent on her face. So, what about that child? Blair suddenly speaks up for the first time since the meeting began, clearly worried about Zella. Zella and her child will be okay. Her grandmother is also the current leader of the witches. So, I think she and her child will be okay for now. At least before Jake gets her back. The witches probably hid her from the vampires for now, because that child will be a new subclass that no one knows what his or her capabilities will be. Will she be a friend or an enemy to the vampires? Who knows? After the case of the Dampiers, the vampires started killing any subclass that might be a threat to them. So if the witches let the vampires know about the existence of a new subclass, it might endanger both Zella and her child's life. I can't judge them for their actions. I would have also done the same if I were in their shoes. Even though the Vampire King knew about it, I wouldn't take any risks. Mom explains, wow, this makes sense. I guess the Witch Clan is not to be blamed. So, they are even trying to hide the subclass from the Vampire King despite their collaboration? Smart move. Okay, I will proceed to talk about the other things. I also want to tell you all how my power works for those of you that don't know yet. I have something called a system. I start to explain everything about my system without missing a single detail as well. Chapter 107 Permanent Women's Meeting par 4 You are. Yeah. The women's faces flush red the moment I tell them everything about my system. That's so dirty and perverted. So, doing that to me down there can also earn you sex points? Blair asks with a very red face. It's as if all her blood has moved to her face. What the heck? I thought she was a lewd girl. Did she change? Not only that, but everything related to sex. I elaborate. I see. Hayes mutters, while a grin forms on her face when I mention that extreme behavior will earn me a lot of points. Blair. Yuk. What S. Jake? Blair S. flinches when she hears me call her. You successfully absorbed that ability crystal, right? What type of ability did you get? I ask. Although I could have used my inspect skill to discern the type of ability she has, I don't want to use my skill on her. Okay, it'll show you. Although I'm just getting used to it and figuring out how it works. Suddenly, Blair gets up on her feet and closes her eyes, concentrating. Abruptly, black shadows start dancing around Blair's body. The more she concentrates, the more the shadows start getting wide and spreading to the ground. Stop! Jill suddenly bellows, thunderously. Sweat can be seen forming on her face, her skin gets paler than usual, and her breathing increases tremendously. SS Shadow ability. Hayes also mumbles, fear visible on her face. Since she is Jill's friend, she also seems to know about this ability. Hearing Jill's thunderous bellow, Blair stops using the shadows and opens her eyes in a flash, wondering what caused Jill to shout. What is the problem? I ask my mom, who is currently wiping the sweat on her face, while Hayes is sighing with relief. Where did you get that ability from? Jill asks Blair, and Blair points at me promptly. Mom gives me a questioning look. Sigh. Dad gave it to me when I was a kid. He told me to use it for myself once I got to the age where my body can withstand crystal absorption. That was the last day I saw him. I give a reply. That was reckless of Nolan. He gave you such a dangerous thing without my consent. Mom shakes her head and further slumps into the soft couch. Can someone explain what is going on, please? I ask, looking at Hayes. Okay, this is the reason for our reaction. That ability was formerly owned by a demon king. What? Everyone exclaims in shock. I've never seen a demon before. Blair mumbles. Even Myra has a confused look on her face. I have also never seen a demon before. I have only seen them in video clips and drawings. Demons. Those bastards. A demon killed my former host because he slept with his wife. You can't see demons on Earth because they were banned from here and from many other planets. Several centuries ago, the demon began something they called the Calavera Decree, an order from their king. This decree was to make every race come under their rule. They were ready to go to any planet and purge every race that refused to subject themselves to their rule. The demons have many subclasses which are tremendously strong. Their king at that time had this weird shadow ability that could make him do so many things. He could teleport from one planet to another on a whim, making escaping easy for him. He could also sink into the ground during a battle and pop out at the back of his assailant, killing the person unawares. And one thing he is known for is farming people's souls to increase his MC cells. He was meant to use this skill to punish offenders, but the Demon King used it to farm the souls of many innocents. He was already slowly winning while having many races and planets under his rule. However, the Demon King met his doom when he went to dominate his next target, which refused to come under his rule, the vampires. He arrived on their planet as intended along with his soldiers and began slaying the vampires in order to force the Vampire King into submitting to him. But out of nowhere, a single vampire with a domineering aura showed up and challenged the Demon King to a duel. Enraged, the Demon King ordered his strongest guards to attack him, but the vampire killed them without moving from his spot. Seeing this, the Demon King got excited since he is a battle maniac. Then he attacked that vampire since he could also feel the immense power radiating from the vampire. However, the Demon King died pathetically at the hands of that vampire with a single move. That vampire is Jake's father, and it was also rumored that he took the corpse of the Demon King and slayed all his soldiers. Afterwards, the demons were banned from many planets, including Earth, since demons are a vicious race. This made the demons weaker ever since then. Hayes explains everything. Silence ensues as everyone digests the whole story. So Dad extracted the Demon King's ability and gave it to Jake? Jake didn't even tell me that Dad gave him anything. Misty says with confusion on her face. Oh, I thought I told you. Besides, how would I know that it was the fucking Demon King's power? At first, I thought he gave me a candy, but I later found out that day that I couldn't eat the stuff. So I kept it inside my safe. It was only when I grew up that I realized what he gave me, but I couldn't absorb it, so I gave it to Blair. I say, giving Misty a reply. It's okay, guys. Jill suddenly declares, and turns her head towards Blair's direction. I know someone that will help you train and master your ability. Don't try to train on your own again, or else you might end up doing something you'll regret. Jill tells Blair. Next, everyone also starts saying everything about themselves turn by turn. When it gets to Misty's turn, she tells the others about her double personality and other things about herself. Once she is done talking, I raise my hand a little, indicating that I have a question. Misty, I think you're still hiding something from everyone, and it wouldn't be fair for others to say all of their secret while you keep yours, is it? I ask with a bravado gaze, glaring at her as if I can see through her soul. Chapter 108 Neural Billycock, Part 1 Misty. I think you're still hiding something from everyone, and it wouldn't be fair for others to say all of their secret while you keep yours, is it? I ask with a bravado gaze, glaring at her as if I can see through her soul. Her body flinches at my stare like a housewife who is getting scolded by her husband. Jake, what do you mean? She stutters, looking nervous and uneasy for some reason. At the same time, she keeps glancing at Mom from the corner of her eyes, as if asking for help. Sigh, Misty, you can't hide anything from me, let alone pretend. I know you better than anyone else. While we were being intimate yesterday, and this morning, I noticed some strange things about you. Like how you seem to be putting on a show with your reactions and making some painful expressions once when we were together. Misty, I don't know what it is, but I promise not to get angry. I say, looking at her curiously. Without a doubt, I know that I'm extremely in love with Misty, and I can't stand the idea of her hiding something from me. I could have confronted her in private, but I guess this is also the best way to get the truth. Jake, Misty is, I'll say it myself, Mom. Misty interrupts Mom, looking at the ground dejectedly, while clenching her fist as well. Do you love me, Jake? Of course I love you, Misty. Do you trust me? Absolutely. I have an infection. Infection. Everyone mutters in confusion. But you have a healing ability. This shouldn't be a big deal for you. And suddenly expresses her confusion, while her fluffy ears keep fluttering in astonishment like she is looking at a dumb head. This isn't any normal infection. She continues talking, biting her lips while staring at me bitterly. Jake, if you trusted me, why did you put a neural billycock on me? Did you think that I'm seeing another man? And now, you want to embarrass me in front of other women. Misty stutters bitterly, while her eyes start to get teary as she stares at the floor, and is unable to hold back the red blood tears that are about to fall. Eh, Aurora exclaims in shock, staring at Misty like a traitor. What the hell is she talking about? And what the hell is a neural billycock? The confusion on my face is unprecedented right now as Misty accuses me of putting an infection in her body. Like, why the fuck would I do that? I don't even know the meaning of neural billycock. What are you talking about, Misty? I don't even know what is called a neural billycock. I say in utter confusion. Misty starts crying out loud this time around. Enough, Jake. Why do you want to humiliate me like this? What is the point? Yes, call me a cheater. Call me whatever you want, but I know that I didn't cheat. I did on how it got triggered. You can even ask Amber. Misty cries again, her tears dripping onto the floor as it falls from her beautiful face. This looks so crazy now I'm annoyed. How can this girl be so dumb after all your explanation? Besides, what the hell is neural billycock? I'm as confused as you, but I need to remind everyone of a few things. It looks like they didn't pay much attention while I was explaining. Sigh, idiot Misty, why are you this ignorant? I ask as I get up on my feet and begin to walk towards her. Hearing my words and seeing my next action, Misty stops crying, raises her head, and looks at me, while wondering what I am about to do next. I stop walking when I'm almost in front of her and turn my body around at 360 degrees while looking at everyone's face. Weren't TY all listening when I said that I would die the moment any of my permanent women cheated on me? The moment any one of you cheats, then I'm as good as dead. I say, shaking my head wearily. So now tell me, Misty, if you had cheated, would I still be alive? I ask, staring into her multicolored eyes, which are widening with realization. She opens her mouth to say something, but she stops halfway and puts her palm over her face as if realizing her mistake. Even the other women have guilty expressions on their faces since they didn't catch on to what I said when I explained the consequences of them cheating on me. We're sorry, Jake. We didn't take note of that part. I guess we still haven't understood many things about that system of yours, even after your explanation. Our minds were only focused on the way you earn points. Mom finally speaks up apologetically. So what's this neural billycock? Blair suddenly asks with an innocent face. She's like the curious cat who doesn't want to miss out on a single detail amid wild cats. Besides, she still finds it hard to relate with the other women apart from Myra. Neural billycock, Fool's Bane, is an ancient sacred cursed ointment that most married vampire males often used in the past to expose their cheating wives. The men would apply the ointment on themselves before being intimate with their wives, thus instilling the substance in their wives' bodies without their consent. Unbeknownst to the cheating wife, once she is intimate with her external lover, the neural billycock will be triggered and begin to manifest. The cheating wife would first start to gradually experience discomfort during intimate relations with her husband, therefore giving him some clues that his wife is cheating. Gradually, the neural billycock will start messing with the nerves of the cheating wife, letting her experience a series of overwhelming physical sensations in public without anyone touching her. Then after that, strange black spots will begin to appear on the cheater's face, finally exposing her unfaithfulness to the world. However, this cruel method has long since been banned and is now extinct. Mom explains, but what is making me confused right now is that even though Jake instilled it in a Misty's body, it shouldn't be triggered as long as she didn't cheat. This just doesn't make any sense. Mom says in confusion. Chapter 109 Neural Billycock Part 2 Subsequently, Mom turns her head and gives me a piercing gaze. Jake, where did you get a neural billycock ointment? What the actual fuck? I don't know anything about it. I have never heard about it. At least not until today. I reply, shrugging my shoulders. Okay, I believe you, Jake. Mom wearily lets out a sigh and shifts her gaze towards Misty, who is still whimpering. In the outside world, Misty is seen as a cold and menacing woman, but when she's around me, she always acts like a love-struck Kaderi girl, and she would even cry at the slightest thing. Misty, did you have any boyfriend before dating Jake? Mom inquires. I have always turned down all of my admirers. Jake is the only man that has been with me. Misty replies in a low voice. This is like a puzzle that we can't solve. Maybe there is another way a person could instill the neural billycock into someone's body without sex. Jake said he's not the one. Then who could it be? Misty, how many admirers do you have who are vampires? I have many admirers that are vampires. I can't count them. And why would they even inflict me with that kind of thing? Misty answers. Here, essay suggestion. Hayes suddenly declares. Misty, it's possible that someone did inflict you with it, so as to get back at you for turning them down, and so they can also use it to blackmail you. This may also have been done when they learned about your marriage. Hayes explains. That makes perfect sense. Aurora mumbles. Earlier, I doubted you, Misty, and I'm very sorry about that. After saying these words, Aurora moves sideways on the couch and hugs Misty apologetically. Wow, so someone did this to Misty to blackmail her? I don't know, man. I'm not a man. I am a woman. Okay, plus woman it is. You wanted to call me a Barado? Me? What? You wouldn't dare. Okay, but we need to get to the bottom of this. Don't you think that the person who did this to Misty might try to pull another trick on her? That's right. I really need to get to the root of this. Mom, how can we cure Misty if a healing ability can't cure her? I ask. Mom simply places her on her chin as if rummaging through her brain. There are 2 ways to cure her, and both are extremely hard. In the past, only the husband could cure the wife of her misery if he forgave her. Or the wife would have to go for the second option, which is to get the red tarragon fruit. And the red tarragon tree can only be found in the vampire world. Furthermore, it's guarded by extremely dangerous subclasses. Mom says, shaking her head. What is the first option? Misty asks in a low voice. The first option. The husband would have to engage in an extremely intense, intimate procedure with his wife. And trust me, it's going to be an extremely painful and unbearable procedure. But it would surely expel the neural billycock. The question is, can she endure it? Yuck. Misty sucks in a cold breath. I can endure it. Jake, let's go to the bedroom, she says while blushing and glancing at me with a slightly flustered expression. That's not how it works. You two are not married yet. So, if you two want to do it so badly, then let it be tomorrow. Mom suddenly suggests. TT that. Many people are going to hear my cries. They would think I lost to Jake on the bed without knowing that I'm actually going through a lot of pain. Well, even when you were in peak condition, you always lost to me on the bed. I say, with a grin slowly materializing on my face. Foo. Are you sure that I can also lose to you on the bed? Besides, do you know how we Nikos get married? I hear a giggle from the side of the room, causing me to turn my head with a jerk. I see Hayes giggling like a kid, and has puffed cheeks. On the other hand, Myra and Blair are watching something on their phones with their eyes seriously glued to the screen. You sound so confident in yourself. I promise to show you what I made of tomorrow. I say with a smirk and a raised brow. I'd like to see you try. Foo. Hayes giggles again. Chapter 110 Wedding Day, Part 1 District A, Upper Class. Date, Sun 10, 5020 Location Planet. Earth, Mana Spawn 9. Chirp, the sound of mutated birds slowly float into my ears. Hearing a scuffling sound, I open my eyes in a flash, and the figure of Misty appears next to me under the comfy bed sheet. I look to my right side, but it's vacant. Aurora is not here. I let out a loud yawn, causing Misty to blink her eyes a few times before finally opening them. Morning, honey, she says, flashing a wide, brilliant smile at me. Damn, why is she so cute? Good morning, sweetheart. I also tell her while moving my hand forward, before grabbing and pulling her closer so I can plant a kiss on her red, plump lips. Misty also responds by getting up a little, swinging her left thigh across my body, and then settles over me. She then places her hands on my chest as she leans in close. Misty, that was a dangerous move there. What if I decide to take you now? I didn't intend on doing that. I just find it annoying that we can't be together. Misty replies with an intense pout. Well, today's our wedding, so we could be together later on. And it's not as if you would even enjoy it if I take you now. So what's the point? Misty doesn't say anything and simply leans her face forward, planting a long, deep kiss on my face. After our kiss, she gets up and wears her nightgown before leaving the room to meet Aurora, so they can finalize the arrangements for our wedding. Sigh. I let out a sigh while gazing at the ceiling. These past few days feel like a joke to me. After acquiring the system, my life changed drastically. Nowadays, I spend most of my time fooling around here and there. And now that I have graduated from high school, I can become a frivolous flirt. Just who the heck should I challenge now? I want to defeat people openly right in front of them. Maybe that man who asked, yo. Talking about me, buddy? Bright letters flash before my eyes, blinding me for a few seconds. Hey, can you stop making the interface so bright? TCH, what a wimp he. A Barado calling another person a Barado. I would even like to know the reason why you chose to be a girl. I mean, as a sentient system, you probably have no gender. So why did you choose to be a female? That is a good question, but I'll tell you about it someday when the right time comes. Weird. I guess being a female is not so bad, though. Here's the thing. In the mind of every straight girl or woman, there is always this wish to appear as a female and not as a male in their next life. The same goes for the males, too. So it's vice versa. While most men think that being a girl sucks, women also think that being a man can be a hassle and actually sucks. Yeah, that's true. That's what every straight man would think. I can't imagine that a man who has been with many women would wish to become a girl in his next life. But all these notions are useless since people won't even have their memories again after death. Unless one, of course, reincarnates. What would it feel like to be reincarnated? To be given a second chance? I say, extending my hand as if reaching out for something in the air. Reincarnation might sound good, but I don't want to fail. I want to go into eternal slumber along with my women after reaching the pinnacle of this world. I shake my head at the thought of failing. Okay, enough chit-chat. Let's check the system stats today. You didn't even check what the system had in store for you yesterday, TCH. The cuckold system user S stats name. Jake Mistro race. Vampire strength. 10 dexterity. 10 stamina. 10 resistance. 10 perception. 10 free system stats, 2 sex points, 18,200 charm, 100 unlocked celestial points, 4 locked ability bank, 0, 1 current cell, null number of mana cells, null current ability, null ability category, null host women S-list Jill Mistro permanent woman loyalty, 97 Misty Mistro permanent woman loyalty, 100 Zella Fox permanent woman loyalty, 52 Aurora Gray permanent woman loyalty, 89 Myra Cougar permanent woman loyalty, 100 Heath permanent woman loyalty, 100 Hayes Heath permanent woman loyalty, 95 Blair Graham permanent woman loyalty, 100 Emma White temporary woman loyalty. Null note. Temporary women will be removed from the list after 48 hours. Each intimate encounter with the host will allow them to appear on the list again, till they become a permanent woman or get dumped. System Skills Inspect. The host will be able to analyze any item. It can also be used on beasts, humans, and demi-humans. Inventory. Store anything inside the endless space apart from living things. System Shop. This is a function of the system that has been permanently unlocked. Anything can be found in the System Shop, ranging from skills, weapons, items, and consumables. Lust Meta. This skill can be used to measure the arousal state of the opposite gender. It does not work on men. Level 1 usage, passive cooldown, none category, skill Ben Transform. This skill will allow you to change your appearance into the character Ben. Level not defined. Usage 1 hour before wearing off. Cooldown can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category skill, attraction aura. This skill will enable you to release a pleasant fragrance from your body into the air and charm people of the opposite gender who are within a distance of 3 meters. Level 1. Usage. Use it indoors so that it will be more effective. It might not be effective in an exposed or open environment. It also works faster when there is body contact. Cooldown. Can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category skill. Intimacy point earning methods. Perform an intimate act with a woman. 500 intimacy points. Receive an intimate act from a woman. 500 activity points. Grope a woman. More than 20 seconds. 200 activity points. Touch a woman intimately. 200 activity points have intercourse with a woman. 500 activity points take a woman's virginity. 500 activity points impregnate a woman. 10,000 activity points make a woman reach climax. 500 romance points make a woman feel deeply satisfied. 1,000 romance points share an intimate moment with a woman. 100 romance points try an adventurous intimate activity with a woman. 500 romance points be the first to share a new intimate experience with a woman. 1,000 romance points playfully engage with a woman during intimate moments more than 10 times. 500 romance points be a woman's first kiss. 500 points kiss a woman. 50 points foot-related interests. 1,000 points standard intimate activities. 2,000 points advanced intimate activities. 50,000 points note. You can only earn a specified amount of points from each woman a day. For instance, making a certain woman reach climax multiple times a day doesn't mean that your sex points will be multiplied. Each earning slot is a one-time occurrence. System Shop generated items today note. That is all that has been generated today. The host can also pin a single item that he likes, but is unable to afford. Pinning that item will allow the host to purchase it when he has the required amount of points. A pinned item cannot be deleted like other daily generated items. Attribute Boost 3 increase the overall value and earn bonus points just from its quality. Price 15,000 points. Level not defined. Usage not defined. Cooldown not defined. Category Potion. Mind read. Read someone's mind for 1 minute. Price 24,500 sex points. Level maxed out. Usage can only be used once a day. Cooldown 24 hours. Category Skills. Berserker mode. This skill will allow you to have your sanity while in the vampire berserk mode. Price 40,000 sex points. Level not defined. Usage can only be used once a month. Cooldown 1 month. Category Skills. Chapter 111 Wedding Day. Part 2. First of all, let us talk about the permanent women's list. Misty's loyalty rose to 100 again. Now, I think I'm slowly understanding how this loyalty stuff works. Aurora's loyalty is 89 because she hasn't told me about her blood powers yet. Or could it be because she doesn't know that she has one? You are correct. She might not have realized it. People awaken their innate power in different ways. While yours was a painful process, her awakening might be as easy as a walk in the park. I don't believe that is the case. I think she passed it off as a normal blood power. Then, as for items in the system shop, Skullface, bruh, I think you need to increase the size of your equipment. Remember, you made a deal with the Nico Queen. It would be a big shame to me if you lose to her. You have to make her surrender. So you're saying that I need to buy the upgrade? Well, you only have 18,200 points. That's the only skill you can buy for now. Or you could just grab one of your partners and spend time with her for intimacy points. But just in case, you've got to pin one of the remaining items. Okay, purchase the size upgrade first. Ding! Size upgrade has been purchased. Total balance, 3,200 intimacy points. Suddenly, a vial containing a red potion appears in my hand. Damn, which skill should I choose to pin? The mind-reading skill or the berserker skill? I don't know, man. Both are good. The berserker skill could help you when fighting against a formidable enemy or beasts. Normally, a vampire's stats doubles when in their berserk form. But the downside to it is that they always lose their sanity in that form. And this skill will allow you to retain your sanity in that form. I understand what you're trying to say. However, I do like to pin the mind-reading skill to the system. Ding! An item has been pinned to the system interface. Mind read. If I may ask, why did you choose the mind-reading skill? I chose it over the berserker skill because I have heard that some vampires can retain their sanity even in their berserk form. I heard that Old Man Duke can do it, as well as my master. Either way, vampires are rarely seen in their berserk form these days. First of all, there's an almost unlimited supply of blood, so we can't go hungry. Lastly, there's no ongoing war. Vampires tend to use their berserk form as a last resort to turn the tide in a battle, with only a 10% chance of survival. That makes absolute sense. This is why you still need your master even though he s nothing but your grandfather's puppet. There are many things that you can learn from him. You can't call him a puppet, though, because a knight may betray the king. He is just one loyal vampire. Next, I grab the vial in my hand and stare at the content inside before opening the cap. A popping sound erupts as I force open the inflexible cap. In the blink of an eye, I gulp down the potion. Gulp, unlike the growth potion and vitality potion that I drank a few days back, which had a mini taste. This potion has a much fiery taste, as if trying to burn my throat. After drinking the potion, I toss the vial back into my inventory. Abruptly, I start to feel a weird sensation on my body, since I'm currently naked under the blanket. Then, I raise the blanket a little to see the holy fuck, I say in bewilderment. Right now, my Barado is bright red, and intense heat seems to be radiating from it, like a red-hot metal. Even though the heat is intense, it's not hurting me for some reason. After a few seconds, the heat stops coming out of my Barado, and a thick, coarse layer of skin appears on my flaccid Barado. What the heck? Do I have the private parts of an old man? I say in a panic as I reach out with my hand to inspect my new body. After a few seconds of inspection, I realize that the jagged layer of skin needs to be torn off. Tearing off the coarse skin, a brand new, flaccid, freshly revealed area appears before my eyes. Wow, I let out a surprised voice. So tall, I mutter as I grab a large object. Suddenly, I begin to lift it while thinking about challenging Misty, and the object begins to grow. 6 inches, 7 inches, 8 inches, 9 inches, 10 inches. Ding. Object length, 10 inches object girth. 5 inches host has gained a new skill. Mastery. Adjust your body to any desired proportions as long as it doesn't exceed the real size limits of the host. Additional note. Congratulations on getting the perfect form that can make a dragon roar in admiration and leave a goddess speechless. Holy shit. I mutter as I look at my massive appendage. Phew. I was afraid earlier that I could injure people with this size. But now that I can adjust it to any desirable size, I'm going to be unstoppable. Hee hee hee. Bang, bang, bang. Open the damn door. Jake, how could you still be sleeping like this on your wedding day? Ha ha ha. I wish I was a vampire. I'd also marry my sister. I suddenly hear someone banging on the door, as well as the voices of familiar people talking outside. What the actual fuck? What is Bird doing here? And also, the first voice is Tony's voice. Chapter 112, Wedding Day. Part 3, What the actual fuck? What is Bird doing here? And also, the first voice was Tony's voice. I exclaim in shock. I look down at my now erect build, which is akin to that of a horse. Then I think about it shrinking in my mind. Subsequently, something suddenly starts shrinking and getting smaller till it eventually goes limp. Picking up my pace, I hastily wear my pants and sprint towards the door. Click. Barriate. A light brown thing suddenly hits me directly on my face and smashes upon impact, smearing a yellowish liquid on my face. Ha 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 ha. Many loud voices suddenly erupt in a laughter, while the door of the room opens wide, allowing all these people to enter. I can't see them all because of this damn thing on my face. Whoa, your mom S super rich. A voice says in surprise. Probably Tony's voice. Tony, I swear I'll fucking kick your ass. What the hell did you throw on my face? I ask as I wipe off the sticky substance. Hey, calm down, buddy. I wasn't the one who threw an egg at you. It was Barry, Tony says with a long sigh. I finally open my eyes. Right now, 3 people are standing in front of me. Belly, Belk, and Tony. And to top it all off, they're wearing the same outfits. Barry, just why the fuck did you throw that nasty thing at me? I ask angrily, my eyes glowing red. Hey, it's not nasty. It's just an egg. Your wives-to-be said I should teach you a lesson. Barry says in his defense, with slight fear on his face. Sigh, just what the heck is an egg? Oh, don't you eat eggs? Berg asks with a confused look on his face. I give him an eerie glare. Dumb head, do you even live on this planet? You deserve to live on a beast planet. Tony says, shaking his head mockingly. Actually, we vampires only feed on blood. And human blood is our favorite. I say, baring my fangs at Berg, but he doesn't look scared in the slightest. By the way, what are you doing here, Berg? I didn't invite you. I asked with a raised brow. Haha, your mom invited me, of course. Or should I call her your wife? Berg says with a lewd smirk and grin. Then he continues. Your Moahem, I mean your wife, actually happens to be a friend of my stepmom. So she invited me yesterday when she learned that I was your friend. And furthermore, I also overheard these guys when they were talking about the clothes they were going to wear. So I also decided to wear the same thing as them while coming today. Ha! Em smart arente. Berg grins once again as he finally concludes his explanation. Sigh, we were never friends. I groan under my breath. Jake, I promise that I have changed. I'm no longer a bully. Berg exclaims as he grips one of my shoulders. Bullshits. The truth is that I still have some bad behaviors in me, but I can feel myself slowly changing. My body doesn't want me to go back to my former lifestyle. I want to be a completely different person. Berg says dejectedly, looking at us pleadingly to give him a chance. Okay, Fine, we'll give you a chance to be our friend. But the day you ever pull a nasty trick on any of us, I say threateningly, and a red aura bursts out of my body while my hair floats in a wavy manner. Okay, I promise. Berg says, feeling intimidated. By the way, Berg, how powerful is your ability? I ask, turning my back to him as I walk towards the dressing room. Sigh, I have green mana blood cells. Belk replies, sounding sad. I can feel the sadness in his voice, even though I can't see his face right now. It's all right, man. You don't need to feel bad. There is space for growth. I tell him encouragingly. You don't understand, man. Everyone changed. My dad, my sister, my stepmom, literally everyone changed towards me after learning about my Punium C cells. What is your ability again? I ask. Technomancer. Our family has a deep connection with Edgar Frost because of our ability. Belk replies. As the heir of the family, it's a disappointment to have such a puny amount of MC cells. He continues. What? I thought you had super strength? Barry exclaims in shock. Berg doesn't give an answer to Barry. It's as if he is expecting me to say something. I understand how you feel, Berg. You just have to prove yourself to them. Prove myself. How? Prove to them that you are a changed person and not a scumbag. Prove to them that there is still a chance for you to grow. You just start with that. I say, turning around and pointing at his hair. And my mohawk. Belk mutas in horror. Sorry, man. If you want to be a different person starting from now, then I'll advise you to shave off that mohawk ring. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, my phone starts to ring and vibrate. Moving toward the side drawer, I grab the phone and pick up the call. Hello, Misty Ahem, Jake. The moment I left the room this morning, I was bombarded left and right with congratulatory greetings from people, and I was eventually dragged away. Well, Aurora and I are dressed up in our bridal dresses, and we are on our way to where the event will be taking place. Check inside the wardrobe. The clothes we bought for you are inside and perfectly ironed. Berg is going to drive you and your best friends to the event. And lastly, there were a ton of your friends from high school downstairs before I left, and most of them came in their cars. I guess Mom had planned this wedding more elaborately than I thought. We are waiting for you. Love you. By Misty rushes all the words without giving me a chance to speak. What the heck? So fast. And Berg, when the hell did my sister know you? I ask, surprised as I drop the phone on the bed. As I said earlier, your mom and sister know me. And the most important thing right now is to get a clean bath. Berg says with a shrug while gesturing towards the bathroom. I look around the room and see that Barry and Tony are carefully inspecting some of the gadgets inside this room, since it's pretty alien to them. I haven't seen Zach. He must be downstairs. I think to myself as I enter the bathroom. Chapter 1:13 Wedding Day. Part 4 right now. I'm inside a car that is being driven by Berg. And well, it's very cramped in here because this car is an average car that is only meant to fit humans and other races with a small body ratio. The cars that we vampires drive are customized cars that have enough space for our legs. Along with me here are Barry, Zach, and Tony, while Berg is the one driving. I'm seated at the back of the car with Tony and Zach on either side of me, while Barry is seated beside Berg, who is in the front. Jake, there were a whole damn lot of people back there. You're more popular than I thought. Tony suddenly speaks up. breaking the silence in the car. Yeah, I never thought a particular person would go as far as informing my schoolmates. I give a reply. That's right, those people were a lot. I didn't even know some of them back in school. Besides, if you aren't a vampire, it would be weird to attend this type of wedding. I mean, you freaking have a harem of women, Zach exclaims beside me, still unable to get over the fact that my mom is also my wife. The situation was just too insane for them to digest. Well, what do I expect from humans? They're like sheep that have been bound by a rule that was made by a human like them. They tend to criticize and poke their noses into other people's affairs. There's even a punishment for any of them that indulge in incest. Pathetic. I'm currently wearing a black gothic suit that fits me perfectly. The coat has some ancient designs and feather-like materials that give it a more ancient look. The pants are also made from the same material as the suit. Aurora actually knows how to pick the best clothes. Silence ensues again as everyone keeps quiet and doesn't say anything for the rest of the journey. Sometime later, Bergs takes a U-turn and drives into a parking lot that is filled with a lot of cars. After parking the car, everyone gets down and walks for about a few minutes before getting out of the parking lot. After walking out of the parking lot, a familiar yet unknown building appears before our eyes. This building is the Vampire-S Verdict House, where a lot of things are taken care of. Things like court cases, marriages, divorce, and many other things, as long as it involves a vampire. Even if an offender who is a vampire was caught by other factions, he'll be transferred to this verdict house before judgment and execution can be passed on him. Each district has a vampire verdict house, and they're pretty big. This rectangular-shaped building in front of me has many sections and can accommodate at least 20,000 people. So many weddings are happening here today, with only a few people. Barry mutters in surprise as he sees other couples emerging from the building after their marriage, with their guests who can pretty much be counted on one hand. We're going to take that route and not the main entrance, I say, pointing at a small door that's attached to the building from afar. Though not too small, I had guessed as much. It wouldn't be decent if the groom and bride enter through the main entrance. Belle replies. Next, we begin to walk towards the door. The moment we get to the door, I grab the doorknob and twist it, allowing us to enter. The moment the small glass door opens up, we enter a small room that's painted brown and has many ancient vampire relics hanging on its walls, with legendary drawings of the originals slaying a black dragon. By the side of the room is a small office cabin. Upon our arrival, a voice suddenly emerges. What do you want? If you came here mistakenly, I'd advise you to go back so that you won't get punished. I turn my head towards the cabin and see a mature female vampire sitting inside with a VHC in front of her. I walk towards the cabin. Good morning. I'm here to use the back. I repeat, the back door is only for official use. The woman suddenly says arrogantly without letting me complete my sentence. You don't have to be so rude. I tell the woman while shaking my head. Haha, who the hell are you, kid? I said you came to the wrong office. To top it all off, you brought humans in here. Leave immediately. The woman bellows thunderously this time around and goes back to typing away on her VHC. Sigh, I hate to do this, but people like these are just so disgusting and need to be put in their place. Next, I stare directly into the woman's eyes and utter only one word. Neil, I say, and my eyes begin to glow crimson. Chapter 114, Taming a Vampire Neil. I say, and my eyes begin to glow crimson. Thud, just like a robot, the woman falls to the ground on her knees and begins to cough out black blood. Who are you? The woman struggles to talk, barely able to raise her head to look at me. I don't give a reply. After tormenting her for a few minutes, I retract my aura and stop forcing her to kneel. She raises her head and looks at me with a terrified expression. The fear on her face is unparalleled. Do you know who I am now? I ask in a calm, yet arrogant voice. My young master mode has kicked in. This type of person needs to learn some common sense. Why you are a vampire lord? She asks in a shaky voice. That doesn't matter. But I'm the grandson of the current vampire king, and also the next in line. I tell her arrogantly, as I walk towards her and use my foot to raise her head up a little so that I can have a perfect view of her face. She seems to be the same age as my mom, or slightly older, due to the aura she is emitting. She has a very beautiful face with night black hair, which she tied into 2 large buns. Her red plump lips are shaped into a pouting expression, giving her a more unique and attractive look. Furthermore, her full figure stands out against her slim body. The closer I get, the better I can see her tall, statuesque form. "What is your name?" I ask, my demeanor brimming with nobility. "And my name is Elsa," the beautiful vampire says with a stutter. Hee, I like this side of you." "Elsa, huh? That sounds like the name of a demon," I say with a brow raised. "That's because my mother was attacked by a demon and conceived me." Elsa answers with fear. "That explains it all. She's a subclass." "Elsa, from now onward, you'll be my servant and my subordinate," I say, as I place my right hand on her head and begin to force my aura into her body with the help of my charm, enabling me to enslave her since she's a regular vampire. Once done, I remove my hand from her head and wait for something to happen since her head is currently lowered. Suddenly, Elsa raises her head and looks at me with a different expression and determination etched on her face. Elsa greets Master and pledges her complete loyalty and devotion to him. Master can use Elsa's body to do anything he wishes. Elsa says in a low voice with tears streaming down her beautiful face. Her whole life belongs to me now just because of a single mistake she made. Underestimation. "You're going to be a good girl, Elsa. Master is going to take care of you," I say, sticking my index and middle finger into her mouth. Ring, 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 ring. My phone suddenly starts vibrating vigorously inside my pocket, causing my body to jerk a little. TCH. Clicking my tongue a little, I dip my hand in my pocket and bring out my phone before picking up the call. "Where are you?" "Jake, the ceremony is about to begin. The witches are here already," Aurora anxiously tells me over the phone. Era. Seems like the bride can't wait to get down with her husband," I say teasingly, try to make Aurora flustered. She turns silent for a few seconds before eventually speaking up in a cute voice. "You meanie, must you always say perverted things? Just come already. I am missing you." Aurora replies and instantly hangs up. "Elsa, we're going to get down to business anytime I need you. Here's my number," I tell her as I dip my hand in my pocket and give her a small piece of paper with my number written on it. Well, why, all must be wondering why I have a paper with my number written on it, right? I always have 4 to 5 of these papers with me every day because they always come in handy during many types of situations. "ILL text you, Master," Elsa says in a low voice as I also gesture for her to stand up. "Ahem, Elsa, I'm the groom of the wedding ceremony that is to be hosted in Section XXX. I tell Elsa, finally back to my gentleman's demeanor. "Oh," her lips curl into an O shape before she finally closes it. "Here is the pass, Master. Although you don't really need it, since you are, I'll take it," I say, snatching the wooden pass from her hand. I use my 2 hands to dig my own grave. Who would have known that he is a royal vampire? Arg, I should have known from his dressing, but he was just too polite at first to be a royal vampire. No wonder the guards didn't come to my aid despite the security camera in this place. Now, we'll spend the rest of my life under his control. Elsa thinks inwardly and looks down in regret and shame. I turn around and look at my 3 friends who are currently stupefied and shocked at what I just did. "Zizek, I'm proud of you. Why, you just performed a feat that I will never be able to perform even in 10 years' time. Why, you are the real definition of a young master," Berg says emotionally, his eyes staring intensely at me as if he struck a gold mine. "Okay, guys, let's get going," I say, tapping Zach and Barry, who are still shocked. Chapter 115, 9 Steps. Blood Sisters. "Jake, please tell me that you were bluffing at the time," Tony says in amusement, clearly unable to digest everything that I said earlier. "Do I look like I was bluffing? Every word I said, there was nothing but the truth. I have nothing to gain from lying," I say, shrugging my shoulders. "Right now, we are walking on a very narrow path that is illuminated by many tiny LED lights, and with me in the lead." "Damn, you're going to be the next vampire king?" Belk asks in exhilaration. "Yeah, you might be dead before I even become king, since a human's lifespan is very short." I suddenly drop a bomb. W what? Isn't the current vampire king an old man? They ask in unison. Seeing their confusion, I decide to explain everything to them. Yes, the current king is an old man, but he is currently in a deep slumber, which is akin to rejuvenating. And when he wakes up, he is not going to look like an old man again. He is going to have a much younger look compared to before with slightly increased strength. So, it might be impossible for me to become the king if the old man doesn't willingly leave the throne. However, there is another option, which is to get the throne by force. I say with a slight chuckle, while raising my right hand and clenching it midair. Whoa, everyone sucks in a cold breath after hearing my explanation. So, that deep slumber always makes any old vampire become younger and stronger. Zach lets out in a surprised voice. This is my theory. The deep slumber simply reverses a vampire's age to a certain point. It feels like time is only reversed inside the coffin, where the vampire was put to sleep without affecting the real world. But I think that it's only to a certain extent. Barry says as he explains his theory. Damn, this dude has such a big brain. You were right, Barry. Deep slumber only works to a certain extent. Most vampires used to go into a deep slumber after getting a severe injury during a battle, or when they were just simply bored of living. I elaborate. Suddenly we stop in front of a large door with two bulky vampire men guarding it. The moment we close the distance between us and appear in front of them, they bow their heads to me respectfully. Welcome, Prince Jake. Princess Misty has been waiting for you. The guards say with respect and immediately open the door. Sigh, I prefer keeping my identity low profile. What's the point of being a young master when my grandfather is one old scumbag that only cares about himself and won't hesitate to use his children and grandchildren as bargaining chips? He wasn't even pained by his last-born's death. Uncle Sid, Aurora's late husband. The moment the door opens up, a fairly large room that's painted white appears before our eyes. This room looks like a waiting room of some sort with a single chandelier light hanging from above. We walk inside, and the guards quickly close the door behind us. The moment we step our feet inside, several vampire women with horns on their heads start appearing and moving towards us, using some sort of ceremonial footwork. They're wearing white gothic gowns with white veils over their faces, leaving only a small space for their eyes. From their scent, I can also tell that they are a vampire subclass. After dancing for a while using their ceremonial footwork, they stop in front of me and they all bow their heads and sink. The 9 Steps Dancing Sisters greet the Crown Prince. All the women say in unison without raising their heads up. Using my eyes to scan them, I realize that they are really 9 in number. Did that footwork really make them look like there were hundreds of them? I think inwardly and swallow a mouthful of saliva. If one were to go against these sisters, it would be very deadly. I wonder what their faces look like. Raise your heads, I say, gesturing with my left hand. Thank you, Crown Prince, they say in a low voice. I can't see their expressions because of the veils on their faces. Suddenly, one of the women walk forward. Her demeanor and aura are so sharp that all my instincts are screaming at me that if I were to go against this woman, even with the strongest ability, I would lose my body parts before realizing it. Crown Prince, please follow me. The woman says, then she looks at my friends and gives them a spine-chilling glare. As for you 4, please wait here. We'll take you to the gathering room because the Crown Prince is going to the ritual room where he is going to become one with his wives. The woman says fluently and without stuttering, as if she has said this line several times. Why does she sound a little perverted? Turning my head around, I give my friends a meaningful look that they should have fun since we're going to part here. In the next moment, 7 of the 9 Steps Blood Sisters begin to lead me towards the formerly invisible door that is in a corner of the room, while the other 2 take my friends to another door. Chapter 116 Ritual. When the 9 Steps Blood Sisters and I get to the door, a very bright, translucent light flashes from within and envelopes us as we enter, blinking back the brightness a few times. I look around and notice that I'm in another unfamiliar large bedroom that's surrounded by glass walls, and I can see everything that's below us and surrounding us through the glass, but mostly I can see our guests. Husband. I suddenly hear a familiar voice, causing me to tilt my head to the source of the sound. Aurora and Misty, I let out a voice of surprise as I see my beloved wives-to-be sitting down on a very large bed at the center of the room. By the side of the room, there is also another person who's wearing a black jumpsuit with a waist-length black wig, coupled with a pointed conical hat, with a large, round rim on her head. Above her head is also a levitating cat that's clouded in mist. It is probably her familiar. However, I can't see her face right now because her back is turned to me, probably gazing at the guests downstairs. Husband, another cute voice emerges again, this time from Misty. I look at her and Aurora on the bed. They are both wearing a long, red, bridal, A-line flare gown with many expensive ornamental stones and designs on them. 70% of the gown is made from an expensive satin material, while 30% of it is made from lace, which covers their shoulder to wrist body ratio and their chest region. On their necks are many golden pieces of jewelry, coupled with the miniature crowns on their heads. Seeing them like this, my face flushes red for some reason. W, will you just stand there and stare at us? Both of them say in unison, while their face turned beet red, as if smeared with red paint. Thump, 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 my heart starts beating fast for some reason with each step I take towards them. Reaching the edge of the bed, which has white sheets on, I pull off my shoes and climb onto the bed, then proceed to sit next to my women. Why, Your Highness, WLL, take our leave now. One of the 9 Steps Blood Sisters suddenly speaks up. Yua, you're still here? Misty exclaims in shock while her face gets redder, causing her to put her hands on her face in shame. Without wasting any second, after hearing the princess cry, the 9 Steps Blood Sisters vanish from the room as if they used some sort of teleportation ability, just like when I was brought here. Silence, I think we should begin the ritual, the witch suddenly says while slowly turning her body around and finally showing her face. Heaven-defying beauty. Charming. Alluring. These are the words that can best describe this woman in front of me after seeing her face for the first time. Her face looks flawless, as if sculpted by the god of art. Her curvaceous killer figure is perfect, and it even looks like she works out every single moment of everyday day as well. Cough, those are the words that every pervert would say. Although, I can't fully describe her because of the dress she is wearing and the hat on her head. However, despite all this, she couldn't hide her curvy hips. Ouch. I let out a voice in pain as Misty suddenly nudges me in my ribcage. Why are you staring at her like that? Look at us. Misty whispers. I wasn't staring. I retort as I continue to wince in pain, while try to endure the pain and keep calm. Damn, that jab packs some strength. The witch simply smiles at us. My name is Dorothy, the 6th elder of the witch clan. I'll be the one initiating your marriage ritual today. Actually, I don't do this type of menial jobs, but what to do? I can't ignore the marriage of the vampire clan crown prince after being called by his mother. Or should I say wife? Ha ha ha. Dorothy laughs maniacally, while her familiar also growls in mockery. I take back my words. I dislike this woman now. She looks creepy. Me too. I can feel Misty angrily clenching her fists, while some sort of power radiates from her. However, the aura suddenly dies down. Dorothy, did you come here to make fun of us or help us initiate a marriage ritual? Aurora asks with a raised brow. Oh, sorry, my bad. Then we should get started, Dorothy says, and in the next moment, a long white chalk appears in her hand. Ask her about Zella, since she is a big figure in the witch clan. No, I can't bring that up in front of Misty and Aurora. There should always be a boundary sometimes. Today is their big day, and talking about another woman will only make things complicated. Besides, what makes you think that this creepy woman will tell us anything? After the chalk appears in Dorothy's hand, she walks towards us and stops at the edge of the bed before bending at the waist level and drawing a circle around us. That chalk looks weird. Inspecting. Name item, array chalk component, made from a hydrobone level, not defined. After drawing a large circle around us, Dorothy continues to draw some complicated runes inside the circle. Chapter 117, steaming things up. What Dorothy is currently drawing inside the circle is similar to a complicated hexagram. The hexagram has some runes with round dots at each point, and this actually makes sense. It's almost like a circuit board of some sort. Once the witch is done drawing the runes in what seems to be 5 minutes, she gets up and stretches her back. Arg, it has been a while since my old bones did a job like this, Dorothy says tiredly. Then she glances at me and the women on the bed with a wide grin on her face. Now let us go to the next phase. Hee hee. I hope you guys are ready, she says with a creepy smile carved on her face. And in the next moment, she waves her hand in the air, causing a black mist to start dancing around her palm. Once the mist settles, a golden incense burner containing some incense sticks appears in her hand. Seeing this incense burner, my eyes widen in shock because it's something that Aurora often uses back home. Yook! Aurora lets out a voice of surprise as her face burns hot red. Grinding the incense in the burner with her hand till it becomes smooth, Dorothy walks close to the bed and places the incense down. Waving her hand a little again, a burst of flames flares up from the incense burner before reducing and finally burning calmly in the burner. At the same time, a silver wand materializes in Dorothy's hand. The wand is about 10 inches long and shaped like a twig. It also begins to flicker and emit a certain aura. Swinging the wand in the air while mumbling some words, a burst of sparkling light erupts from the tip of the wand, and immediately, Dorothy lowers the wand and uses it to touch the runes. Instantly, all the runes begin to light up with a faint golden light, slowly spreading around the bed. Ta-da! The ritual is already activated. The rest is up to you guys, Dorothy says nonchalantly after activating the runes, while she proceeds to put her wand away. Don't worry about the glass. They can't see you from outside, but they can hear the sounds and noises you guys make, Dorothy explains, while pointing at the guests below. After doing her part, she throws something on the ground, and a black smoke covers her from top to bottom. When the smoke clears, Dorothy is nowhere to be found. She is gone. After she leaves, something weird begins to happen to us. Our faces start turning extremely red, while I begin to feel extremely aroused. Looking at their expressions, I realize that the same also goes for them too. Ding! A substance has been detected in the air, aphrodisiac. The host is unable to counter its effect due to his low resistance. It seems the effect of this aphrodisiac is on a whole other level compared to the one Aurora often uses. The effect is just so strong. I think inwardly as I start to feel my body heat up with intense arousal. Hand. Suddenly, soft gasps escape Misty and Aurora as they lie back on the bed, their cheeks flushed. Their breaths come faster, and Aurora whispers, "W, what are you waiting for? Are you going to keep staring at us like this?" Misty and Aurora ask with a stutter while they remove the miniature crowns on their head and toss them to the side of the room, causing their hair to spread all over the bed. Whatever, I think to myself, and in the next moment I decide to settle in. Once done, I glance at them and see that they still have their gowns on. "Sorry guys, but I have to do this," I say, and less than a moment later, I eject my claws and start clawing at Misty and Aurora's dresses. IE and the women cry out as rip I off their wedding dresses. And they don't seem to mind it since they're also clearly enjoying themselves right now. I'm probably going to get scolded after the wedding, damn it. Meanwhile, the light emanating from the runes gets brighter the more time I spend together with Misty and Aurora. Chapter 1:18 Curing Misty on too big. "You are stretching me. What did you get this big?" Misty cries out in pain. Right now, Misty is lowered on her stomach while I am making passionate love to her from behind with all the strength I can muster. In rhythm with my movements, Aurora and Misty are both very close and affectionate with me. Aurora was the first one to be with me, while Misty is the second. "Sorry, Misty, you'll have to be patient. I can feel it. Jay, just a little more," I say as I tightly grab her waist and pull her close to me. I can't see Misty's face right now because it's buried deep inside the bed, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. It's very painful to see my woman enduring severe pain while being intimate just because of a bastard that did something bad to her. I just hope that nothing happens to the baby she's carrying. I clench my teeth in frustration and continue. The condition of the cure is to be very intense with her, which I am going to do now because I can't stand her cries anymore. Suddenly, I stop moving. Misty, I'm going to have to go rough on you, I say, and in reply, Misty simply raises her head and gives me a little nod. I can see that her face is completely red. It practically looks like her face is smeared with paint. I don't know the amount of pain she is going through right now, but it must be torture for her. The aphrodisiac is taking effect on her, and she is surely aroused, but she can't feel the pleasure, only pain. I have to end this. I have to put an end to her suffering. I think to myself and begin to shift my form inside her, pressing outward against her. Too big. Misty cries out loudly this time, and at the top of her lungs, while clenching the bedsheets tightly. Even Aurora looks stunned for a moment as she stops what she is doing and begins to look at Misty with pity in her eyes. Next, I grab Misty's hands and fold them behind her back. Then I slowly begin to move while gradually increasing my pace. Pa 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 clapping sounds can be heard as I focus intently on Misty. Aurora has long stopped her previous activity so that I can focus on Misty, even though she is also extremely aroused by the aphrodisiac. Right now, my body fits perfectly with Misty's, causing each of my movements to hit all her sweet spots. I just need to heavily hit a spot where she will reach a peak that will override the neural billycock effect. Pa pa pa, Ayahan, pa pa pa, Ayahan, too much, Jake. Pa pa pa, Ayahan. Pa pa pa. Suddenly, I start to feel the pressure build up, causing me to increase my pace. I'm done. Misty, I say with a loud grunt as I give one last powerful push. Yuk. Yes. Yes. I'm almost there too. Misty suddenly cries out as her whole body begins to tremble. Yes, I hit the jackpot. I rejoice inwardly as I pull her close, holding her tightly. After the intense moment, she collapses into my arms, breathing heavily. Misty's body instantly falls to the bed like a log and begins to convulse heavily as she experiences overwhelming sensations. It's as if the neural billycock had been piling up all the feelings that she was supposed to feel before and was now releasing them since it lacked potency. The way Misty's body is convulsing right now even makes me worried. If this scene is aired as a video, it will be the best video in history. The runes begin to glow brighter than before. Then I shift my gaze away from Misty and move it to Aurora. Yuk! Aurora cries out in fear upon sensing my gaze, while her body trembles nervously from the lingering effect of the tonic. I'm going to try a different approach on you this time. Aurora, I say with a smirk while studying her from head to toe. I'm also going to use her for something special which I reserve for this day. Special Scent Activate. Special Scent has been activated. The host should get close to the target for maximum efficiency. Chapter 119, The Hall. Inside a large hall with several chandeliers. There are about 50 to 70 people who are seated on red padded steel chairs right now. 70% of these people are mostly vampires while the rest are a mix of other races. Although there are many seats inside this hall, only a small number of people are seated on a few of the chairs. In the front row of these chairs, Jill, Myra, Blair, and 2 other male vampires are seated here. They are highly important guests, while the others are sitting around the hall according to how they wish since there are tons of chairs around. Everyone inside this hall has one thing in common: red faces. Myra, do you know the reason why Hayes and are not here yet? Blair asks Myra in a low voice. She is wearing a blue armless gown with a few stones arranged from the chest to the stomach region. Myra and Jill are also wearing this type of dress. Myra turns her head and smiles at Blair. They're not here because they're also preparing for their wedding with Jake. Weren't you listening to the whole conversation yesterday? Silly girl. Myra says with a smile while slightly pinching Blair's cheek. Stop treating me like a little girl. You're only 7 years older than me. Blair says with puffed cheeks. Foo. 7 years is not small, Blair. You're still the baby of the house that we need to babysit. Tee-hee. Jill suddenly speaks up while letting out cute giggles. If Jake sees her like this right now, he'll be shocked to the core. Strange sounds reverberate throughout the whole hall, causing everyone to look up at the dark glassy room, which is held up by a single tiny Zlitherium pole, while everyone's face turns red again. The two adult male vampires sitting beside Jill blush furiously upon hearing the way the brides are moaning. How could such a young vampire be able to make two noble vampires cry like this in bed? Throughout my whole life as a vampire lord, I have never been able to make a woman moan like this. No wonder he's the next in line. This is magnificent. He's worthy to be the next king. Plus, he has also awakened a special blood power and has the Queen of the Dark Elves as his woman. This trip was worth it. One of the vampire lords thinks and grins inwardly. These vampires came all the way from the vampire world upon Jill's request. They are both province leaders in the vampire world. Furthermore, Jill is also trying to covet these greedy vampires to her side so that the ascension to the throne will be very easy for her son in the future. That's if there were to be any internal war. She also wanted her sister to be here too, but Zamira is the acting queen of the vampire world right now, so she is a very busy person. Myra, when are you and Jake going to get married? Blair suddenly asks again. Sigh, you're always the curious one, huh? Myra replies, rubbing her face. I plan to get married to Jake immediately after I make a public appearance on the Elven planet. That also means that I want to be able to stay on Earth again. I'll miss you, Blair. I hope you come and see me often. I promise to take care of you. Myra says while ruffling Blair's hair. I'll surely visit you constantly, big sister. Blair pumps her fist in excitement. Even the two vampires beside Jill have somewhat weird expressions on their faces as they learn that Blair is also among Jake's women. It is very hard to see a vampire date a human. But it also makes sense since Jake and Misty were sent to Earth to build a close relationship with the humans. That was the sole purpose of the pact. What about you, Blair? Were you going to get married? Myra asks. Blair's face turns red in embarrassment upon hearing Myra's question. I will have to talk to my parents about that. Besides, I can't bear him a child, and even if I eventually did, my child will be a damper, and he or she will be killed. Blair says with a downcast expression. Ho, you don't have to worry about that, young miss. After much research, we vampires have come up with a solution that will help a vampire and human fulfill their dreams without worrying about giving birth to a damper or getting the human turned into a vampire. One of the men beside Jill suddenly speaks up while stroking his non-existent beard. Oh, really? Blair exclaims while her eyes widen with joy. I have a nosebleed. Tony mutters with a very red face as he hears the strange noises from the other room. Damn, vampires are cruel. They're making us listen to this weird thing. Is it to make us feel that way, or what? Bird also speaks up. Though he doesn't have a red face, he has a nosebleed due to Misty's otherworldly moans. When will I have a girlfriend that I will be able to be with like this? Barry says with a red face and bleeding nose, while his eyes tear up. Y'all are worried about their moans? Aren't you worried that most of the vampires here have been glancing at us frequently? We are the only humans here, and we are just like fresh snacks to them. Zack mutters in a low voice and gulps very hard as many possibilities flash through his mind. He has never feared vampires the way his friends did. But today, after sitting among a lot of vampires, their red predator eyes sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 120 Ritual Completion. Ahan, Ahan, easy Jake, Ahan. Yes, hit it right there, Ahan. Hey, let's make a pact, Jake. These are the sounds echoing through the chamber as the ritual reaches its final stage. We're currently in a close embrace as she lies back, while I move rhythmically against her with deep, passionate intensity. I bring my face toward her chest, where I gently press my mouth to her skin in an intimate and tender moment shared between us. Ahan, darling, she moans softly. As for Misty, she is lying down peacefully at the edge of the bed after her long play session. She fell asleep the moment her excitement came to an end. I pull back and move toward her face before planting a deep kiss on her lips. The two of us kiss passionately as the room fills with the soft sound of our embrace. Ahan, I love you, Jake. Aurora mumbles as we separate our lips. This time around, I slowed down my pace drastically again so that I won't finish too early. It would really be a shame to finish without making my woman feel good about 2 to 3 times in a row. Though this is not the same for many other races. It's a priority for us vampires to completely dominate our women on the battlefield. The only race that can compete with us in terms of power are the werewolves. Although we and the werewolves are only the best in combat. When it comes to having fierce fights and battles, no doubt the award belongs to the demon race. Especially the orcs, which are a subclass of the demon race. The dragons and balers will also be given a pass at being rough. Also, other beastkins like the centaurs like being rough. Ahan Jake, won't you answer me? Aurora's question brings me back to reality. I love you too, Aurora. I say, slightly increasing my pace. Aurora only replies with 2 words. Prove it. How do you want me to prove it? Make it real, your wish, I say, and begin to hold her closer as I move with her again. Hey, system. You said I acquired the special mastery, right? It should be able to allow me to affect Aurora, right? No, it can't. It wasn't stated in the description. However, you can perform this because you were awarded a ghost system skill when you overcame Barry's father. The skill's name is the Effect Toggle Switch. Weird. What is a ghost system skill? Besides, I didn't know about that skill. TSK, you were notified about the reward. I guess you forgot. A ghost skill is a skill that one T show among your system skills. It's like your natural body passive skill. Just focus on that, man. Oh, clapping sounds can be heard as I move against Aurora very quickly. My figure looks like a blur right now because of how fast I'm moving my waist. Suddenly, the pressure starts building as the intense rhythm continues. I am coming, Aurora. I let out a loud grunt as I strongly grab her before giving her one final powerful movement. At the same time, Aurora's body begins to tremble below me as she experiences another intense moment as we both reach our climax together. After an intense encounter that left me exhilarated for what felt like 5 minutes, I finally recover my composure. Stepping back, I noticed I still felt surprisingly energized despite the exertion. This is all thanks to the strong Dickus potion that I consumed earlier. Feeling completely refreshed and ready for whatever comes next. I lean close to her, taking a moment to enjoy the warmth before shifting my position. Yuck! Aurora sucks in a cold breath, startled by the sudden movement. I'm going in, I say, and in the next moment I press forward. Aurora lets out painful cries and her body arches as I forcefully enter her in one go. Are you all right? I ask, as I can see her face distorting with pain. Then she simply nods her head in reply. The way her body is contracting around me right now is so intense, and it is making me feel like I should finish immediately. No, at least after a few movements. I grunt and begin to move my waist while Aurora continues to cry out in pain. Despite all my resistance to not finish quickly, it was all futile. Giving one last movement, I finish inside her, filling her up. At the same time, a bright golden light flashes very brightly from the runes, blinding everyone's eyes for a second. After the light disappears, the rune is nowhere to be found again. The marriage ritual is now completed. 121 Chapter 121 Pants. We did it. We finally did it. Aurora says with joy as she suddenly hugs me emotionally, even though she is weak right now. I can see tears of joy on her face. We're married now, Aurora, I say while caressing her silky hair with my hand and hugging her very tightly. While Aurora and I are about to make out again, a black miasma suddenly fills up the room, causing me and Aurora to scrunch up our noses in disgust while staring at the black mist swirling around the room. After some time, the black mist settles and a familiar person emerges from within. Wow. Looks like you didn't go easy on Tish. The witch suddenly pauses her words as if she has seen a ghost, while her eyes are fixated on me and Aurora. What the barnacle? You could have just covered your thing. The witch bellows and instantly turns around, facing the other side of the room. However, the red blush on her face can't be hidden. Hearing what this old hag said, A frown appears on mine and Aurora's face. She invaded our privacy without prior notice, and now she's getting mad at us? Hey, old hag, how do you call my husband-s thing a barnacle? Aurora bellows angrily at the witch, and I can see her muscles tensing up as if she is about to attack the witch. Well, I can't really blame Aurora, because the witch invaded her private time with her husband. Or, wait a minute, I look down at myself, and what the heck? It's really shaped like a barnacle. I didn't revert it back to its original size after I shape-shifted it. I let out a sigh and instantly revert my form back to its original size. Meanwhile, Aurora is still scolding the witch for invading our privacy. She's so serious about it, as if the witch took something precious from her. Well, she was about to enjoy my company again before the witch intervened. You little girl, watch your mouth. I'm not an old hag. The witch replies in defense. Old hag, you're nothing but an old bag of bones, hiding your real self with your evil potions and magic. Aurora fires at the witch again, pointing her index finger at her. You say what? The witch asks furiously this time, turning her back around and facing us without caring about decency. I'll teach you a lesson, you naughty girl, the witch says angrily, and her wand begins to materialize in her hand as she raises her hand in the air. Wait, I suddenly give a thunderous bellow, causing both women to halt and stop cussing at themselves. It's okay, Aurora. You shouldn't get angry over trivial things, I say, pulling Aurora into a deep, warm hug. And you, I say, raising my head and glancing towards Dorothy, who has just put her wand away. It would have been so unprofessional and childish of you to do something to the bride on her wedding day, since you were the one in charge of the marriage ritual. If you had done anything, I bet that 2 liters of your blood wouldn't even be enough to make an atonement to my mom, I say, shaking my head wearily. She started it first, Dorothy retorts, pointing at Aurora. You started it. Aurora also gives a comeback. No, you started it. You big-ass bitch. Shut the fuck up. You old hag. Hiding your true self under a disguise. Oh, what do you know about me, you big-ass lewd bitch? Are you jealous of my ass? You flat-ass bitch. Sigh. I leak out a sigh as I see the 2 women arguing endlessly. Although Dorothy isn't as old as we make it seem. However, we are criticizing her due to a few words she uttered earlier when she was drawing the marriage circle. Shouting at them, stop these women from arguing till eternity. Do something that will shock them and make them stunned and keep calm. Something that will make them shocked, huh? I mutter while glancing at Misty's sleeping figure at the edge of the bed. I have to wake her. Sooner or later, she'll have to wake up for our reception party. So it makes no difference. In the next moment, I close the distance between me and Misty, hugging her and bringing her closer into my embrace. Now that we're officially married, I can sense her emotions and detect her location from miles away, as long as we're on the same planet. Wake up, Misty, I say as I place my palm on her head and begin to send my aura into her body. Slowly, Misty's eyes begins to open, and when she sees me try to wake her, she gives me a radiant smile. You naughty boy, you could have just let the witch do her job instead of wasting your aura, Misty says, rubbing my face with her soft hands. Well, I think you should see for yourself, I say with a chuckle while pointing at Aurora and the witch. Ah, I think Aurora has finally seen the person with the same personality as her. If we don't do something, they really stop. Misty replies while rubbing her temples. There's a way to stop them, I say, sliding himself into Misty the moment he sees an opening. How is this a way to stop them, Jake? Misty cries out loudly as Jake takes her. Meanwhile, Dorothy and Aurora have an expression of disbelief on their faces. Especially Aurora, as Jake didn't care in the slightest about her squabble with Dorothy. Jake, Aurora bellows with a pout on her face. She can't believe that her beloved husband is busy with Misty. In extreme jealousy, she also pounces on the bed and joins them, while the witch watched them with the disguise of leaving the room, after casting an invisibility spell. After having enough fun, Dorothy repairs Misty and Aurora's wedding dresses and gets rid of the stench on their bodies. before leading them all to the reception where the rest of the wedding takes place in a grand style. After the wedding, Jake also heads to the Nico's home planet, which they share with the Foxes, and also marries the mother-daughter duo on the same day. Note, Volume 1 has come to an end. I don't want to prolong the story any further. That's why I didn't give any details about Jake's wedding with the Nico duo and the Dark Elves Queen. However, after the completion of this novel, every single detail will be written as a side story. Furthermore, starting from the next volume, the pacing of this novel will increase significantly because the retention rate of this novel dropped. Chapter 122, Planet Dimaz Planet. Dimaz. Location, Elves Realm. Region, Antarctica, Royal District. Date, 15/11/5020. Boom. I got you. Misty lands a powerful kick on my crotch, sending me flying backwards and crashing into the ground below while my wings disappear. A loud crashing sound erupts and debris rises up in the air as I crash heavily into the once Greenland that was full of grass, but which is now scorched with burnt marks everywhere. That's cheating. You kicked me. I bellow and let out a grunt of pain as I can feel a throbbing ache from the powerful kick, thanks to the elasticity potion that I drank a few days ago. I didn't feel much pain. Kya, do you want to hurt me that badly? Aurora lets out a worried voice as she flies towards me and helps me to get up. She and Misty were formerly attacking me, but now she seems very worried after I got hit in a very painful spot. Although we are training, and since our marriage, she has developed the habit of always calling me by that nickname. Thanks, Rora, I say as she puts my hand across her neck and lifts me up. I also use the opportunity to give her a quick hug. Thanks right now, we're on the Elves planet. Basically, it is a planet that accommodates both the Elves and the Dark Elves. The planet is split into two, with the Elves taking half of it, while the Dark Elves also take the remaining half. Although, the Elves and Dark Elves aren't enemies at the moment, and they seem to have a very good relationship. However, that was not the case in the past. In the past, the Elves felt that the Dark Elves were inferior to them because of their complexity compared to the normal Elves. While they didn't wage war against themselves or enslave each other, they created a difference between themselves, a difference of not being the same race. Furthermore, the Dark Elves also believed that they were the true Elves and that the other Elves were the sham. Both races went their separate ways and started building their empire, competing against each other to prove that one has more prosperity than the other. Slowly, the Dark Elves and the normal Elves turned into two great empires and slowly started accepting themselves, which is when intermarriage began to happen between them. However, they didn't come together as one under the same rule. They still had different hierarchies and rulers. Instead, they only came together as allies. After marrying Aurora, Misty, Hayes, and I came to the Elves planet and also married Myra, thereby becoming the Dark Elves king, though the queen is the absolute ruler. Plus, the people were reluctant at first to make a vampire their king. A few weeks after our marriage, the rest of my women came here for their honeymoon after thorough consultation and consideration, while Myra agreed to it. Honey, I didn't mean to kick you in the crotch. Besides, there's nothing like cheating if you're fighting against a real enemy. Misty says with cute giggles as she flaps her wings and descends onto the ground, before retracting her wings. It's okay, Misty. We'll just have a one-on-one rematch, and if you lose, you'll owe me a favor. I say, with a grin slowly materializing on my face. Why you? I said I won't let you use that entrance. It's strange. Why would you even want to go that way? Misty's face flushes red as she turns around and hides her face from me. She's wearing a skin-tight jacket and pants, same as us, which makes her reaction much cuter. Yes, since you've been winning against me all these days, aren't you confident about your skills again? I ask with a grin while I place my right hand on her shoulder, making her body shudder a bit. Who told you? I am not scared of you. I'll kick your ass once again like I always did on my own. Misty brags and turns her body around, bringing her face closer to mine. Let's fight. I'm going to kick your ass again. Misty says confidently and takes a fighting stance. Okay, you have yourself a deal. I won't go easy on you this time. And it wouldn't be fair if you tapped from Amber's power now that you can fully utilize your blood power. I say, as I also take a fighting stance. Aurora, be the judge. Begin, Aurora declares. Meanwhile, Myra is quietly watching the fight between Misty and Jake from far above, and many meters away from them with a bright smile on her face, while standing on a flotation device along with her bodyguard. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for doubting your husband at first. Even though he is a pervert, he's the best man a woman could ever wish for. A black-haired, dark elf with a mask on her face, who is standing behind Myra, says in a low voice. She's Mira's bodyguard, but mainly a professional combat maid. Sai, if I tell you how I met my husband, you'd be surprised. When I learned from him that he has many other women, I felt disheartened. But I decided to give our relationship a try to see if it works out. And well, here we are. I am married to him, and in a few months to come, we'll be having a baby. Myra says in a low voice while slowly rubbing her stomach over her royal attire. The maid behind Myra simply nods her head at her master's words. Even though she knows that her master's husband, the Elf King, is a very good man, she has only one problem with him. He is a pervert. A certain memory of what occurred between she and her master's husband flashes through her mind, and she clenches her fist as she promises to carry the secret to her grave. It was only a one-time mistake. It won't happen again. Chapter 123 Jake versus Misty begin. Aurora declares. Immediately, a red aura flares out of Misty's body and starts dancing around her body. This aura is similar to Jake's absolute control, but there is something different about it compared to Jake's own. It is very wild, ready to devour anything in its path. Hi-ya! Misty lets out a battle cry and dashes towards Jake very fast, her figure moving like a blur. Jake, upon seeing Misty close the distance between them, becomes calm and collected. Misty is damn talented. Her blood power, sanguine wrath, is also scary. At this rate, she won't even have to rely on Amber again. Jake thinks inwardly. Sanguine wrath, berserk claws. Misty bellows as she stomps her right foot on the floor and does a swift spin in the air. Suddenly, a small pool of blood in the form of an aura emerges from Misty's hand and turns into a large, clawed beast's hand before it begins to fly towards Jake. Jake, upon seeing the incoming attack, simply snickers at Misty and activates his blood power. Absolute blood control, absolute devourer. He utters, and in the next moment, a tornado of red aura starts to swirl around his fist. Running forward, Jake slams his fist into the bloody beast-clawed hand coming towards him. Boom! A loud sound erupts as both attacks slams into each other. The beast-clawed hand can be seen pushing Jake backwards, and its movements make it seem like it is alive as it tries to cut Jake's hands. Damn it, I underestimated this damned claw. Looks like Misty isn't joking. She's still above me in terms of strength. I just have to avoid close combat with her. Jake grits his teeth as the large beast's hand continues to push him backwards, while cracks begin to appear on the ground below. The amount of strength the clawed hand is exerting is the amount of strength its owner has. Abruptly, Jake increases the strength of his blood power skill, Absolute Devourer, which begins to swirl around the clawed hand, cutting it into tiny bits before it finally disintegrates. Suddenly, something shocking happens that baffles Misty. The disintegrated aura turns into a red fog and begins floating in the air before entering Jake's body and combining itself with Jake's aura. How is that possible? He combined my aura with his own. Misty mutters in confusion, but she doesn't let it stop her as she starts to run forward again. Bloodstrike, Misty whispers, throwing an arc of red aura at Jake, which he simply evades by veering around his body swiftly. Okay, time to go down, Jake. Sanguine ras, fiscal boost. Misty says frustratingly. In the next moment, Misty suddenly gains unimaginable stats from a skill. Then she dashes towards Jake with so much speed that his eyes can't follow it. I only need 10 seconds. Misty thinks inwardly. Blow, 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 blow. Misty begins to land several blows on Jake's body and trashes him around the field. After landing several blows on him for 10 seconds, the skill deactivates itself, causing her to halt and catch her breath. The skill doesn't have any type of backlash, except consuming a huge chunk of her aura. Meanwhile, Jake can still be seen standing, even after receiving several blows from Misty. His body is covered with fists marks from top to bottom, with half of his clothes almost ripped away from his body. Arg, that hurts like hell. I didn't know Misty was this serious. She really doesn't want me to use her back door. Jake grunts as he straightens his back and is barely able to stand. Honey, do you see that you still have a lot to learn? I even beat you black and blue without the help of Amber. Haha. Misty laughs mockingly at Jake's bruised figure. She's really scared about Jake's threatening intentions toward her, so is making her go all out in this fight. Jake simply raises his head and looks at her, with a wide grin slowly forming on his face. Who said that you won? Jake lets out a chuckle, and in the next instant, all his wounds begin to close up like they never existed, and within a few seconds, he's back to peak condition. He used a healing ability. Why you can now copy 2 abilities? Misty mutters in shock at what she just saw. Earlier today, during their first fight, Jake had been using Mir's ability, Ice. But now, he just used her own ability. I didn't know that you would go all out. I really need that backdoor, Misty, Jake says in a low voice while black wings sprout from his back. Why that place? Misty stutters, and her face flushes red at Jake's shamelessness. However, seeing Jake fly towards her, Misty reignites her determination. I guess you don't know that healing can also be lethal. You just have to understand it and know the secret behind healing. Misty yells as black wings sprout from her back and she starts flying towards Jake. However, she doesn't know that Jake has a nasty surprise in store for her. Jake skillfully maneuvers his body around the air with his wings, as Misty throws several green balls at him. These balls may look harmless, but they are very dangerous. Misty studied the healing ability to a certain extent so that she would have the ability to use mass healing on a large number of people, and without physical contact. At the same time, she had also been able to reverse the effect of healing, turning it into a dangerous ability. Right now, these balls that Misty is throwing at Jake are the reversed effects of the healing ability. If even one of these balls were to hit him, he might become crippled for a few moments, or in the worst-case scenario, his body will become deformed and turn to what Misty wants. Seeing that Jake evaded all her balls, Misty grits her teeth. She knows that close combat is the last option. She closes the distance between she and Jake, while at the same time evading the barges of ice shards thrown at her. However, she doesn't understand why Jake has a wide grin on his face while she was closing the distance between them, despite knowing that he will lose to her in close combat. Arriving in front of Jake, Misty swings her right hand forward, aiming to punch Jake in the guts, but her body suddenly freezes. No matter how much she tries to move, she can't move her body. Realizing the situation, a terrified expression appears on Misty's face. What did you do to me? Misty asks in a shaky voice. Well, I didn't do anything to you. I just used another ability on you, Jake says, raising Misty in the air with telekinesis. Over the past few months, Jake has worked hard to triple his stats, from pursuing the chef to romancing Mir's maid. He also charmed all the female guards that are situated around the royal palace. He has also been able to outmaneuver a lot of men, mostly the guards of the palace, since most of them are dating the female guards. Also, he defeated Mir's mentor, one of the dojo masters back on Earth when she came for a visitation. All these huge feats he was able to perform is thanks to his charm skill. Raising Misty high in the air, Jake swings his hands downward, slamming Misty into the ground with telekinesis. Boom! A loud sound explodes as Misty crashes into the ground. The pressure makes her body dig deep into the ground, thereby creating a humanoid-shaped hole in the ground. Arda, you bastard, Jake. Can't you go easy on me? I'm your wife. Misty lets out a loud grunt as she heals herself while lying inside the manhole in the ground. At the same time, seeing Jake's figure move towards her, She gulps hard because she knows what's about to come. XXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X XXX XXXXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X XXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 124. Huge development right now. Jake and Misty can be seen on a green patch of grass behind a large 1,000-year-old oak tree. Jake is on top of Misty, engaged in an intimate act with great vigor, as if this is the last time he will have this type of privilege. Ahan, ahan, Jake Misty sighs, trying to keep her voice as low as possible. Even though she doesn't like the situation with Jake, there's nothing she can do about it, because she made a bet with him. Furthermore, she is disgusted by her body for how it is reacting. Jake can be seen gritting his teeth as he tries hard to maintain control, due to the intense pressure he is currently feeling. Arg, just a little bit more. Jake grunts loudly as he changes positions by lifting Misty's left leg up and pressing down on her right leg, stretching it to the max. In this position, he can freely continue the intense activity with Misty. Clapping sounds from the flesh reverberates throughout the forest as the two vampires indulge themselves in the abyss of pleasure. After moving together nonstop for about 10 minutes, Jake can't take it anymore. He can feel the pressure building from deep within him straight down through his entire body. Jake lets out a loud grunt and gives Misty one last powerful move. And Misty, hold on. I want to talk to you about something. No, leave me alone. I have to go now. I'm serious. It's important. No, you want me again. Misty answers as she quickly picks up her clothes and sprints far away from Jake. Sigh. Jake lets out a loud sigh and glances at the bright sun hanging above. Luckily, he's shielded by the large oak tree behind him. Some of the trees on most planets were extracted from planet Earth. These types of trees, along with other specimens, were common on Earth when it was still at its peak. It was the planet with the most resources, but it only lacked one thing: mana. Now that it had gained mana, it lost 80% of its resources. Nevertheless, it's still one of the best planets out there. Right now, Jake is sitting in a lotus position on a very green patch of grass, shirtless, beads of sweat glistening on his face after an intense training session with Misty. Mimi, Jake mutters. Suddenly, a blue glowing wisp that is about the size of a tennis ball comes out of his body and starts flying around in excitement. Master, I love this planet. Mimi giggles as she flies around Jake for about a minute before resting on his shoulder after getting exhausted. After Jake leveled up his stats, he discovered that Mimi could materialize into a wisp of light the size of a tennis ball. Although Mimi didn't actually tell him what she really was, she told him that it wasn't time to know about her origin yet. Jake didn't feel offended since he knew that she has always been a good aid to him. The only thing he noticed was that the more he leveled up his stats, the more Mimi could materialize into a big wisp and spend more time outside. Mimi, have you played enough? Jake asks in a low voice with his eyes closed. I've played enough, Master. Mimi replies with enthusiasm. Weird. Since we got to this planet, you've been calling me Master. Isn't that a little weird? Jake asks as he finally opens his eyes and looks at the small wisp on his shoulder. Hearing her master's question, Mimi starts flying around him in excitement again. You exceeded my expectations, master. You were able to copy 3 abilities within 2 months. None of my former hosts were able to achieve this feat without earning tons of enemies. Yet you haven't even made one single enemy. You're like a poisonous snake that's slowly waiting to devour its prey. This alone has earned you some respect. Besides, that's what I feel like calling you now. Mimi replies happily and lands on her master's shoulder again. Sigh. I agree with what you say, but that won't be the case forever. I'm bound to make enemies. I can sense it. Jake says wearily. Show me the system stats. He requests. Affirmative. Mimi replies and enters Jake's head. The cuckold system user's stats name. Jake Mistro Race. Vampire Strength. 30 Dexterity. 30 Stamina. 30 Resistance. 30 Perception. 30 Free System Stats. 5 Sex Points. 99,500 Charm. 100 Unlocked Celestial Points. 23 Locked Ability Bank. 3 Current Cell. Not defined number of mana cells. 18,220 current ability. Ice, Healing, Telekinesis ability category. Espère, 3. Host Women's Liste Gilles Mistro Permanent Women Loyalty. 99.9 Misty Mistro Permanent Women Loyalty. Sans la Fox Permanent Women Loyalty. 56 Aurora Grey Permanent Women Loyalty. 100 Miracugar Permanent Women Loyalty. 100 Annes Permanent Women Loyalty. 100 Hayes Heath Permanent Woman Loyalty. 100 Blair Graham Permanent Woman Loyalty. 100 Note. Temporary women will be removed from the list after 48 hours. Each sexual interaction with the host will allow them to appear on the list again, till they become a permanent woman or get dumped. Systems Skills Inspect. The host will be able to analyze any item. It can also be used on beasts, humans, and demi-humans. Inventory. Store anything inside the endless space apart from living things. System Shop. This is a function of a system that has been permanently unlocked. Anything can be found in the System Shop, ranging from skills, weapons, items, and consumables. Lust Meter. This skill can be used to measure the arousal state of the opposite gender. It does not work on men. Level. 1 Usage. Passive cooldown. None category. Skill Ben Transform. This skill will allow you to change your appearance into the character Ben. Level. Not defined. Usage. 2 hours before wearing off. Cooldown. Can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category. Skill. Sex Scent. This skill will enable you to secrete an aphrodisiac substance from your body into the air and arouse the opposite gender who is within a distance of 3 meters. Level. 1. Usage. Use it indoors so that it will be more effective. It might not be effective in an exposed or open environment. It also works faster when there is body contact. Cooldown. Can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category. Skill. Mastery. Adjust your body to any desired length or size as long as it doesn't exceed the real size of the host. Level. Passive. Mind read. Read someone's mind for 1 minute. Level. Maxed out. Usage. Can only be used once a day. Cooldown. 24 hours. Category. Skills. Nice, so I gain 1. 500 sex points for Misty. Mimi, it's time to put one of our skills to use and to visit the Elf Kingdom. Fufufu. Chapter Sazusonet unexpected guest Ben Transform. Jake mutters, and in the next moment, a bright, dazzling light covers him from top to bottom before vanishing after a few seconds. After the light vanishes, Jake blinks his eyes a few times and gets up, checking out his body. His pants look somewhat small on his new body, while his abs are very toned as if chiseled by Hephaestus. Mimi, Jake mutters. Yip, yip, yip. Mimi mumbles some gibberish words as she comes out of Jake's head and begins to fly around him. Jake is standing at about 2.1 meters right now, with a very wide, muscular body that would make any girl drool. He also has a long, chiseled face that resonates with his muscular body, and his night black, long hair is tied into a single ponytail, giving him a fierce yet captivating look. Swinging his fists in the air a few times and doing some acrobatic moves, Jake feels jealous of this body. Wow, this body is amazing. It's quite a shame that this skill can only last for 2 hours a day. Jake clicks his tongue. Master, you are so handsome. And hot. He he he. Mimi giggles and continues to fly around him. You know, it's so weird that these words are coming from you, Mimi. Jake says wearily and shakes his head. And Mimi continues to fly around the oak tree and finally perches on her master's shoulder whenever she gets tired. Sigh. Where's my serious Mimi? Ever since she has been able to materialize, she always been plays around the moment she gets the opportunity to come outside. Well, I think she deserves it. Who knows whether she has ever been able to do things like these. But now that she can at least turn into an image of herself, it must be a joyous thing for her. I can't wait to know about her origin. Jake thinks inwardly while staring at the wisp that's happily flying around the trees, along with the butterflies. Mimi, time to go. Jake finally calls out to her after letting her play around for a few more minutes. Hearing her master's voice, Mimi instantly drifts towards him and enters his head because she knows that they do not have much time left, since the duration of the skill is limited. Picking up new clothes from his inventory, Jake wears another pair of black pants and a jacket with a large cigar in the corner of his mouth. This is a habit of his that he developed. Actually, Jill didn't like the idea of him smoking, but alas, there was nothing she could do about it since his other wives didn't have any qualms about it. After all, vampire cigars don't harm them in any way. Inside a huge castle, the Royal Palace of Antarctica, a large room is located. The room is painted pure white and decorated with lots of golden artifacts. Everything inside this room is made out of gold, ranging from the chairs, tables, and so many other things. Over the years, the elves have also decided to embrace luxury over their love for nature. And although they are still pretty much in love with nature, it's not as much as the one that those in the past had. At the center of the room, there's a large king-sized bed with a wooden frame around it. Sitting on this bed is the Dark Elves' queen, Myra. She's fully donned in her red royal robe with lots of jewelry around her ears, neck, and hair. Seated opposite her on a long chair are two red-haired catwomen, and who pretty much look like twins. They're both wearing a simple blue gown. And even though there's no makeup on their face, their beauty is unprecedented. Yuck, now stop teasing me, Mom. And lets out a voice, and her face flushes red. So you both are also pregnant? Myra asks in awe, while she blinks her eyes a few times to make sure that she's not hallucinating. Yep, and I were tested this morning. I can't wait to tell Jake. Hayes replies, and her face also turns beet red, while butterflies rise in her stomach. Wow, I'm not surprised that you guys are pregnant. But at the same time, Myra exclaims in shock. The mother-daughter duo got pregnant at the same time with ease, while she had to drink and use tons of herbs before she got pregnant. Plus, the pressure from her people after she got married made her exhausted, and it took considerable effort before she finally conceived. That's why we're called the formidable pair. Hayes replies in a low voice. Sigh, all of us are getting pregnant, but I am worried about a particular person. Myra suddenly states, Blair? And asks with a raised brow. Yes, Blair. I wonder how she'll feel after learning that most of us are pregnant. You know that as a human, she can't conceive a child with Jake. And if she eventually does, the child will be a damper. However, there's a way she can conceive a halfling, true damper, but the procedures are hellish. Furthermore, she's somewhere out there trying to figure out how to use that ability. Myra says, shaking her head. Sighing sounds ensue in the room afterwards. Knock, knock, knocking sounds can suddenly be heard from the door, causing Myra to glance towards it. Come in, Myra commands. Immediately the words leave her mouth. The door opens wide, and her combat maid enters the room. Your Majesty, we have bad news. Magnus is here. The maid reports with a worried expression on her face. And Magnus? That bastard? What does he want this time? He was the cause of my mom's death. Myra mumbles and clenches her fists angrily. Some of her divine blessing ability also begins to leak out of her body. Chapter 126 Public Humiliation Part 1 Planet Dimaz Realm, Elves Realm Location. Clarier Jake is currently inside a large flying train and is on his way to the main city of Clarier in the Elves realm. This train is powered by numerous heavy-duty thrusters and is flying at a low altitude. Inside this train, there are several elves and a few other races. 90% of the people inside this train are elves, 2% are dark elves, while the remaining 8% consists of other races, but mostly of beastkins. Jake is the only vampire in this train, even though he's not using his real identity. Most people move away from him because of his muscular physique and red glowing eyes. Some were embarrassed, shy, and nervous to start a conversation with him because this is the first time they're seeing a vampire. Yes, some of the elves born on this planet have never seen a vampire, but they have always heard about them, due to their blood-sucking nature. To cut things short, vampires are like some kind of blood-sucking celebrities that are known all over the universe. Most parents even use the word vampire to scare their kids. Jake is currently standing. Because it was too full when he boarded the train, he is holding on to one of the numerous handlebars that are dangling from above. While everyone keeps moving away from him, he can also hear their whispers and gossip. Hey, didn't you watch the news? The king of the Dark Elves is a vampire. I also heard the rumors. The queen is very young, and her husband is also young. I wonder if the Dark Elves' empire is going down the drain, for them to have made such a young girl their queen. Where's the once glorious Dark Elves queen that was feared even by our own queen? We don't know about the capabilities of their new queen, but we heard that she's the biological daughter of their former queen. However, sources have proved that she is the gentle type. That makes sense. B, but what about their former queen's brother? T, that evil man. One of the elf women sucks in a cold breath. W, won't he also go after the new queen? He's desperate to become the king. No, I doubt it. Now that she's married, he can't make any move on her again. B, but that man. All the elven women shiver at the thought of a certain man. After listening to everything the women are saying with his heightened senses, Jake begins to understand them. However, he can't seem to wrap his head around the evil man that they were all referring to. Who's this man that these women are talking about? If the elves know about him, then he must be exactly as described. It's a shame that I don't even know this person despite being the Dark Elves' king. Why did Myra omit this detail from me, or did it just not cross her mind? Jake starts to think about different possibilities, but he still can't figure out the situation. Master, I think I smell trouble in the future. If you don't finish off these type of threats, they'll always be a pain in the ass. Even though they can't hurt you, they'll end up hurting your loved ones. Mimi's voice emerges from the inside of Jake's head. After he leveled up his stats, he doesn't have to deal with the constant words that used to flash in front of his eyes before. Mimi, I'm having a bad feeling after hearing what these women said. But I think the others should be able to handle any situation if something goes wrong. Yes, Master. It seems like you're underestimating your women. Misty alone, with the help of Amber, can single-handedly kill 1,000 C-rank travelers without breaking a sweat. While my calculations are right, Master, Amber is a Valkyrie. She's not to be underestimated. Plus, we have Hayes, and along with your mom, who's a vampire lord. Nothing can go wrong. After chatting with Mimi, Jake finally focuses on his surroundings. He notices that everyone is still moving away from him. But there's only one girl that's standing very close to him. At times when the train takes a sharp turn, this girl occasionally bumps into him and holds on to him as if scared. Jake finds it odd because this isn't even enough to make a 1-year-old scared. Plus, several protective handlebars are hanging above. The girl is a blonde-haired beastkin who is 1.6 meters tall and has goat-like horns on her head. She looks very human. If you ignore her horns, elongated ears, scent, and her odd dressing, which is made from a beast's hide. She's also carrying a small quiver on her back, as well as a small bow. This girl is a beauty despite her dirty appearance. She looks like she is just coming back from a hunting expedition. Jake can't guess what type of beastkin she is, so he is forced to use his inspect skill on her. Inspect. Inspecting. Race. Half giraffe, half human. Name. Stella. Age. 19 strength. 20 agility. 17 stamina. 21 ability. Innate null ability. External none mana blood cell. Null prowess. Good at archery. Good at swordsmanship. Qualities attributes. Good at massaging, good at cooking, all types of food, survival instincts, straightforwardness, extreme horniness, virginity status. Busted. Sorry, man. She ain't virgin TCH. Jake lets out a sigh when he sees tons of information about this girl. After he leveled up his stats, most things about his system changed, such as the inspect function. It can now access in-depth information about any object or person he uses it on. However, it still fails sometimes, so it's not really reliable. Man, she's straight up weird. She keeps bumping into me intentionally. Use your mind read skill, master. No, I might need it later. I don't want to waste it on unnecessary things. Please, 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 master. Just use it. My gut is telling me that we're going to receive something amazing in return. TCH. As if you really have guts, Jake clicks his tongue and activates the mind read skill. Ding. Mind read skill has been activated. Once deactivated, it can't be turned on again until after 24 hours. Ah, such a cute, tall Hansoma man. Huh, what the fuck? Jake exclaims inwardly when he hears a different type of voice inside his head. This voice belongs to the Beastkin, and her thoughts are being projected thanks to his mind-reading skill. Such manly hands. I wish he could just show me some affection and be playful with me, then spend some passionate time together. I'm feeling so flustered right now. What to do? It'd be so thrilling to be close in such a lively atmosphere. Thinking about it is making me feel all worked up. Just come hold me already. Jake can hear all the twisted thoughts going on inside the mind of this young Beastkin. He has been with quite a lot of people in the past few months, but this is just new to him. This is his first time seeing someone who likes public humiliation. And master. This is authentic. This girl is a masterpiece. You have to keep her under your control. Wait. To ding. New mission. Mission 1 to do. Disgrace and humiliate the half-draft by doing all sorts of cruel and inhumane things to her. The host will be aided by the fear aura for 30 minutes, so that you won't be reprimanded by anyone while achieving your task. Reward. Full equipment kit and tools. Mission 2 to do. Conquer the half-draft and make her your personal subordinate that you can command anytime. The host doesn't have to worry about morals. This target is a pure pervert who is beyond saving. Reward. 10 system respect and sex points bonus. Chapter 127 Public Humiliation Part 2 Warning. Jake grins inwardly while glancing at the beastkin in front of him. This girl has so many qualities like cooking. She can literally cook any type of food. He begins to picture the girl inside his head, cooking while only wearing an apron. Although his wives do all the time, most especially Aurora and Jill, It is a different kind of thrill seeing a rare species of beastkin doing it. Master, you have to be fast. Remember, the fear aura will only last for 30 minutes. Nodding his head inwardly, Jake moves closer to Stella and grabs one of her plump butts through her short skirt with his muscular hand, then begins fondling it. Ahan, you Uncle W, what are you doing? Stella asks with a shaky voice as if shocked. But the mischievous glint in her eyes can't be hidden from Jake. Shut the fuck up, ho. Jake whispers inside her ear with a grin as he grabs the girl's shin with his left hand while slightly using his right hand to strangle her. But he isn't putting too much strength to the extent of harming her. Arg. Uncle, it hurts. I didn't do anything to you, Stella says with tears in her eyes. But inwardly, she is feeling an intense sensation. The way the large hands of the stranger grip her neck is affecting her deeply right now. If Jake can look down a bit, he'll see the water trickling down her legs. Why, yes, finally. I have finally seen someone who can do this to me. Stella rejoices inwardly, her excitement rising again. Come here, Jake whispers as he ruthlessly drags her to the center of the train where there are lots of people. He also notices that the fear aura has been taking effect, since all the people here didn't bother to reprimand him for his actions, despite looking at him. Even the securities are all stationed in their positions. When they get to the middle of the train, Jake forcibly pushes Stella into the Sunzia posture. Yeah, Stella lets out a cry as Jake forcibly grabs her chin again with his left hand. You Uncle W, what are you going to do to me? Stella asks in a low voice. A large hand lands across Stella's face, making it turn red and swollen. Yeah, Stella lets out a loud cry again as Jake strangles her neck after slapping her hard. You said you could talk, huh? Jake asks as he applies a little more pressure with his hand, causing him to strangle her further. Yeah, I'm sorry. Stella cries out as Jake strangles her further, and she reacts as if a dam burst open. Sorry, my foot. Listen to me, Jake says as he confronts her. Arg. Stella lets out a groan as Jake grabs her throat. Forget it. Her gag reflexes are insane. Jake also lets out a groan as the back of Stella's throat contracts around him, as if pushing him out. However, moving his waist forward, Jake pushes in completely, going deep. Stella lets out muffled sounds as she struggles to breathe, the shape of the object stretching her throat so painfully it feels like it is touching her larynx. After this, Jake starts to move steadily while he slowly increases his pace. Wet sounds ensue as Jake is engaged in an intimate moment with Stella. The atmosphere is charged with closeness and intensity as they share a deeply personal exchange. Her face is streaming with tears, and she can feel immense pain as Jake forces himself into her mouth. Suddenly, Jake starts to feel the pressure build, causing him to let out a loud grunt. I am coming. Jake releases into her throat. Meanwhile, he hasn't deactivated his mind read skill for some reason. As long as he doesn't deactivate within 24 hours, he can read every thought of the person he is using it on. After finishing, Jake steps back from her. Lo and behold, he can see the liquid inside her mouth. Swallow it all, Jake commands and grabs her neck again. Ugh. Stella groans in response and swallows everything. After Stella swallows it, Jake grabs her chin and raises her head before spitting on her face like trash again. Splat the saliva lands on Stella's face, smearing her beautiful, innocent face. How does it taste? Pa! Jake lands a slap across her face when he doesn't get a quick reply. Yeah, I said, how does my milk taste? Why your milk is delicious. Sob. Jake ignores Stella's cries and gets behind her. He removes the bow and quiver that are strapped onto her back before carefully depositing them down. Of course, he doesn't want to mess with her stuff since they are precious to her according to her thoughts. Once the obstacles are gone, Jake lowers his face and begins to kiss her nape. Ahan, you uncle, in not, they're seeing her all aroused with her face flushed. Jake decides to take things to the next level. He reaches his large hands toward her and firmly grabs her shoulders. Hey! Stella lets out a startled cry as Jake's hands roughly knead the tense muscles on her shoulders that have been bothering her for a while. Come on. This girl is really tense today. I just couldn't see her shirt clearly because of the thick fabric. Jake thinks inwardly, feeling his pulse quicken with excitement. He slowly raises her blouse and stops halfway through when he notices the fabric shifting over her figure. Sitting behind her, Jake starts kissing her nape while gently holding her. Next, he slowly starts tracing his fingers near her collarbone before resting his hand on her shoulder. "Ian!" Stella lets out a loud cry this time around as Jake reacts and stretches her nipples as if he is trying to pull them. Suddenly, her body begins to quiver and convulse heavily under the firm touch of this stranger. Seeing her convulse heavily like this, Jake's excitement builds, clearly drawn to her. Jake pulls his hands away from the red marks on her chest and looks down in shock. What the heck? How is she dressed like that? He thinks to himself, baffled by her bold outfit. When he makes his decision, damn it, Jake lets out a groan and pushes Stella toward the ground, making her lie down on her back. He doesn't stop there, though. Instead, he leans closer and raises her skirts, revealing her lips with plenty of hair around it. Although Jake usually prefers a clean-shaven look, for some reason, inhaling the natural scent emanating from Stella makes his attraction to her grow even stronger. Stella's natural appearance appeals to him, and he can't wait to be close to her. Lowering his pants further and spreading her legs very wide. While in the missionary position, Jake leans forward and enters her in one go without minding the gazes of all the other passengers. Chapter 128 Public Humiliation Part 3 Ahen, you uncle. You're too big, Stella mutters in a low voice as Jake overwhelms her. At the same time, she begins to feel flutters as plenty of butterflies rise in her stomach. To her, this is bliss to be overpowered by a random stranger in front of many people, while being treated like trash. In her mind, she has already surrendered herself to this strange man. The only thing that's making Stella worried right now is whether or not this stranger just be with her and then leave her afterward. Although it's a win-win situation between her and this stranger, since they are both benefiting from what is happening right now. Since she is finally getting her wishes fulfilled, Stella doesn't want this stranger to leave her. She wants to become his toy, and she will follow him anywhere he goes without even bothering to inform her parents about her whereabouts. Jake groans loudly, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. This is the first time he is witnessing this type of sensation from her, and he is also feeling a sudden rush of intense emotion. Furthermore, he has never experienced anything quite like what Stella is bringing out in him before. Not even what he felt with Hayes can compare. Moving his right hand and grabbing her neck, Jake moves with increasing intensity as Stella moans in apparent distress and discomfort. Loud sounds can be heard as Jake continues his aggressive movements against Stella, who appears to be in pain throughout the encounter, while choking her as well. Suddenly, Jake groans loudly and the moment becomes too intense to describe. Jake says crude things to Stella as he continues, and her body shivers with pleasure as she feels the overwhelming sensation. Although this is her third time being with him, the moment still takes her breath away. This is the first time she has allowed someone so close to her without any barrier between them. Stella lets out a loud, trembling cry as Jake holds her tightly against him. She is not supposed to let this stranger get this close to her, but for some reason, she can't pull away even if she wants to. After they've finished, he wearily falls on her body because he is extremely tired. Will I get pregnant from this man? My mom told me they were very fertile. So there's a 90% assurance that I'll get pregnant. Even though this man dumps me. Low. Amidst her thoughts, Jake suddenly does something surprising as he gets up and pulls away from her, before flipping her body over and making her lie down on her stomach. He doesn't stop there, though, as he grabs her waist and raises it a bit, putting her into position. Holding onto himself, Jake presses against Stella, who is wet, and then pushes inside her again. Ahan! Stella lets out a cute moan as the stranger does something that is surprising. She's struggling to keep up with him again, even though he just finished a few seconds ago. How can he have such inhuman stamina? Grabbing on her goat-like horns, Jake pulls her close behind him, Welch, 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 Stella gasps and clutches at the sheets as Jake thrusts in her nonstop from behind. Furthermore, the way Jake is grabbing her horns is turning her on further. In her clan, it's believed that only their husband has the right to grab their horns during sex. Yet this stranger is grabbing onto her horns strongly with his muscular hands. Suddenly, Jake raises his right hand in the air and lands a strike on one of her ass cheeks. Pa, Eahan pa, yeah, it's painful. Stella lets out a loud cry as a more powerful strike lands on her ass cheek this time around. Pa 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 pa, Eahan pa, for now on you'll do everything I say. You'll only belong to me, Jake says with a loud voice as he smacks Stella's bottom. Ian, Stella will only be for her master. Stella also lets out a cry upon hearing Jake's words. Her mind is filled with nothing but excitement right now. After a few minutes of intense movement, Jake tightly grabs Stella's horns as he can feel the tension building within him. I'm reaching my limit. Stella. Jake groans loudly and wraps his arms around her tightly. At the same time, he raises his hand and lands a very powerful strike on her cheek. Stella lets out a wild cry as she feels an intense wave of emotion rushing through her, overwhelmed by the heated and chaotic moment shared between them. In the next instant, her body begins to convulse violently as she collapses to the ground. She is overwhelmed by an intense physical reaction. Jake gets up and continues what he was doing as the scene plays out. Chapter 129, Unboarding the Train Ding. You have completed Mission 1. You have been granted a full advanced equipment kit. Access it inside your inventory. Ding. You have completed Mission 2. You earned 10 system respect and have been granted 50,000 charm points. Ding. You have earned a shop ticket to buy one thing from the system shop. Jake can see all the barrage of information flashing before his eyes, but nothing really amazes him as much as the shop ticket, because the system shop has been locked for about a month. And now that he has almost 150,000 sex points, he will be able to purchase a very good skill. Getting himself ready, Jake glances at Stella's figure on the ground, as she looks like someone that has just finished an intense moment and only utters one word to her. Clean up yourself? Why, yes, Master, Stella replies with a stutter as she gets up and rolls her blouse down, covering her chest in the process, while she also rolls down her skirt. Lastly, she picks up a piece of clothing from the ground and wipes her face clean. Once done, she picks up her quiver and bow before strapping them on her back. Next, she moves towards Jake and stands next to him. Her figure is like that of a child compared to Jake's physique. Although he is not as tall as this in his real form, he's still a mini giant nevertheless. Master, you did a good job there. This girl likes you and shall be willing to do anything you say, even if you ask her to kill herself. Damn, that's insane. I wonder what her reaction will be when she learns about my real appearance. Will she still acknowledge me as her master? That shouldn't be a problem if you do it the right way. Right way, huh? By the way, Master, your fear aura is gone. I guess you have to face the people by yourself. You. Jake grits his teeth at what Mimi just did to him. He plans to teach her a lesson by not allowing her to play around for 2 days. Suddenly, Jake raises his head when he starts hearing loud whispering and gossip from the people. Although, surprisingly, the 3 security guards inside the train don't approach him, and they all have red faces. Welp, what to expect from elven males? They are natural-born betas. Jake could bet that this was their first time seeing this type of thing. My adventure on this planet is very blissful. The males here are betas. Their women are being taken by other races. TCH, how can the mighty elves have these pathetic weaklings as males? Jake thinks inwardly, and a grin appears on his face as a certain memory flashes inside his brain. He remembers a certain person he had humiliated. The despair on that person's face was priceless. However, Jake had to kill that person afterward since he wouldn't want to deal with an idiot in the future. Oi, why are the guards not doing anything? A white-haired elf woman whispers to her accomplice. Hey, I think that girl knows him because she's calling him master. Plus, don't be surprised, I have heard that things like this always happen on other planets. So far the girl hasn't requested help, so no one needs to interfere. That sounds plausible. However, this is new to me. Thank goodness there are no kids on board. I don't know what they would have done. These foreigners should at least learn how to respect other people's cultures, Sigh. S. Lower your voice. He might hear you. Besides, that sounds racist. You know, there are also tons of our people on other planets. How would you feel if someone said that to you? Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say, but at least he should respect our privacy. Not everyone would enjoy watching him treat a girl like this. Sigh. It just pains me a lot that most female beastkins are victims of weird sexual fantasies. Hey, lower your voice. Do you want to get her blood sucked? He's a fucking vampire. TCH. These yappy horny elves women need to learn how to mind their business. They gossip about every little shit. Jake thinks to himself as he clicks his tongue in disgust. Master, don't you think it will be terrible to torment and mistreat all these women, one by one, in the worst ways imaginable? Mimi tells Jake with evil giggles. If she had a face, there would have been a wide, nasty grin on it. Wait. Fuck their hole. Dear passengers, we've arrived at the main city of Clarier. Please unboard the train. Many loudspeakers above suddenly announce, projecting the voice of the pilot. At the same time, the train comes to an abrupt halt as it stops flying and enters a very large station. Grabbing on his Stella's arm and pushing his way through the crowd, Jake and Stella quickly disembark from the train. Chapter 1:30 Certified Beasts? Jake and Stella just walked out of the train station, and both of them are walking down a large-looking street that is bustling with a lot of people, with the majority of them being elves. This is one of the streets of Clarier, the most expensive city in the elves' realm. During this whole time, Stella has stuck close to her master's side without uttering a single word or asking him any questions. She's just following him. Meanwhile, Jake doesn't have any idea where he's going, and his guess is that he can only rely on this girl right now, or he will have to use the guide map on the phone that Myra got for him when he arrived here. While they're walking close together, they receive a lot of stares, which makes Stella even more excited in front of so many people's piercing gazes. If her master can embarrass her further in front of so many people, it will be top-notch for her, but she can't say anything since the decision is left to her master who tamed her. Suddenly, Jake stops walking and glances at Stella. My name is Jake. Nice to meet you, Stella. Jake says, flashing her a smile. And Master, I don't dare to call you by your name. Stella replies with a stutter while looking at the ground. It's okay, Stella. You can call me Master. I just want to tell you my real name. Jake explains to her and places his hand on her shoulder, which makes her body flinch. Oh, okay, Master. Stella replies in a low voice. By the way, I don't know my way around here. I am new to this place. Jake says while glancing around. Stella lets out in confusion as she tilts her head and looks at her master's face before speaking up. My house is a few miles away from here, but still within Clarier, so I know almost everywhere in this region. Stella says with excitement on her face, since she's finally going to be useful to her master. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, this might be the last time you see me. I am now someone's property. This is how I want to spend my life, but I really wish I could see you one more time. Stella thinks inwardly before letting out a small sigh. Meanwhile, Jake can hear all of her thoughts, since he hasn't deactivated the mind-read skill. Stella, where's the best hotel in this city? Also, we need to get you some clothes. Jake says as he raises Stella's face with his right hand, while he uses his left hand to caress her horns. So you mean you're from a clan that consists of certified beastmen? Yes, Master. I am from the Drafts clan. My mom is a human, that's why I am like this. Many members of our race also married other races, such as the elves. Stella tells her master with a respectful voice. Right now, they're on a large king-sized bed in an extravagant luxury motel room. This room is so beautiful that it left Jake speechless at how the elves were now embracing luxury over nature. Stella is sitting in the Sun Zia position facing her master. Jake is also sitting opposite her, deep in thought about the elves' new direction. How do you feel now that you've seen the real me? Jake asks with a brow raised. It doesn't make any difference, Master. You've completely tamed me. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, I like you even more. Why, you are very handsome. Stella mutters with a shy expression, and her face flushes red while she smiles warmly at him. Sigh. Now that she has seen my real face, she has also started to blush. Jake thinks inwardly, but he is more curious about her clan. Drafts are humanoid beasts with very high intelligence that's on par with other races. These types of beasts are called certified beasts because of their intelligence and humanized appearance. Lastly, they don't have a beast crystal, which means that they won't become a hunting target for the creation of beast weapons since they are a pretty normal race. They look a lot like the dragons, except for the fact that they have bigger horns and larger body frames compared to dragons when in their humanoid form. Even the dragons are examples of certified intelligent beasts, just like the drafts. But they are at the top of the food chain, which makes them very proud. Stella, they'll help your clan get rid of their problem and also meet your parents. But before we go, I want us to continue what we were doing earlier, Jake says, gesturing suggestively. Thank you, Master. I appreciate your kindness. Stella says in exhilaration and admires the sheer thickness of her master's trophy. In the next moment, she moves forward and grabs Jake's trophy before lowering her face and holding it up in her hands. Chapter 131. Magnus, my dear niece. I am sorry that I couldn't attend your wedding. You have grown up to be such a beautiful woman, just like my elder sister. May her soul rest in peace. A loud voice reverberates throughout a large-looking room that is Mira's throne room. A very tall male, muscular dark elf who is wearing white pants and a white unzipped jacket can be seen walking towards Mira, who is sitting down on a large wooden throne that's emitting a faint glow. This man has two elongated ears and red glowing eyes that look very scary, since elves are not a race that are known to have red eyes. He's about 2 meters tall, and each of his movements causes his jacket to sway, revealing his toned abs that are as hard as a rock. This man is none other than Magnus. Behind him are 2 cloaked figures who are his guards, and the moment he enters the throne room, they position themselves outside without following him inside. Seeing Magnus walk towards her, Mira's heart starts beating very fast with panic, but she doesn't show it on her face. She also gets up confidently from her throne and starts walking towards Magnus, while being accompanied by her combat maid. Stopping a few meters away from Magnus, Mira pauses and tilts her head forward slightly. Mira greets Uncle Magnus. It's a pleasure to have you as a visitor here today, Mira says, while greeting this man with the utmost respect. Seeing this, a frown appears on Kira's face, Mira's combat maid. Why is Master respecting this bastard? She's the fucking queen. I feel like slitting his neck right here and now. Kira thinks inwardly and clenches her fist in frustration. Despite showing Magnus this level of respect, he simply smiles and keeps walking forward with his arms fully opened as he attempts to hug Mira. However, the moment he gets closer to her, Mira steps backward, causing him to hug the empty air. Oi, what happened, little Mira? Don't you want to hug this old uncle? Magnus asks with a slightly evil grin on his face as he stretches his arms for a hug again while increasing his speed. Please stop it. Uncle, I'm a married woman. It's not appropriate to hug me. Besides, I don't think my husband will like it. I hope you understand, Mira says in a loud yet respectful voice, while she raises her right hand in the air, stopping Magnus from coming closer. seeing Myra react like this. Magnus becomes stunned for a few seconds, but an evil grin suddenly appears on his face while his eyes glow bright red in a flash. Ha ha, I see. I see. The Dark Elf Queen is very loyal to her husband. I wonder who her husband is. Magnus says and begins to laugh hysterically. Suddenly, he stops laughing and a very serious, grim expression appears on his face, while a hostile aura bursts out of his body. However, what if I decide to hug my niece as my blessing to her? What can her husband do about it? Magnus suddenly says with a perverted grin and begins to move forward again. However, Magnus' body freezes and his body begins to float above the ground. He's currently levitating in the air and it doesn't seem to be his doing. Kira sighs in relief upon seeing Magnus like this. Then she thanks a certain person inwardly. Her hand was already on the hilt of her sword, ready to brandish it if Magnus had come any closer. However, a certain person had helped her from behind. Really, you think this pathetic ability can hold me? Magnus lets out a chuckle while looking at his body that's floating in the air. His expression doesn't look like he's bluffing, and he doesn't seem to be struggling either. It almost seems like he is allowing whoever did this to him to carry on. Even his guards are unfazed by what is happening, as if their boss is simply having some fun. You know, it is really good to respect boundaries, Magnus. A feminine voice suddenly emerges within the throne room. The air also becomes distorted, and a vortex begins to appear in the air. Crack, the vortex disappears. Meanwhile, a Catwoman with long red hair appears from within and lands on the ground, before she begins walking towards Magnus. Were you saying something? Hayes asks as she stops beside Myra and further raises Magnus in the air with her telekinesis ability. Ho-ho, is this how to treat a visitor, Queen Myra? Did you hire a rookie to come and deal with this old man? TCH, Magnus says while acting like he's innocent. Old man, my foot. You murderer. He'll eventually get revenge for my mom one day. Myra thinks inwardly and clenches her fists, which are hidden under her royal attire. Hayes' face, on the other hand, burns with extreme anger because Magnus called her a rookie. Chapter 132, Klepton, my lord. What are we going to do about that woman? A masked man asks a muscular man who is currently seated on a chair and has a desk before him. You don't have to worry about her. She can easily be dealt with if we do things the right way. What do you mean, my lord? You know that woman is the Nico Queen, a small beastkin race. She and her daughter are almost invincible whenever they work together, which is why they are called the formidable pairs. However, everything has a weakness. We just have to find a way to make those two come to a disagreement. Huh? Magnus laughs maniacally and pours himself a drink. However, the masked man has a complicated expression underneath his mask. My lord, I think you're missing out on a lot of details. According to the research and investigation of our men, there are also 3 powerful female vampires living in this castle. A vampire lord and 2 other royal vampires. The masked man says, a vampire lord and 2 other vampires. Now that's going to be troublesome. Mira's husband brought them here, huh? So, this should be his family members. Magnus mutters while slowly stroking his non-existent beard. You're wrong, my lord. Those 3 are his wives, including that Catwoman and her daughter. The masked figure says with a concerned voice. What? Magnus exclaims and almost spits his drink out. This time around, it is his turn to be shocked and bewildered. Not only that, but I also learned that Mira's husband is the crown prince of the vampire race. The masked figure adds. Magnus simply nods his head as his guard continues to tell him many things about Jake. He doesn't look surprised again or fazed by the sudden reality. Rather, a small nasty grin starts to form on his face. Let's see what the vampire's crown prince is capable of doing. After all, he is married to important figures. Magnus grins again while the masked figure shakes his head. Swish thud, a large blade cleanly cuts through the head of a beast that looks like a wild, massive boar. The head of the beast falls to the floor, spraying black blood all over the floor as it rolls around. Bam, a small figure also descends to the ground, causing a lot of debris to rise. Furthermore, a large 2-bladed sword, dripping with black blood, can be seen in the hands of this figure. while black tendrils can also be seen dancing around the figure's body violently, as if wanting to consume everything in its path. Clap, 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 clap. Well done, Blair. You have exceeded my expectations. You can now effortlessly kill a king-rank beast with low intelligence, says a tall vampire who is wearing a black pair of loose pants and a red shirt while clapping his hands. The smoke from his cigarette is also emanating from his mouth. This man is none other than Alfonso. A month ago, Jill had instructed Alfonso to be Blair's guide and tutor since her ability was becoming too overwhelming after she mistakenly killed a delivery man. Although Jake was against it at first, he had no other choice since Alfonso was the only person who could help Blair out. Thank you, teacher. Blair turns around and bows her head slightly. She's fully donned in beast gears from top to bottom. The beast gears consist of thick black pants made from a beast hide and embedded with crystal, as well as a full set of intermediate beast armor with shoulder pads. Her hair is also tied into 2 large side buns, giving her a cute yet dangerous appearance as she's covered in black blood from top to bottom. Right now, they're on a faraway planet called Klepton, a planet that's filled with tons of beasts ranging from basic rank beasts to king tier beasts. The highest rank of the beasts on this planet are emperor-ranked beasts. However, there's a low chance of meeting one. This planet is very hot as the sun is shining brightly from above. Furthermore, there are many craters and numerous active volcanoes on this planet. However, the low level of gravity makes movement a lot easier on this planet and makes attacks much more explosive. How are you feeling now, Blair? Alfonso asks Blair as he feels sympathetic towards her because of her hard work and dedication. Since her ability is a very complicated one, Blair simply raises her head and gives Alfonso a short glance before speaking up. The more I try to keep this power under control, the more I can feel the mana cells becoming stronger inside me. I just feel like killing something to relieve myself of this pain, Blair says with her head facing down dejectedly. Also, I am doing it for Jake. I want to prove to him that I am worthy of being his woman. Because of how strong this ability is, he couldn't even be near me. Plus, the plans for our wedding changed because of this damned ability. Blair grits her teeth and tightens her grip on her sword as the image of Jake flashes in her mind. She has missed him a lot and wants to get back with him so badly. You now have about 60,000 MC cells, Blair. It might sound like a lot, but you haven't been able to exert 1% of the shadow ability power. That's why it's running wild in your body. Free it, Alfonso tells Blair. Free it, huh? I feel like my body will rip and shred to pieces if I release all the power inside me. If I die, please tell Jake that I love him, Blair says as she closes her eyes, while her large sword is tightly gripped in her right hand as she tries to concentrate on the source of her shadow power. Very well, Blair. They'll tell Jake your last words if something happens to you. Hopefully, nothing will happen, Alfonso says with a forced smile. For the past month, Alfonso has taken a liking to Blair due to her hard work and determination. However, if something were to happen to her here, he'd feel bad and wouldn't even know how to face Jake. Sigh. I won't allow anything to happen to this girl if things were to go wrong. However, butting in to save her would likely force me to go into deep slumber afterward. I wish Jake could have as much determination as this girl. His talent will be unprecedented. The former Jake I knew was very determined, but he changed all of a sudden and started chasing after skirts. Alfonso thinks inwardly and shakes his head. Sadly, despite Jake's rudeness and childishness, he's still his favorite student even over Roth and Blair. However, the person in question doesn't give a fuck about him. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the black tablet in Alfonso's hands begins to beep vigorously. From the display on the screen, Alfonso can see a large red dot moving towards their location at a very fast speed, and according to the information shown on this device, Alfonso can also see that the beast heading towards them right now is the highest rank this planet has to offer. Plus, the one coming right now is a humanoid beast with high intelligence. Blair, an emperor rank beast, is approaching. Let out your aggression on it, Alfonso shouts, informing Blair of the incoming threat. Blair simply nods her head slightly while large black tendrils that seem to be alive start dancing around her body violently. The tendrils start getting larger and larger, while black shadows also begin to cover the whole area. Alfonso simply encases himself in a red aura shield to avoid making contact with the shadow since he is within close proximity. At the same time, he watches the gray beast running towards Blair at full speed. Chapter 133 Two Battle Maniacs. Several kilometers on the same planet Klepton, a boy can be seen picking up stones and throwing them at many beasts in his front as fast as possible. Bang, 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 bang. Each of these stones is packed with explosive power, killing many intermediate rank beasts effortlessly. These intermediate rank beasts are black large spiders standing about 1 meter each with their ferocious jagged teeth. Their exoskeleton body is also very sturdy, making any types of normal weapons unable to harm them. Apart from their sturdy body, they are extremely agile and are also able to shoot out white tiny webs which are stronger than they look. 10 average men, 1T, even be able to break a single line of this web. However, this little vampire has been able to kill all these beasts effortlessly with the sturdy stones he picked up from the ground. Bang! Scree! The last remaining spider let out a loud cry as the stone smashes part of its head off, before finally falling dead on its back. Phew! That was one hectic job. The boy mutters after killing the last spider, then he begins to gaze at his surroundings to see the tons of spiders he had killed. The spiders' corpses are littered on the ground in about 100 in numbers, which slightly surprised the boy. This boy has dark short curly hair with slightly elongated ears and standing 1.9 meters. He is no doubt one of the most handsome male vampires out there. Anyone who heard his words right now would have coughed blood because killing an intermediate beast is hard work. Currently, he is bare-chested without any shirt on and only wearing green short pants and a pair of intermediate beast boots. This vampire is none other than Roth. Alfonso had asked him to stay behind while training Blair because he was afraid that Roth might get hurt and not be able to take the brunt of Blair's shadow power. TCH, why does Master take me for? Sigh, I guess I'm the weakest among all Master S students. I lost my match during the duel because I passed out, while Jake won all his fights effortlessly without even getting scratched. Here again, Master left me behind because he thinks I am weak. Roth bellows in anger as leaps in the air and opens a very big red portal, swallowing up all the dead spiders. Roth had gotten more proficient with his blood power, aura control. With his blood power, he is able to use his aura to do many things, such as summoning familiars and teleporting through portals. He also has a personal portal that he often used to store many of his stuff. This portal leads to a space that can be used to store anything except living beings. Right after Roth stored all his kills inside his spatial space, he suddenly hears a voice from behind. Hey, I have been watching you for a while, and to be honest, you are quite good. How about sparring with me to know your full capabilities before judging yourself? The masculine voice sounds from above, causing Roth to raise his head up in a jerk. The person is sitting on the edge of a dormant volcano. When Roth sees the person talking to him, a frown appears on his face. This person isn't supposed to be talking to him in the first place. However, realizing his situation, Roth quickly opens a small portal and dips his hand inside, bringing out a long golden spear. Era, just attacking me without hearing me out 1TBOK, young vampire. The figure says before jumping onto the ground. BM seeing the figure land on the ground, Roth takes a few steps back with caution, using almost all his senses as if his life depended on it. Of course, this person is a damper, so he has every reason to worry. Hey, I don't mean any harm. At least, I've been sitting up there and watching you for over 1 hour. If I wanted to, I could have initiated a sneak attack. Besides, remember that we damper can control our killing urges towards the vampires. The damper says with a shrug. This damper is standing the same height as Roth with a black round hat on his head. He is donned in beast gears from top to bottom with 2 daggers strapped around his waist. He has an oval-shaped face with his tiny mustache, which made him look more manly. He seems to be about 27 years of age, and the most notable thing about him is his two glowing yellow eyes. Hearing what the damper said, Roth drops his guard as he lowers his spear, but he is still on alert in case the damper makes any sudden move on him. "What do you want from me?" Roth asks after realizing that the damper didn't mean any harm. He could have even killed him earlier if he wanted, so far he failed to notice his presence. "My name is Maxwell. What about you?" The damper says, stretching his hand forward for a handshake. Roth hesitates for a while before finally giving in and shaking the damper. "My name is Roth. Nice to meet you, Max," Roth says as he separates his hand from the damper. After the friendly handshake, the damper brings out a cigarette and lights it up before inhaling it and puffing out a cloud of smoke. "Not all Dhampirs are bad, Roth. Most Dhampirs just use their urge as an excuse to attack vampires. While the urge is controllable, there is still a natural hate between us. The fight for supremacy. However, not all Dhampirs and vampires are bad people," Max says, puffing out a cloud of smoke again. "True, I agree with you. What are you doing here, by the way?" Roth asks. "I'm a lone traveler." Max answers, then he continues. "So what do you think? Should we still spar?" Max asks with a smile. In return, Roth also grins and grips his spear since he's a muscle brain while Max is a battle maniac. Suddenly, like a burst of light, Max shoots into the sky, descending like a meteor towards Roth with his body covered in fire. Sensing the danger, two wings burst out from Roth's back, and he instantly leaps backward with all his instincts screaming at him. Boom! A loud sound explodes as Max narrowly misses Roth's, causing him to punch hard into the ground. Upon crashing into the ground, dust and debris rose from the ground, covering the whole area. Roth, with his eyesight, while hovering in the air, he can see several deep web cracks on the ground spanning several meters within the area. After the debris settles, Max's figure can be seen puffing out a cloud of smoke. As such a powerful attack. Who the hell is this guy? A single blow from him caused such massive destruction. Roth grins like a battle maniac and clenches his spear in his hands before flying towards Max with the tip of his spear glowing brightly. Chapter 134: Birth of a Godslayer. As the tip of the spear glows brightly, it suddenly starts to extend itself towards Max, who is on the ground. At the same time, Roth is also flying towards him, while spinning 360 degrees in the air. Max, seeing the incoming attack, simply moves to the side to evade the spear. However, the moment he moves to the side, the spear also follows him like a dancing snake as it continues to elongate itself with Roth skillfully wielding it. "Ah, fuck you, Roth." Max curses as he deflects all the attacks from the spear with his twin daggers. Roth is now on the ground, and he is now the one on the offense, while Max is on defense. Max is several meters away from Roth, and he keeps moving backwards in order to get away from Roth's spear. However, the more he backs away, the more the spear extends towards him. The active skill of this spear should wear out soon. Or wait, it must have a limit to how far it can extend. But if I make a slight mistake, then I will have to say goodbye to a chunk of my precious flesh. Max thinks inwardly, while blocking Roth's attack with his twin daggers. So far, Max hasn't activated any of his beast gears. He is reserving them for future use. This is because, even if he activates any of his beast gears right now, it won't save him from Roth's spear. Suddenly, Roth leaps into the air while raising his spear above his head, with the aim of slamming it on Max BM. A loud thud sound explodes as Roth's spear crashes into the ground, creating a long, straight, deep line in the hard floor. Luckily, Max was very fast in evading Roth's strike, as he moved sideways and narrowly missed the attack. Raising the spear up again, Roth swings it down in a flash, aiming to strike Max down. However, Max suddenly grabs the head of the spear with his bare hand, causing blood to drip down his arm as the blade slightly cuts through his palm. "My turn," Max says with a grin before kicking the spear away with his right foot, putting Roth off balance. In a flash, a burst of fire erupts from Max's body, covering him from head to toe and giving him the look of a fire god. Gathering enough strength into his legs, Max leaps towards Roth with his right fist covered in a blazing fire. Ha ha ha. Yes. Show me all you've got. Show me. Roth roars with excitement, while a wide grin appears on his face as he retracts the length of his spear to its original size. Skillfully maneuvering the air with his wings, Roth points the tip of his spear towards the incoming figure of Max Light Burst. Suddenly, the spear turns bright red, and a golden energy beam shoots out of it. Boom! The beam hits Max, and an explosion occurs instantly. However, to Roth's surprise, Max comes out of the attack unscathed. Still stunned by what just happened, Roth doesn't notice that Max is already in front of him. Thrusting his right fist forward, Max punches Roth in the gut. Gah! Roth lets out a groan as he flies backward before crashing into the ground and creating a large crater due to the impact of the blow. Meanwhile, his spear disappears after he loses his grip on it. His spear has one skill, which is to disappear and reappear in its wielder's spatial space. Only Roth can wield the Emperor Tier spear due to this skill, which is a sort of contract with the weapon. Just what kind of monster is this guy? It's as if his attacks are getting stronger. Are all Dhampirs like this? I guess it's true then. Now I see the reason why vampires feel threatened by them. Roth thinks inwardly as all his internal injuries begin to close up. At the same time, raises his body with his elbow and spits out a mouthful of blood before sitting upright in the crater that was caused by his crash earlier. Looking up at Max, who is slowly walking towards him, Roth can see that his eyes are glowing bright yellow. Are you okay, buddy? Max asks as he walks towards Roth. However, noticing that Roth is getting weary of him, Max pauses his movements. Hey, calm down. My eyes are just yellow because I'm fighting against a vampire. It doesn't mean that I've lost my sanity. Max chuckles as he lights up another cigarette and begins to smoke again. Seeing Max's actions, Roth lets out a sigh and gets up to his feet. Phew, I was just worried for nothing. Roth thinks as he dusts off the dirt on his short pants. Max, don't you think it's unfair to fight me with all those beast gears? The only beast gear I have is my spear. Let us use only our weapons to spar. Roth says with a smirk on his face. It will be really unfair to him if Max fights him with all the gears on his body. Max simply puffs out a cloud of smoke and glances at Roth before letting out a slight chuckle. Fine then, Max says before clicking his fingers, causing all the gears on his body to disappear. Right now, Max is also shirtless and only has on black thick short pants like Roth. He has made the game a fair deal. So you have a spatial ring? Roth asks in awe. Space rings were rare treasures that many would kill for. Most people that use spatial techniques are the ones with spatial abilities like Roth's own, or at least similar to it. Yeah, the ring was made from a space skylark beast. I was lucky to find it and kill it, although it was quite troublesome to fight that beast. Mux replies, before throwing his cigarette on the ground and turning towards Roth. His abs are well-toned and carved as if chiseled by God, making even Roth slightly jealous of him. Now, I'll show you what a real battle is called. Roth grins as a red portal appears before him. Roth pushes his hand into the portal, and instantly, another portal opens up bedside Max. Before Max can register what's happening, Roth's fist comes out of the portal and punches him very hard in the face, sending him skidding backward. Wow, that's epic. Show me what you got. Max grins as he brings his body to a halt. In a flash, fire suddenly covers his whole body as he dashes towards Roth with his two daggers tightly clutched in his hands. Arg! Blair lets out a wild cry as black shadows and mist cover the whole area surrounding her. Black tendrils are also dancing around her body violently. Alfonso can also be seen a few distance away, floating in the air, while encased in a transparent red bubble shield to avoid making contact with the shadows. Blair begins to feel an excruciating pain as all her muscles tense up as if they're going to rip apart when many tendrils burst out of her body. Even the humanoid Emperor-ranked beast halts its movements when it sees what's happening to Blair right now. while its instinct screams at it to run. After several minutes of going through immense pain, a big explosion suddenly occurs around Blair, and black mist cover the whole area. Even Alfonso has to strengthen his shield due to the impact of the explosion. At the same time, all his attention is focused on Blair, checking her out with his senses to see if he should butt in. Sometime later, when the mist settles, Blair's figure can be seen standing upright with her sword tightly clutched in her hands, while her eyes are shut. Suddenly, Blair's eyes open, and she instantly swings her sword in the air a few times, creating a few slashes in the air before lowering her sword. Anyone who sees her right now won't know that she swung her sword, because it was too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Instantly, after swinging her sword in the air, the Emperor-ranked beast in front of her falls to the ground bit by bit, as if it was sliced. The beast itself has no idea as to how it died, but there's a look of horror on its head, which is now rolling on the floor. Chapter 135, Meeting Stella's Parents. Ding. Sudden notification. One of your permanent women just became a godslayer, Blair. Suddenly, green words flash before my eyes, stunning me for a few seconds. What the fuck? Blair became a godslayer? Is this system broken or what? Mimi, I need answers. Yippee yippee. What you're seeing is very correct, Master. Blair became a godslayer. This came as a surprise to me too, and I don't know what to say about it. That ability must be very, very strong. For her to have become such a powerful entity in such a short time. This makes no sense. Is that ability that strong? It's not even been 2 months since she got the power. I scream inwardly. Savior, is anything wrong? You don't seem to be all right. A deep voice suddenly breaks through my thoughts a few meters away from me, causing me to raise my head and look at the huge muscular figure sitting adjacent to me. There's also a massive rectangular table situated between us. On my right, a woman is sitting on one of the chairs, and on the left side of the table, 2 people are sitting on average-sized wooden chairs, a boy and a girl. Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, I say with a small laugh, while raising my right hand in the air as a signal that everything is okay. Okay, if you say so then. However, since you don't eat the type of food we eat, would you like to drink a bit of blood? The muscular figure opposite me asks and picks up a large knife, aiming to make a slash on his wrist. Wait, there's no need. I'm actually okay. I drank a lot of blood before coming here. I quickly exclaim, stopping the figure from cutting his wrist. Master, are you going to drink my blood then? A tiny feminine voice emerges from my side, causing me to glance towards my left. I am currently at Stella's parents' house in the rural area of Clarier. The man sitting adjacent to me is her father, Madsen, who is a full giraffe. This is my first time seeing a giraffe, and to be honest, they're quite different from what I have always pictured them to look like or what I saw on TV commercials. Madsen is a very huge, muscular, bald man who is about 2.6 meters tall. He has one large brown eye and one crimson-colored eye with thick brown, coarse skin. Furthermore, there are 2 large horns on his head, each the size of my arm. Apart from this, he looks very human and doesn't even look like a beast. To top it all off, the most fascinating thing about him are his horns, which changes colors every now and then. And as for Stella's mother, she's a blonde-haired woman who's about 1.6 meters tall. Her looks are pretty average with her sapphire eyes, which Stella inherited from her. She is a big-breasted woman as well, with her wide, milfy, curvaceous hips. Her boobs right now look as though they are about to spill out from their cage as they strain against her yellow kimono dress. On the other hand, a boy is sitting next to Stella on the left-hand side of the table, slowly eating some sort of meal that I have never seen before. He's Stella's little brother, Zane, a 14-year-old boy that's about 1.7 meters tall. He is bald like his father with brownish coarse skin, and has large elongated horns on his head which also change colors once in a while. To simply cut things short, he inherited more of his father's genes, while Stella inherited most of her mother's genes. Oh, Savior, you don't know how happy I am that you helped us. Even if you decide to drink all my blood, they'll gladly accept. Madsen speaks up as he picks up the knife and places it on his wrist, once again as if he wants to cut it, but is waiting for my permission. You idiot. It's not like I don't want to drink blood. But your blood is just disgusting. I think inwardly and scrunch up my nose in disgust. Ha ha ha, Mr. Madsen, you don't have to worry. I did it simply because Stella urged me to help her clan. If you want to be thankful, I think you should thank Stella instead. No, no, no. Our savior. I understand that I need to thank Stella, but I would have to thank you first for helping us to get rid of that beast horde. Please accept my blood, Madsen says with a slight bow. Then he proceeds to gulp down another drink from his cup. It doesn't seem like he will stop persisting and urging me to drink his blood, and also, he seems to be a little drunk. Sigh, how about you compensate me with your wife? You say what? I say how about I trick you into something embarrassing? Huh. I mean, how about you cook some blood candies for me? Oh, you mean that? Huh. We don't know how to make it, Madsen says while scratching the back of his head. What the fuck? Did I just hear that wrong? This guy is dangerous. I gotta fix my eyes on my wife. Madsen thinks inwardly and swallows a mouthful of saliva, making a gulping sound. Mr. A voice suddenly breaks into the awkward silence, causing me to glance at Stella's mom on instinct. Please take care of my daughter. As a parent, it's not our wish to part with our daughter this way. However, since Stella chose this path by herself, then there's nothing we can do than to support her. Please take care of her for me. And here is my last request. Try to allow Stella to visit us once in a while, at least to put my mind at ease that my daughter is okay. Please, Stella's mom says in a low voice as her eyes start getting teary. Okay, ma'am, I promise you. I assure her while she simply nods her head and wipes her tears. Meanwhile, my eyes have been eyeing Stella's mom's chest for a while now. To be honest, those pillowy bags are mesmerizing, making me wonder who has the most, Stella or her mother. I can't tell without stripping them both, shaking off all the perverted thoughts in my head. I continue to talk to the family of 4 and learn more about the Drafts clan. They're just a small clan with a population of not up to 500 in this region. After helping them get rid of the beast hordes that was disturbing them, the people offer me many things which I all rejected. It's somehow annoying to act as a hero and be hailed, but what to do? I did it for my servant, so they'll have to swallow my pride. Sometime later, Stella and I bid her family farewell before taking our leave. After killing the Emperor-rank beast, Blair puts her large sword into its scabbard, which is on her back, and turns around before finally flashing a smile at Alfonso, who's still in the air. Realizing that she's okay, Alfonso puts away his barrier and quickly descends to the ground in front of Blair. I made it, Master. I made it. Blair pumps her fist in the air with excitement, while tears of joy run down her face as she suddenly hugs Alfonso. It's okay, kid. Now that you can fully control your ability, why don't you take a few days break before we begin the main training? Alfonso says while patting Blair's head. I can see my darling today. Blair raises her head while her eyes sparkling with stars upon hearing Alfonso's words. Yes, Roth can create a portal that will tell. Before Alfonso can complete his words, Blair shoots into the sky and begins to fly towards Roth's location. Sigh. She is such a happy girl who was able to put that demonic power under control just because of her love for Jake. I just wish that the brat won't break her heart, or else this girl will become a very troublesome villain. Alfonso mutters as he walks towards the crystal that the Emperor-rank beast dropped after it died. After picking up the crystal and storing it, Alfonso also leaps into the sky and chases after Blair, who is heading towards Roth's location. Chapter 136, Roth's Mixed Feelings. Your attacks are getting weaker, Roth. The creepy voice of the damper emerges as he punches Roth in the guts, sending him flying backward. It's no doubt that the damper is tougher than Roth, since he hasn't even activated the skill on his twin dagger. However, the damper is surprised at the time, because Roth was able to push him to the edge and make him go all out. Arga, that fire hurt as hell. You bastard. I would have taken you down if it wasn't for the fact that I am trying to conserve my aura. Roth groans as he gets up from the ground and looks at the levitating figure of Max. Right now, he and Roth's bodies are full of bruises here and there. Although both of them have a high healing capability, healing themselves right now will only consume a huge chunk of their aura. which they can't afford. Then use it all and don't be a coward. What if you're facing a real enemy? Max roars as he flies towards Roth at full speed, aiming to punch him again. This guy, there's something odd about him. He's using some sort of energy for his blows, as well as to defend himself from heavy blows. Is this some sort of ability? Or can he wield dual or multiple abilities like Jake? Fuck it, I'm not backing down. Roth thinks inwardly and clenches his fists. Void. Absolute Devu Roth. Stop. A loud voice suddenly interrupts, surprising Roth and causing him to halt the attack that he was about to launch on Max. When he glances towards the voice, he sees Blair swats Max away like a fly, sending him flying several meters away. Even though it didn't look like it, the movement was packed with a lot of power, making Roth worry about Max surviving it. Roth, didn't I tell you to call me through the token I gave you if you ever got into danger? Alfonso says angrily as he slowly descends in front of Roth alongside Blair, who just kicked Max's ass with a flick of her hand. And Master, that damper is a friend. We were only sparring, I swear. Roth replies with a stutter. Huh? Both Blair and Alfonso look at Roth as if trying to determine if he is crazy. Sigh, I know what I'm saying. I know it sounds crazy, but that guy is just a friend. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done that a long time ago because he had been watching me from the top of this volcano before he finally showed himself. Roth explains as he points towards the top of the dormant volcano. Alfonso simply nods his head and glances at the sky as if pondering something. Roth is right. If that damper wanted to kill him, he would have done that long ago because the damper is also using that energy. Do all Dampiers know how to use that energy? If yes, then this is going to be bad, but I doubt that is the case. Also, just who the hell is that kid? Alfonso thinks inwardly and swallows a lump of saliva. Only a few people like God Slayers know about that particular energy. Although normal people can also use the energy, however, that energy has been exclusive to the strongest people for many years, as they passed it down to their disciples or children. If this damper knows how to use it, then he must be an influential figure in the damper clan. Alfonso gulps again and thanks his stars that he didn't kill the damper at first sight. If he had done it, it may have caused a huge war, because Dampiers can easily detect if one of their own dies, especially the nobles. This is their special trait. It's okay, Roth, I believe you. Besides, you've gotten stronger than I thought. Keep working hard, Alfonso says and pats Roth on his shoulders. A few seconds later, a figure lands before them like a meteor, raising dust and debris into the air. This figure is none other than Max, who is covered in fire from head to toe. He puts away his fire and introduces himself to Blair and Alfonso. Hi, my name is Max. I am Roth's friend. I am glad you are safe, man. My teacher thought you were attacking me, Roth says as he walks forward and shakes Max's hand. Roth is right, Max. My name is Alfonso. I am his teacher. Alfonso speaks up and also waves at Max when he doesn't sense any ill intent from him. All he can see is a kind person. Max's eyes light up upon hearing Alfonso's name. Hey, Alfonso. Yes, I have heard about you from many elders. Why you look nice and kinder than what I have always heard about you, Max says with excitement on his face as he starts walking around Alfonso while taking a closer look at him. Stop flattering me, kid. I am a nice person. The conflict between us made both sides look like monsters to each other. Also, I think it wouldn't be a good idea to tell anyone that you saw me, Alfonso replies and walks away from the battle maniac pair. From the look in Max's eyes, he can tell that he's about to ask for a spar, so he avoided it before he could even ask. Max simply nods his head at Alfonso's words while looking at him in awe. One of the strongest vampires in existence is standing right in front of him. This is the legendary knight who has the strength of a vampire king. How would it feel to take one attack from him? Max thinks to himself while a nasty grin starts to appear on his face. Suddenly, as if Roth knows what he's thinking, he places his hand on Max's shoulder. Man, don't think about it. My master won't even pay any attention to you, Roth says while shaking his head. Sometime later, Max takes his leave so that he can complete his mission after exchanging contacts with Roth. Currently, Roth has mixed feelings. This damper has the same character as him. They are both battle maniacs, plus they have 99% of things in common. This damper is now like a brother to him. Roth, I think you should have recovered some of your aura after fighting with that weird friend of yours, right? A voice suddenly snaps Roth out of his daze, causing him to turn around with a jerk, and his gaze falls on Blair's figure. Yeah, I have recovered my aura, and I can now open a portal for you. However, you have to keep to your promise, or else they'll never trust you again. Roth tells Blair with a battle grin on his face. Sigh, I promise to spar with you when I return. Just open a portal for me, please. I want to go and see my darling. Blair begs Max with puppy eyes, like a love-stricken girl. You promise? Roth asks again for confirmation. Yes, I promise to spar with you when I return. Just open the damned portal already, Blair says while gritting her teeth in frustration. She can't wait to be reunited with her darling once again. Okay, Fine. A promise is a debt, Roth says as he begins to circle his right hand in the air in a very fast motion, while a tiny red aura also starts dancing in the air in a circle motion, before expanding and turning into a large man-sized red portal. This portal will take you to planet Demas, but you might land in any random location. Roth says with a shrug, I don't care, as long as I see my darling, Blair says and instantly jumps into the portal. The moment Blair passes through the portal, he closes it and lets out a sigh. Then he patiently waits for his master so that they can return to Earth. Chapter 137 Grand Battle Part 1 right now. A tall, muscular figure can be seen levitating above the royal castle of the Dark Elves. This figure is none other than Magnus. Meanwhile, below him, many guards can be seen gripping their spears and swords tightly. Lots of corpses can also be seen littering the floor. All the doors of the castle have been shut down by Magnus men, leaving no space for anyone to escape or call for reinforcements from the soldiers that are stationed outside the castle. The number of guards within the castle that haven't been killed yet are less than 150, while the ones that have been killed are over 100. The castle and the guards are all surrounded by Magnus men, but the guards don't look like they will be backing down anytime soon. Their bodies are all battered with wounds and injuries, while some of them are almost on the verge of death. Yet they refuse to back down. Instead, they retain their will to protect the castle to the very end. I will give all one more chance. Drop your weapons and surrender now. If all do as I say, I'll promote you from mere guards to sash guards. All seem loyal. It will be a waste to kill all. Surrender now or die. Magnus' voice reverberates across the whole castle, making the guards shiver in fear. We'd rather die with honor than become nothing more than your dogs. Our loyalty has been pledged to Her Majesty. One of the guards bellows at the top of his voice while the other guards follow suit. I'll repeat myself again, surrender or die. Since you pledge your loyalty to the Queen, then you should all surrender because she is going to be my woman very, very soon. Magnus says in a thunderously scary voice, while his eyes glow bright crimson. The guards start pissing their pants, but they still refuse to back down, making Magnus slightly stunned. You disgusting bastard. Who told you that you could even touch Her Majesty? Touch her, and the king will come for your head. All the guards bellow at the same time, making Magnus enraged. Very well, since you have all chosen your fate. Only death awaits you. I'll keep all alive till your so-called king finally arrives. And right before your very eyes, I'll detach his head from his body. Ha ha ha! Magnus starts laughing maniacally and then signals to his own guards with his hand in the air. Suddenly, many hidden archers raise their bows and begin to fire at the guards. Toof, 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 many arrows with very sharp arrowheads start flying towards the guards who are currently terrified. Some are even shitting on themselves as they accept their fate. However, the arrows suddenly stop a few meters away from the guards. And in a flash, an invisible force turns all the arrows around and launches them back to where they came from, skillfully piercing one target each and killing them on the spot. This single attack just killed 60% of Magnus' men in a flash. Suddenly, a huge vortex appears beside the guards, and many figures begin to emerge from it. Myra, Jill, Misty, Aurora, and Hayes, and finally Kira, Myra's combat maid. These are the figures that emerge from the vortex. A cracking sound ensues as the vortex disappears. "Oh, mere women," Magnus says, and lets out a chuckle as he sees all the women that came to challenge him. "Y'all are nothing more than ants to me. You will all be under my control. Especially you, the one with the big butt," Magnus says with a lavicious wide grin while licking his lips. "You." Aurora bellows in embarrassment, and she instantly tries to cover her asset from Magnus' piercing eyes, while Misty stops her from acting irrationally. "Say all you want, Magnus, but your days of living will come to an end right here and now," Hayes says while walking forward. "Oh, the Nico Queen. You'll make a nice addition to my collection," Magnus says with the same lewd grin still plastered on his face. Then he continues, "Hey, you, daughter of a whore. Do you know that your mom killed your dad intentionally? But she lied that she killed him when he tried to kill you while you were still a baby. Here's the truth. Your mother killed him because she was afraid that the old rule would change because of the support and love your father was receiving. Since she doesn't want a male to become the ruler of the Nico clan, she killed him so that she can keep the throne for herself. The past leaders of the Nico clan also did the same thing as your mother. It runs in their blood. You were fed lies by your mother." "Huh," Magnus says with an evil grin and starts laughing hysterically again. My mother would never do such a thing," and bellows angrily as she changes into part cat and flies towards Magnus. No." Hayes shouts as she tries to stop, but it's too late, and flies towards Magnus in a very fast, spinning 360-degree motion, while aiming to grab him and start clawing at him. However, before she can even reach Magnus' position in the air, Magnus disappears and materializes beside and like a blur. Raising his right foot upward, he lands a very powerful kick on Anna's ribs. Crack! Nya! The sound of bones breaking can be heard, which is then followed by an S cries as Magnus kicks her in the ribs and sends her crashing into the ground in front of her mother. "Weak," Magnus says in a mocking tone, and Hayes shouts with tears in her eyes as she runs towards and then pulls her into her embrace while checking her body, and has healed all her broken ribs. But not only her ribs were broken, her ribs pierced her lungs and many of her other organs. Magnus also broke her spinal cord, and used up every ounce of her MC cells to heal herself, thus rendering her weak. Why? You know that we're to attack together. He tricked you," Hayes says with tears streaming down her beautiful face. "I am sorry, Mom," and replies in a low voice and passes out immediately. Hayes gently carries and safely puts her down in a corner before standing up and glaring at Magnus. "Hayes, wait, let us deal with him, Tog. I want to deal with him myself. Please don't interfere." Hayes cuts Jill short with an angry expression on her face. Jill and the rest of the women simply keep quiet and don't say anything else, as they quietly watch what is about to happen next. Suddenly, Hayes starts to levitate in the air until she reaches the same height as Magnus. Anyone who has blue mana cells will be able to fly regardless of if they have the flying ability or not. By the time I am done with you, you'll regret the day you were born. I will feed your bones to mutants." Hayes bellows angrily. In the next moment, several green runes start appearing underneath Hayes' feet while she is still levitating in the air, and it starts to spread across the whole castle. This is one of the Nico's innate abilities. However, she and were supposed to be the ones to activate it together, but since is down, Hayes is left with no choice but to activate it on her own. The runes underneath her have many marks which look like some sort of dance game or footwork to follow. These marks often change positions now and then, making Magnus slightly cautious. Suddenly, Hayes dashes from her position like a blur and moves towards Magnus, while doing some footwork on the rune she activated. Chapter 138, Grand Battle Part 2. Suddenly, Hayes dashes from her position like a blur and moves towards Magnus while doing some footwork on the rune she activated. FFOSSHH, a sizzling sound explodes as Hayes swings her claws at Magnus. However, Magnus swiftly leaps backward, causing Hayes' claws to graze his chest. Hayes doesn't stop there, though, as she flies towards Magnus and punches him in his abdomen with all the strength she can muster. Bang! A loud sound explodes as Hayes hits Magnus in the guts. The attack sends him flying backward in the air, but he quickly gains his momentum and starts levitating again. He is currently out of Hayes' domain, so he can watch all her movements now. Meanwhile, Hayes can be seen gritting her teeth and panting very hard, as if she just finished running around a whole planet, activating the runes on her own without, and took a huge chunk of her mental energy and MC cells. This guy, what is he made of? His body is so strong. It felt like I hit a rock when I punched him. My right hand feels numb. Hayes clenches her fists again in frustration as she begins to activate the runes again. Not bad, not bad. You managed to graze me with your claws and punch me in the guts. Although your punches are like that of a little kid, your claws contain dangerous toxins. Magnus says with a small laugh while coughing up a mouthful of black blood. Then he continues, you surprised me, you know? You could even take me down if you continue to run that formation array much longer. It would have been so easy if it were you and your daughter. Isn't that the reason why you're called the formidable pair? However, you have a big weakness. All I had to do was make one of you disagree and act irrationally, and boom, you're no longer relevant. Magnus says with a mocking grin on his face while laughing hysterically. You bastard. Hayes bellows as she finally activates the arrays again and dashes towards Magnus at lightning speed. The two can be seen exchanging blows in the air. Each of these blows is packed with a lot of power as it sends several waves across the castle. Back on the ground surface, Jill has an expression of worry on her face because she has never seen Hayes this angry before, unless someone hurt her daughter. But still, it's very hard to hurt, and because both the daughter and mother are always together, so before getting to, and one will have to face Hayes first. However, Magnus has used his cunning skills to lure and render and immobile, thus exploiting Hayes' weak points. Misty, Aurora, Myra. Hayes is already losing her ground. She'll soon be sent flying down. No matter what, avoid fighting with Magnus because you guys are pregnant. I'm going to fight him next and make sure I kick his ass. However, if I fail, you guys should find a way to escape from here and then call for Alfonso as assistance. Jill tells the girls assertively, But Mom, let us take him on together. Misty retorts and tries to persuade her mom. But Jill simply glares at them with blood-red eyes, making the girls shudder with fear. Amber, please come out. I need you. Stop being a hothead. Misty yells at Amber inwardly since they share the same body. You can't just tell me to take control. We already had a deal. I'll only take control when things get out of hand. Besides, Jake isn't even here yet. I trust him. When he finds out that his women are being abused, he will kill this puny man that's not even worth my presence. Idiot, if you are so confident, then come out and help us. Are you going to take action when things get bad? If Mom is not even sure of taking him down, how can Jake beat him? It's not like I don't want to help. Just like the way you've improved. My powers have also grown by leaps and bounds. If I were to take control now and unleash my powers, it will affect the baby inside us. That is the reason why I said we should wait for Jake. If Jake can't take him down, then I am left with no choice. The baby? Misty thinks inwardly and clenches her fists. Suddenly, Hayes comes crashing into the ground like a meteor, with burnt fist marks all over her body. Jill walks towards her and carries her away, before placing her beside Anne. Wish me luck, my friend. Jill mumbles before standing up and walking towards Magnus. Oi, two down. Another one is coming again. I can't wait to finish you all off. Magnus grins viciously. Enraged, Jill ejects her wings as a red aura covers her from head to toe. Then she starts to levitate in the air, floating at the same level as Magnus. You know, if Anne and Hayes use their array together, they could be one of the strongest in this universe. However, you lured them with your cunningness. Jill says with her arms folded because she noticed that Magnus' eyes are fixated on her chest. Oh, one of the strongest, you say? Have they ever slain a god or grown-up dragon? Magnus says with a chuckle, but suddenly his expression turns serious. You bitch, do you think you have a right to reprimand me? After everything your husband did for the vampires, what did you repay him with? Your father and his men tried to kill him, but they failed, and he was put into eternal slumber by a strange god, a state akin to being dead. I respect that man. He is one of the strongest of our type, people who could slay gods. Even that god couldn't defeat him. He tricked him and put him into eternal slumber. I know the full story, bitch. Your husband's great weakness is his children. He cherished them so much that he even sacrificed himself for them when a god threatened to kill them. He willingly sacrificed himself to be put to slumber all because of his children, only for you to betray his memory with his own child after his death, you ungrateful woman. Magnus Bellows Tundersly. He is also trying to break Jill as well like he did to Hayes and Anne. And Mom, is it true? Why did you feed us lies? You didn't tell us that Dad was taken down by a god. Misty mumbles while staring at Jill above. What he said is true, but I have my reasons for keeping his secret from you. Furthermore, I never betrayed your dad. He and I didn't have any love interest. Jill tells Misty while gritting her teeth at what Magnus just caused. Her relationship with her daughter might take a dip again, all because of Magnus. Magnus, I don't need to explain shit to you. Jake is the only man that has ever touched me. Jill Bellows at Magnus. She is trying to stall for some time while trying to create an escape road for Myra, Jill, and Aurora. However, Magnus has gotten on her nerves, and now she is trying not to act irrationally like Hayes. Suddenly, all of Magnus' men start to laugh and chuckle at Jill's words. Ho ho, so your son disgraced you? Ha ha ha, you're more shameless than I thought. Magnus says in a loud voice while the laughter of his men echoes throughout in the whole castle. I don't have to explain anything. You bastard. My children were born artificially, and the only man I have ever loved is Jake. I didn't betray anyone or disrespect the culture of the vampires. Jill bellows thunderously as her eyes burn hot red, while she swings her right hand and throws a large red arc of blood strike at Magnus. Chapter 139, Grand Battle Part 3. Seeing the large blood strike heading towards him, a smirk starts to form on his face. This is my first time fighting a vampire lord. How strong are they? Although, I heard that their power varies. Magnus thinks to himself as the red arc comes flying towards him at an incredible speed. Snapping his fingers, Magnus activates the beast gear on his middle finger, which is a ring. In a flash, a burst of translucent light bursts out of Magnus' body as the aura hits him. When the light finally becomes dim, Magnus can be seen floating in the air and unscathed. Not even a strand of his hair was harmed. Seeing what has just happened, a surprised look appears on Jill's face, but she doesn't fear or falter. Just what is this guy made up of? That was one of the largest blood strikes I have ever created. That single attack consumed 2 liters of my blood. Jill thinks inwardly. Suddenly, Jill turns herself into thousands of bats and starts flying towards Magnus. Seeing Jill coming towards him in the form of bats, Magnus snaps his left finger, activating another beast gear, which creates a thick bubble barrier around him. However, contrary to his expectations, Jill changes her direction and heads towards Magnus' men, after dividing herself into several bats. No, Magnus Bellows. But it is too late. Jill is like a grim reaper now, killing countless of Magnus' men like ants, without them even giving them the chance to fight back. Arg, it hurts. My eyes have been gouged out. Arg, do bats even eat balls? Get off me. Arg, I got a family at home. Get off me. My skin is gone. Arg, not the eyeballs. Jill ignores the cries of the men as she continues her carnage, killing every single man under Magnus. However, she leaves the one with the mask, as he seems to be quite powerful. After the carnage, all the bats come together, and slowly, Jill's body starts to materialize again in front of Magnus, who can't believe his eyes. Jill has just killed all of his men within a fraction of a second. He has an angry look on his face compared to the shameless and perverted expression that he's always wearing. You are stronger than I thought, and you've made a grave mistake by killing all my men. I wanted to toy with you before and let you go. But now, You have made me mad, and I'm going to make you pay. Once I am done with you, I'll allow 1,000 soldiers to have their way with you. They'll make sure you regret crossing me. Manov, get those girls while I deal with this woman. Magnus bellows, and in the next moment, he takes off his jacket, revealing his toned abs. At the same time, the masked figure that escaped Jill's carnage earlier flies towards Myra and the other women. Planning to run away, huh? The masked figure says as he descends in front of the women. Right now, Misty is carrying Hayes on her back while Aurora is carrying and on her back, since it wouldn't be a good idea to leave them behind. The masked figure suddenly blocks a very fast sword attack that was aimed at him. Not so fast, the masked figure says, raising his foot in the air to kick Kira. But Kira simply evades the kick by doing acrobatic movements in the air with her long katana blade. Kira, be careful, Myra suddenly says in a worried voice when she sees Kira move forward to intercept the masked figure. At the same time, Aurora and Misty can be seen gritting their teeth. It wouldn't be a good idea for us to go into a tough battle with our pregnancy, but if push comes to shove, we can make another baby if something happens to our pregnancies. Aurora thinks inwardly while gritting her teeth and contemplating if she should drop and join the fight. Move sideways and hand the queen over to me. My lord, order me not to kill anyone. The masked figure says, lowering his sword a bit. You have to go through me first. Kira gives a reply and tightly grips her katana before dashing towards the masked figure. You leave me with no choice then. After all, you're only a mere combat maid. Killing you won't get me any penalty. The masked figure says in a low yet stern voice. In the next moment, he moves towards Kira like a blur, with his robe swaying, and slashes her across the stomach with his sword. Gah! Kira lets out a groan as she can feel the cold steel cutting into her flesh. This man is just too fast. When I am done with you, you'll regret going against me. In fact, I think killing you will be the best thing to do. Magnus shouts while flexing his toned abs and muscles. Kvit vining, Magnus. Jill replies as she turns into many bats and flies towards Magnus. Me whining, huh? Magnus mumbles, and in a flash, several vines burst out of the ground, turning into several sharp vines. The vines then begin attacking the bats before they can get closer to him. Since he's a royal, he also has the innate ability to control vines. Frustrated that her movements are getting disrupted by the vines, Jill flies backward and comes back together, materializing into her real form. Enraged, she also raises her hand and a big bright, light aura envelopes her. Fuck! Only one word comes out of Magnus' mouth as he is slammed into the ground, due to the sudden pressure of the gravity. At the same time, all the small castles surrounding Jill also begins to crumble as they can't withstand the pressure of the gravity. This is what I was avoiding, but I just want to kill this bastard right now. Jill mutters as she flies towards the rubble to pick Magnus and kick his ass again. Swoosh, thrust, 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 stab, stab. The masked figure stabs Kira repeatedly, while Kira is still standing on her feet with her katana lodged into the shoulder of the masked figure. The katana could only cut into the masked figure's flesh a little, and it didn't budge again afterwards. Stab! I warned you. I warned you to stay away. Now only death awaits you. The masked figure roars as he stabs Kira one last time and twists his sword inside her stomach, ripping out all her guts. FWSHH, a clawed hand swiftly moves towards the masked figure's head, aiming to cleave it off in one go. However, the masked figure is too sharp as he predicts the movement and quickly leaps backward. Meanwhile, his sword is still lodged inside Kira's stomach. The person that attacked the masked figure right now is none other than Misty. Kia! Myra shouts with tears flowing down her face as she runs towards Kira, who is still standing on her feet with a happy smile on her face, despite all her guts dangling outside. Misty quickly removes the sword that is lodged inside Kira, and she immediately lowers her to the ground. Then she tries to regenerate all her missing organs. But no matter what she does, Kira's organs do not regenerate, and her minor wounds refuse to be healed as well. Kira, Yoa, I am sorry that I couldn't help you. Misty, please do something. Myra cries while embracing Kira's bloodied figure and urging Misty to try her best. Suddenly, Misty raises her head and looks at Myra. I am sorry, Myra. There's nothing I can do. The sword was enchanted by a witch, thus rendering my healing ability useless. It's as if this sword was mainly created to kill a vampire. The main target of this sword is Jake. Misty tells Myra while shaking her head. Then in a flash, she gets up and starts walking towards the masked figure. Amber, it's time to come out. Meanwhile, Myra can be seen weeping profusely while hugging Kira tightly. Please just hold on a little longer, Kira. Myra weeps profusely as she tries to stop Kira's bleeding. I'm sorry, Master. I had the best time serving you because you treated me like a sister. However, I have something to tell you, and I want you to forgive me, Kira says while coughing out a mouthful of blood. Then she continues, why your husband and I each had an affair. Although I don't know how we ended up being together, it somehow happened. And the outcome left me with a pregnancy that I just discovered today. I didn't want to let anyone know, so I planned to abort it as soon as I got to leave. But now that I have little time left, I want to ask for your forgiveness, Master. Kira says with a small smile on her face while her eyes slowly start to close. No, Kia. Chapter 140 Grand Battle Part 4. Kira's eyes slowly start to close due to blood loss. However, her heart is still beating slowly with her life hanging on a thread, although she would have been dead immediately after telling Myra her secret. However, Myra had immediately done something the moment she saw death flashing in Kira's face. Right now, Myra can be seen placing her 2 hands on Kira's stomach with a white light emitting from her hands and entering Kira's body. This white light is none other than Mira's divine blessing. Naughty girl, you've done a lot of things behind my back, haven't you? Myra says with a smile, while the white light around her hands keeps getting brighter. What is that? Aurora asks as she moves closer to Myra. It's my divine blessing that I told you about. But didn't your teacher say that you shouldn't use it while you're pregnant? She said it will slowly eat your life force. Aurora says with worry shown on her face. Myra simply turns her head towards Aurora and flashes a smile at her. Yes, that's true. It will expend some of my life force, and I will pass out the moment I stop using the divine energy. However, I can't watch my maid die in front of me while trying to protect me. I might only be asleep for 2 days. There's not many consequences. Myra replies while she continues to do what she's doing. This is why the elves are different from us. If she was a vampire, she would have left her maid to die without a care in the world. I see why the vampires are known as a vile race. I wonder if I would have done the same thing if I were in her shoes. Aurora thinks inwardly as she sees the way Myra is trying hard to get rid of the sword's effect on Kira. Sometime later, a bright light flashes from Mira's hands and envelopes Kira. After the light dims down, Myra passes out and collapses onto the floor, but Aurora is very fast to catch her. At the same time, all of Kira's wounds start to close up and her organs start to regenerate at a rapid rate. This is happening because Misty had tried to heal Kira earlier, and she had left a huge healing energy in her to sustain her life. And now that Kira's body can be healed, the energy started healing all her wounds up. Meanwhile, a short girl with 2 large side buns and a large sword strapped to her back can be seen floating in the air while staring at a castle several meters away from her. My eyesight has improved drastically. I can see things several miles away from here, and my strength is on par with teachers. But I'm still lacking in experience compared to him. They'll forget about that for now, but the castle looks weird somehow compared to how it looked before. Is some kind of renovation going on? Sigh, even though my eyesight has improved significantly, I still can't get a clear view of something several miles away from me. Whatever. I can't wait to meet Darling, Blair mutters and lets out childish giggles as she flies toward the Dark Elves' royal castle. You bastard. Boom. Crack. Amber curses out loud as she slams the masked figure into the ground, creating several massive web cracks on the ground. The mask on the figure's face has also been crushed, revealing a demon's face underneath. A higher demon. Not wasting any time, Amber grabs the demon's leg and raises him in the sand before slamming him into the ground and creating another massive crater. Hee hee hee. I have an endurance ability. That's why that girl's sword couldn't cut through me. When you are tired, it'll give you a swift death. Hee. The demon grins with his purple ugly face as Amber continues to slam him onto the hard floor. Hearing his words, Amber pauses for a few moments and also flashes an evil smile at the demon. A much more evil grin. Lucky you, I also don't get tired. I could do this all day. Since you can endure anything, don't you think we should play a little harder? Amber says with a wide, evil grin on her face while her green eye glows brighter. Indeed, Valkyries don't get tired. And since Amber is part Valkyrie due to the pod that she and Misty were created in, she has the ridiculous strength and aura of the mystical Valkyries. What are you? Let go of me. The demon trembles in fear as he feels the aura Amber is emitting. The aura is something that he knows about and often uses it. But he has never seen one as strong of one as this person's own. It's as if the person in front of him was born with it. Amber grabs the demon by his hair and he shoots into the sky, taking him into the torture room that she has always heard about while inside Misty during their stay on the elves' planet. Currently, Jill is down on the ground surface, rummaging through the rubble to pick up Magnus' body and cleave off his head. However, she has been rummaging through the rubble for over 10 minutes, yet she hasn't seen Magnus' body. Is he dead? How can he be dead with just one attack? If he's really dead, then this doesn't make any sense. Jill thinks inwardly while she continues to search inside the rubbles. Looking for me? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounds from behind, causing Jill to turn her body around in a jerk. Then her eyes fall on Magnus, who is levitating above her. Hey, Chow. When did he appear here? I didn't even notice. Jill thinks inwardly and swallows a mouthful of saliva. In many years, she hasn't felt fear like this. Yet the man in front of her is making her feel fear for some reason. Jill stills her resolve and also flies into the air, levitating a few meters away from Magnus. I wanted to take things easy with you guys, but it looks like I'm going to do things the hard way, Magnus says with a scowl on his face. And in the next moment, his hair begins to float in the air in a straight manner, while a sort of energy begins to radiate around him. This energy, I have seen someone use it before. Jill thinks inwardly while cold sweats start dripping down from her face. Suddenly, Magnus disappears from in front of her, and her eyes can't follow his movements again. Where the fuck did he go? Jill mutters panickingly as she changes her stance every now and then to avoid a sneak attack from Magnus. If only I knew about that energy. I think my sister should also know about it, since she's a battle maniac. But I, on the other hand, just want a peaceful life. Jill thinks inwardly and bites her lips in regret for not learning all these things when she had the opportunity. It was one of the reasons she insisted that Alfonso should be Jake's teacher. Suddenly, Magnus appears behind Jill and slams his palm in her back. Boom! Jill crashes into the ground in an instant, creating a man-shaped hole in the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Jill begins to cough black blood as she gets up from the floor. She can feel some of her bones broken and her organs disrupted just from a single attack. However, the scariest thing right now is that she's unable to heal herself. I can't heal myself. This bad, that energy. What is it? Jill thinks inwardly. Suddenly, she raises her head and looks at Magnus, who is flying towards her while emitting murderous, killing intent. If I am to die here, then I'm taking him down with me. Jill thinks inwardly and ejects her claws, letting her aura dance around them. The moment Magnus reaches a few meters away from Jill, a strong explosion suddenly blasts him away, sending him crashing into the rubble again with greater force. Boom! That guy's body is surprisingly strong. Just what the fuck happened here? Blair mumbles as she looks around at all the destroyed buildings before flying towards Jill. Chapter 141, Grand Battle Part 5. Blair slowly flies towards Jill and helps her get up, sitting her upright. What's going on here, Jill? Blair asks as she casually sits down beside Jill like she always does. Sigh. This crazy guy is Mira's uncle, and he's trying to become the king of this kingdom by force. He's unbelievably strong, too. What? Doesn't he know that Myra is pregnant? Blair asks with confusion on her face. That's why I said he is crazy. Jill lets out a cough again, which brings out black blood, as her energy isn't regenerating because of the strange energy Magnus used on her. What about, darling? Blair asks with her eyes shimmering and her body getting hot as she thinks about him. Jake? He just disappeared all of a sudden. But I can feel my connection with him, and I can tell that he's okay. If I want to teleport to his side right now, I can do that. But who knows whether he's in the middle of some important things. I don't want to get scolded by him. You know how he can be sometimes. Jill replies as her face flushes red, and her gaze shifts to the side. I'm happy to learn that darling is okay. You don't need to disturb him then. Let me deal with this peasant, Blair says with a fierce gaze as she turns her face to where Magnus was sent crashing. Blair, be careful that guy is using a strain gene. It's okay, I also know how to use ki. Master Alfonso taught me, Blair says, flashing a smile at Jill. Kaki, Alfonso taught you? Did he also teach Jake how to use it? No, he taught only me. He didn't even teach Roth or Jake. He said that it's very complicated for vampires to learn how to use it. Well, he'll explain it to you later, Jill. Blair tells Jill while rubbing the back of her head. She also begins to hear rumbling sounds from the rubbles. In the next moment, Blair shoots up in the air and flies towards Magnus. Alfonso, that bastard. Why didn't he teach my son how to use that energy? He'll teleport to Earth and smack his face once all this is over. Jill thinks to herself while gritting her teeth. No doubt, her son is the most important thing to her, and he is also her happiness. Furthermore, Jill has been getting frustrated for some time over her inability to get pregnant. Although she didn't mind much about it before, her infertility was now bothering her, making her wonder if that is the reason her father forced her to have children through artificial means. Ha ha ha, I see. You're one of us. Since you are one of the king's wives, how about we forget everything that happened here and let me go my own way? Magnus says with a small laugh as he turns around to leave. Not so fast. You can't just say you want to leave after causing a lot of trouble here. What's the assurance that you won't come back here again? Your men are all died. Yet, you are unfazed by it since they are nothing more than tools to you. You're nothing but a coward. Your head would make a great collection in the trophy room of this castle. Blair says with small giggles as she unstraps the large sword on her back. Hearing Blair's words, Magnus pauses his footsteps as his face turns dark with anger, while he slowly turns around to face Blair. You say what, little girl? Just keep your mouth shut and let this end here. I promise not to return here. Besides, he'll eventually get bored if I become king. You heard what I said, right? How can you make up for all the innocent people that died here? I am no saint, but I hate guys like you, Blair says as she raises her sword. Be ready to die then. Boom! A ridiculous amount of ki bursts out of Magnus' body as he flies towards Blair. Meanwhile, Blair simply closes her eyes while shadows slowly start seeping out of her body. Oh, darkness, grant. Blair starts to mumble some words as she envelopes herself and her sword with the dancing shadows. However, when Magnus gets a few meters close to Blair, she suddenly swings her sword in the air once, and in a casual manner. Shadow Blast. However, the attack was so fast that Magnus' eyes weren't even able to follow the movement of her sword. Boom! A loud explosion occurs as a huge ball of shadow shoots out of Blair's sword and hits Magnus. When the debris of the attack settles, Magnus can be seen panting very hard with several bruises on his body. However, not a single significant damage was done to him. What he survived my shadow blast, Blair exclaims inwardly while adrenaline rushes through her body. All the buildings several meters away from her have been razed to the ground. Kid, you've got quite a strong ability there. But I held back to know your full capabilities. I took that attack head on without using my ability, bummer. Magnus says with a grin and laughs hysterically. His ability is Balls of Steel, an ability that makes his body as strong as Letherium. Furthermore, he also has his innate ability, Vine Manipulation. And to top it all off, if Magnus combines his ki with his balls of steel ability, he'll be almost impenetrable. I was also holding back. Okay then, I'm going all out now. Blair giggles as a huge wave of ki also bursts out of her body. If Magnus' ki is like a running tap, then Blair's own is like a dam. Soon after, loud explosions occur as the two titans clash and exchange several blows. Currently, Amber can be seen inside a huge room that has a single chair at the center of the room. On the walls of the room are several torture weapons of various kinds. Also, the boxes on the floor are filled with torture tools. Apart from the weapons hanging on the wall, there's also fresh blood that was splashed on the wall. Standing in the center of the room is Amber, who's looking at the butchered pieces of meat on the ground. It would be almost unbelievable that these pieces of meat are the body parts of a higher demon. This is indeed a gruesome scene. TCH, I thought he would last longer with his endurance ability. It's not even been up to 2 hours, and yet he died so soon. Amber clicks her tongue and throws the axe in her hand onto the floor before turning around. It was quite a painful death for the demon because Amber repeatedly hacked him with the axe without showing any signs of getting tired. Even though he had an endurance ability, he was after all still a living being. He could feel the pain of repeatedly getting hacked for over 1 hour nonstop. He had to cancel his ability so that his suffering would come to an end. Now, I remember everything. I remember everything that happened back then. Those damned, shameless, two-faced gods allied with the demons and Balors. Amber bellows, while her green eye glow brightly. Her destroyed soul has finally been repaired, and now she finally remembers who she really is and how she ended up merging with a vampire girl who is now her sister. No doubt, you are one of the strongest god slayers out there, but it's all useless if you have no experience. I warned you earlier, but you refused to back off. Now only death awaits you. Magnus bellows as he raises Blair's sword in the air in order to separate her head from her body. Chang! Magnus slams the sword downward, only to hit the empty hard floor. Blair was nowhere to be found. No one hurts my woman and lives to tell the tale. Hugh Magnus suddenly hears a voice from behind, causing him to turn his body around with a jerk, and his gaze falls on a tall vampire who is carrying Blair in a princess carry. Red, that's the only thing Magnus can see right now. Chapter 142, The Final Battle. Magnus is stunned for a moment as he looks at the boy in front of him. The vampire looks like every other male vampire except for his extreme handsomeness and sharp crimson eyes. And then there's also a strange beast girl beside him, which Magnus doesn't sense any threat from. So, you're Mira's husband, huh? You don't look as mighty as I pictured you. What a shame. Magnus mumbles as he scrunches up his face in hostility. However, the vampire doesn't say anything. He's only staring at the girl in his arms. You did this to my woman, huh? Jake mumbles while his eyes continue to glow brightly. Huh. I also beat the other women to a pulp, especially that Catwoman. She should have already met her demis. Before Magnus can complete his sentence, he finds himself being raised up in the air, and in a flash, Jake slams him very hard into the ground with telekinesis. Jake doesn't say anything as he flies towards Mira's location, tracing her with her scent. Abruptly, he sees them behind the wall of the castle, which is opposite of Vast Garden. Myra, Hayes, Mom. Jake bellows as he descends to the floor and dashes towards the women. Sometime later, after making sure that everyone is alive, and after listening to the story of the women, a red aura begins dancing around Jake violently. His anger keeps surging, but he's trying to remain calm and keep his emotions under control according to the teachings of his teacher, Alfonso. Jake, I don't think you can win against that guy. Aurora suddenly speaks with worry etched on her face. Darling, she's right. I was stronger than that guy and gained the upper hand while we were fighting. However, he has so many tricks up his sleeve. Blair says as if remembering something sad. Jake, please don't go. That guy separated Anne and Hayes and made them fight independently. Please be calm. I have called for reinforcements. Jill also speaks up with tears streaming down her beautiful face. Blair extracted the key in Jill's body after she woke up from her unconscious state. I will finish him. A familiar voice suddenly sound from behind them, causing everyone to turn their heads around in sync. Amber, Jill mutters as she instantly stands up and runs towards Amber, hugging her tightly. Jake also walks towards Amber and hugs her tightly before planting a deep kiss on her lips and placing his hands on her waist. Although Jake has never gotten romantic with Amber before, it doesn't matter since she and Misty are both sharing the same body. You are okay now, Amber. I am very excited. It doesn't matter, Jake. Misty and I are the same. You don't have to differentiate us. All I want is just to protect Misty anytime she's in danger. Jake flashes a smile at her before replying. The look in your eyes says it all, Amber. No one knows you better than me. You feel like you don't want to take over Misty's body because she's the sole owner, right? That's why you only come out to protect her. Don't worry, Amber. We'll find a body for you once we go to the vampire world since you're now stable. Jake says and hugs Amber tightly again. Thank you. Jake, you're the only one who understands me. Amber mutters as emotions surge within her. She moves her face towards Jake's and plants a deep kiss on his face. After their deep kiss finishes, Amber gestures with her face towards the beastkin who is standing several meters away from the other women, and a smirk forms on her face. I found her a pervert. Amber punches Jake in the ribs as she turns around. He'll be watching you, Jake. If anything goes wrong, he'll butt in. Amber says before walking away. Darling Jake's eyes suddenly fall on Blair, whose eyes are already getting teary. I was thinking about you day and night, and yet you were cuddling with another woman. Blair starts crying and instantly turns around before running towards Jill and snuggling into her arms. Jill and Myra are the only two people whom Blair is very close to, since Myra is still unconscious. She can only cry to Jill. Jake glances at the figure of Hayes and Kira before turning around and shooting into the sky. He'll avenge you guys. Jake thinks inwardly as he flies into the air. Mimi, are you sure about this? Yes, Master. As long as you can finish your enemy within 5 minutes. System Overdrive will give you almost infinite stats and MC cells for 5 minutes. Once the 5 minutes are up, you'll be weaker than an average human. Almost infinite, huh? That means it also has a limit. Jake thinks to himself as he flies towards Magnus, who's currently gathering ki around his body. He has also activated his ability, Balls of Steel, making him as sturdy as Letherium. I've been waiting for you, kid. Now it's time to die. Magnus says as he also starts flying towards Jake. Mimi now. System Overdrive activated. You have been given unlimited stats and almost infinite MC cells. Green words flash before Jake's eyes. The moment Magnus is before him, Jake catches his incoming fist as if it were simply a sheet of paper floating in the air. Is that all you've got? Jake says with a smirk as he flicks Magnus away with his finger, sending him crashing into the ground. This power. Is this what it feels like to be very powerful? Jake exclaims inwardly. At the same time, he's calculating how much time he has left. Similarly, Magnus is feeling troubled and his instincts are screaming at him. Not even a god has made him feel this scared. Yet this normal vampire is making him feel fear. The intel was wrong. This boy is a monster just like his father. That aura is also the same as his father's. Fuck, I have to run away from here. Even my balls of steel won't save me from one of his punches. Magnus thinks to himself as he turns around and begins to fly away for survival. However, he suddenly pauses when Jake appears before him. He tried to get here so soon. He was there before. Magnus shakes in fear. In reality, Jake only blinked to his location. Trying to run away, huh? Jake asks with a chuckle as he grabs Magnus' neck with his bare hand. No matter how much ki Magnus tries to use to free himself, he is unable to budge. If you didn't hurt any of my wives, I would have freed you and allowed you to go. However, you hurt my women, and one of your men even attempted to kill one of my women who is carrying a baby. Jake says while his anger surges. He also just learned about Kira's pregnancy while he was in Stella's parents' house. It didn't shock him much because it was his fault for not being more careful with her. After all, he was in haste not to get caught by Myra. Furthermore, He is willing to accept Kira, since he was the one who took her innocence. Jake grabs Magnus' right arm and rips it off for her, and he grabs his left arm and also rips it off for Hayes. He doesn't stop there, though, as he also rips out Magnus' two legs, avenging Blair and Jill. Jake also thrusts his hand into Magnus' chest and pulls out his beating heart before crushing it in his hand for Kira. Jake says before finally detaching Magnus' head from his body with his clawed hand. The look on Magnus' face is that of horror and regret. If only he hadn't come here. Jake descends to the ground with Magnus' head in hand before picking up a spear. Throwing Magnus' head in the air, Jake aims the spear at it, and the spear successfully pins it to the wall of the castle's tower. Chapter 143, Aftermath, after Jake kills Magnus. He exhales deeply as he can feel the borrowed power leaving his body. Thereafter, he starts feeling his body becoming as weak as he has never felt before, but not to the extent of being unable to stand up on his feet. You killed him effortlessly. When did you become so strong, Jake? Amber exclaims in shock as she descends beside Jake. I paid a little price for the strength. Jake replies while staring at the head he pinned to the wall. Although, Jake would have loved to torture Magnus further. He couldn't take a chance since 5 minutes was the time given to him. It has something to do with your system, right? Amber asks Jake curiously while also staring at the head on the wall of the castle. Yes, I see. Your aura completely disappeared. Amber mumbles while the atmosphere becomes awkward as the two do not know what to say. Jake, they'll leave the rest to Misty. Bye-bye. Amber stutters as the glow on her green eye becomes dim while the red eye lights up. Jake, who is that beast girl? Misty suddenly bellows as soon as she takes over her body. Extreme jealousy can be seen flashing on her face as she confronts Jake. Sigh, Misty, won't you even ask about my well-being instead of berating me? You haven't even changed in the slightest. And your cheeks are always getting red anytime you're around me. Jake says with a grin as teases Misty. Misty bellows in embarrassment and turns her body around. Jake also doesn't waste time as he hugs her from behind. I love you, Misty Jake declares as he rubs Misty's stomach while kissing her nape. Jake, if you hadn't received this system and Sid hadn't died, I would have had you all to myself, right? Yes, if all those things didn't happen, then I would have married only you. We can spend some quality time together and go on many trips, and I will also try to improve my blood skills. Jake replies while he continues kissing her nape. Jake, are we also going to make a lot of babies? Why you will give me a lot of babies, right? Misty asks while her face flushes extremely red at the thought of waking up with Jake and their numerous babies. This pervert, why is she so obsessed with making babies? If that's what she really wants, then I will help her have more children after her first delivery. Jake thinks inwardly, feeling conflicted about the situation. Yes, Misty, even though you're sharing me now, they'll still take care of you for a long time. Jake whispers in her ear and places his hand gently on her waist. Oh, really? Why you will be there for me? Misty stutters as her body shivers at the warm touch of Jake and the thought of him being close to her. Believe my word. Misty, within 100 years, I want to have about 20 babies with you, Misty. Jake replies and grabs her waist again. 100 years is akin to 10 years in the eyes of vampires since they are almost immortal. Be babies. And Misty lets out small, flustered noises as she thinks about Jake and the idea of starting a family with him. Huff, 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 tea, that was so embarrassing. I can't believe I got so flustered just thinking about that. Misty covers her face in embarrassment at what she just did. But luckily for her, she's wearing black leather pants. So no one will see the mess she made on herself. But of course, Jill and Aurora will probably smell it on her body. Right now, the 67-year-old young vampire is having the best time of her life as she thinks of the promise her man made to her, to make lots of babies with her. Cough, 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 if you guys want to make out so badly, at least you should go and check on the others first. Also, you guys are talking out loud. Jake and Misty hear a voice from behind, causing them to turn their body around with a jerk, and their gaze falls on the figure of none other than Dorothy, the witch. Hey, what are you doing here? You've made my wife very embarrassed. Jake says with a sigh as Misty clings to him tightly from behind and buries her red face in his back. Firstly, I was called here by Jill to repair the destroyed castle and bring it back to how it was before. And secondly, how did I make your wife embarrassed? Dorothy asks, raising her head a little and giving Jake a clear view of her flawless face. Oh, I didn't know you could do that too. Jake lets out a surprised voice. Humph, there are many rules and restrictions in witchcraft. For example, I can repair this castle by reversing time around the castle and restoring it to its former glory. However, I can't make a castle that never existed before appear out of nowhere. Of course, that is unless I create a pseudo-castle. Dorothy explains and puffs her chest in pride. I see. Suddenly, Misty raises her head, wraps her arms around Jake's neck, and looks at Dorothy. Dorothy, by any chance, did you hear what me and my husband were talking about? Oh, you're still talking about that? Well, I overheard that you want to start a family with your husband. Dorothy says nonchalantly. Yeah. Misty S. face flushes as she buries her face in Jake S. back again. Sigh. Stop making my wife feel so embarrassed. She is always like that anytime we talk about babies. Jake says with a sigh. Ah, who doesn't like babies? I mean, I also like babies. I'm jealous of you guys. Dorothy says with a somewhat sad expression on her face. Don't you have children? Jake asks. Although he knows that this is a sensitive question, he can't help but ask. I don't have any. The witch's fertility rate is very low. The ones with children among us mostly have one. Witches with 2 or more children are rare. However, in my case, I don't even have anyone to love me. Men are only after bedding me. I guess I'll always carry this burden in my heart till I die. Dorothy replies while her eyes tear up as she turns around. I got carried away. I'll begin my work right away. Dorothy says as she walks away and starts to levitate in the air before casting some spells. Suddenly, a huge bright rainbow envelopes the whole castle, covering everywhere. That is quite sad. She can perform miracles for others and make them happy. However, inwardly, she is carrying a huge burden and tons of worry. I feel pity for her. Misty says in a low voice. Me too. Jake replies. Master, we've got a job to do, foo. Jake, let us go and meet the others. Misty announces as she carries Jake on her back and flies into the air. She knows that her husband is weak due to his fight with Magnus. Chapter 144 Origin of Key 144 Origin of Key. Jake and Misty enter the building, which is the only building still standing and unscathed. And this is because it was specially built for the queen and king using a special type of material. Therefore, the building was unfazed by the attacks that occurred earlier today. Currently, Jake and Misty are inside a relatively large room with many beds stationed around. This room was formerly given to Jill to use, but it seems like all the women were transferred here for some reason. And Hayes and Kira are laying down on different beds, a few inches away from each other, and they are all unconscious, while Aurora is sitting upright on another bed that is next to a large empty bed, which is probably Jill's. In a flash, Misty runs towards the unconscious women and begins to use her healing ability on them, even though a healer just left the room a couple of minutes ago. However, Myra and Blair are not inside the room. Raising his head a little and veering it to the side of the room, Jake sees Jill standing in front of someone. Her voice increases in volume as she continuously berates the person who seems to be using a black hood. Why didn't you teach my son how to use key? Furthermore, you never told anyone about it. What if anything bad had happened to my son today? Even Hayes and I didn't stand a chance against that man. I trusted you, but you ended up disappointing me. Jill screams at the figure. This figure is none other than Alfonso. Sigh. Mom summoned Alfonso over here. Now, things are going to get awkward. And what the hell is Key? Jake thinks inwardly as he walks towards Jill and hugs her from behind, catching her off guard. Jake, what are you doing? Jill asks with a stutter as Jake suddenly hugs her from behind unexpectedly. This little action of Jake makes her face flush red like that of a maiden in love, and she can feel butterflies rising in her stomach. These little actions are important to women, to surprise them even when they are angry. Feeling Jake's manly touch, Jill's body goes soft, and she's no longer in the mood to berate Alfonso. Now that Jake is here and asserting his dominance, she has no choice but to instantly shift from mother mode to wife mode. Huh. It's okay, sweetie. You're so cute when you're angry, Jake says and slowly kisses Jill's nape. I am cute, Jill asks, and her face flushes red again. She's trying her best not to show this side of herself in front of Alfonso. But what to do? Jake keeps teasing her. Suddenly, Jake stops teasing Jill and raises his head, looking into the eyes of the figure in front of him. Master Jake says in a low voice, Jill, I know that you are mad at me for not teaching your son how to use ki. The truth is that I plan to teach Jake and Roth how to use ki after they graduate from high school. However, things took a different turn when I learned that Jake had awakened his blood power and also got this weird power of copying women's abilities. And at the same time, Roth also acquired his blood power. All these things happened in a short time. I wanted to teach the two how to get accustomed to their blood powers and thoroughly know how to use them before learning other things. That was the reason why I postponed teaching them about ki. Alfonso explains to Jill without mentioning anything about the argument that ensued between him and Jake. I am sorry for berating you, Alfonso. I was just worried and disturbed. I guess I acted irrationally. After all, I was the one who also brought Blair to you. If you were keeping it to yourself, you wouldn't teach her. I am sorry once again. Jill apologizes and turns her body around, bringing her face closer to Jake's face before planting a kiss on his lips. On the other hand, Alfonso is barely concerned about the perverted mother and son that won't stop making out at any slight opportunity. I taught Blair the ki so that she would be able to suppress her powers from going out of hand or possessing her. However, ki or no ki, only the skilled shall be victorious. No doubt, ki is a very good type of energy. It can be used in different types of forms that haven't even been fully learnt yet, so we don't know its limit. But learning ki can be very hard for vampires. The only race that can learn ki easily are humans, due to their versatile bodies. That is why Blair has been able to learn it quickly. Humans were the weakest of all races before. However, after the humans were able to use abilities, they have been evolving nonstop. Even their lifespan increased tremendously. Humans with abilities can now live more than 1,000 years. Just how monstrous would they be if they all had an ability? Alfonso mutters while staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, Misty starts walking towards Alfonso. The person in control now doesn't seem to be Misty, but Amber. Amber stops in front of Alfonso and grabs him by his hood, raising him up in the air and pressing his back against the wall. Still as aggressive as ever towards strangers. Alfonso lets out a chuckle at Amber as he knows that she's the one in control due to her glowing green eye. Alfonso knows everything about the royal vampire family. Still as cocky as ever, You seem to know a lot about ki since you're a historian. Can you tell me what happened to my comrades? It has been so many years since those damn gods did what they did to us. Amber says with a sigh and lowers Alfonso to the ground. Amber, what are you talking about? Jake and Jill ask and sink as they can't process what's going on between the two. The truth is that my soul has been repaired and I have my past memories. Amber confesses. Jill, here's the truth. The pod where Misty developed had been contaminated and was hosting Amber's soul without the knowledge of the doctor at that time. That pod had been used before to carry out some experiments with the fossils of Valkyries when we vampires tried to bring them back. But we failed. However, we miraculously brought back Amber's soul without knowing. After many years, the scientists dispatched the pods to hospitals so that we could create vampires through artificial means since our birth rate is declining. So, I guess that the pod that was hosting Amber's soul was used to develop Misty unknowingly. Alfonso explains. Jill simply takes a deep breath and calmly exhales it. 1,000, 5 extra chapters, 1058, 200 golden tickets. 1 extra chapter Alfonso. I know about that issue, but I thought they were just experimenting on Valkyries. I never knew the vampires were trying to bring them back. Jill says wearily. So you mean that all my comrades are dead? Amber asks and clenches her fists tightly till they bleed. Yes, They were all killed by the gods, demons, and Balers. The gods felt that the strength of the Valkyrie was getting out of hand, so they felt threatened. But how come? We were the only ones who were able to use the energy of life. Amber mutters in confusion. As I said earlier, many experiments were carried out on the fossils of Valkyries by different races, which enabled them to learn more about the energy of life, which we named Ki. The humans were the first race to learn how to harness it. Alfonso explains. Those damn gods. Jake, I promised not to use Misty's body to do anything. However, when you give me a new body, you and I will have a little chat, because it seems like we have the same goal in common. Amber tells Jake while a calm wave of Ki explodes from her body. I understand. Jake replies, but he is slightly stunned by what Amber meant when she said that they have the same goal in common. At the same time, a bright light flashes before his eyes. Ding! Another Godslayer has been born in the host's harem. Chapter 145 Sky Gazing Part 1 Jake is currently on his way to Myra's room after he realized that she is not in the same room as the other women. He was told by Jill that Myra was taken to her room, their room, the room which the queen and the king shares, although they both have their own separate rooms. They also have a room which they share together and must sleep in as long as they don't have any dispute. Jake arrives before the room and sees two guards guarding the door. The guards slightly bow their heads in respect to their king, and Jake nods his head and pushes the door slightly, making a faint creaking noise as the Zlatherium door opens up. The moment the door opens wide, Myra's figure appears before Jake's eyes along with Blair, who is sitting down on a stool and watching over Myra's unconscious figure. Jake simply power walks toward Myra and picks up a stool, sitting next to Blair without uttering a word. Gritting her teeth, Blair decides to break the silence. She is going to be mad at you when she wakes up, Blair says with a smug expression. Why is that? Jake asks, looking unfazed. Well, Aurora told me that Kira revealed something to Myra before she passed out. Oh, do you have any idea about it? Jake gives a reply, still acting unfazed by her questions. You impregnated her. The room becomes awkward for the two as Blair blurts out the words. At the same time, an angry expression can be seen forming on her face. Jealousy, resentment, and rage. These are the emotions on Blair's face right now. Do you have anything to say to me? Blair asks in anger. Jake knows that Myra is supposed to be the one in the position of scolding him, but he also knows that Blair has an inferiority complex issue and she easily gets jealous. I'm sorry, Blair. I know I messed up after getting involved with Mirror's maid. However, you're in no position to berate me because I already told you that I was going to have a lot of women in my life before we started this relationship. Besides, I haven't even added anyone to my permanent women list for about 2 months now. Jake says while glancing at the ceiling and caressing Myra's hands. I'm sorry for talking rudely to you. But what about that beast girl you brought home? Blair asks while biting her lips. The beast girl is my maid. Our relationship is still neutral for now. And to be honest, I don't have any feelings for her, but that might change in the future. Jake replies earnestly. After a few minutes of caressing Myra's hand, Jake suddenly stands up and grabs Blair by her shoulders, pushing her backward and pinning her back to the smooth wall of the castle. Next, his hands move towards her face, gently brushing her cheeks, causing Blair's body to shudder at what her darling is planning to do. In a flash, Jake brings his face closer to her before planting a deep, long kiss on her lips. To make things worse, Blair is currently wearing a very thin nightgown with her nipples protruding from it, further increasing Jake's lust. While kissing her, Jake moves his right hand downward, grabbing onto one of her soft mounds, which are now a handful due to constant groping by Jake. Darling Blair lets out small moans as Jake cups one of her tits. Jake doesn't stop there, though, as he moves his hands downwards to raise her gown, before touching her intimately over her clothing. A hand. Not there. And Blair lets out soft sounds as Jake continues to touch her sensitive spots. Sudden POV change first person. I don't stop there, though. Instead, I slide her clothing to the side, brushing her sensitive area with my index finger. A hand, Jake. Don't let us do it here. It's disrespectful to Myra. Also, I don't think it's proper for you to do that to me here. Blair tells me with a very red face. This is the first time I've gone so far on her body with such intimate contact. After all, I couldn't be physically close to her in the past because of the insane amount of MC cells she has in her body. Doing so might have ripped my body apart, according to what the system told me. Copying an ability involves a very versatile method compared to hosting the original ability. So if one is not careful, one might explode. Snapping out of my lust, I stop touching her down there and wear her kid-old panties back for her. Turning her body and grabbing her from behind, I open the windows of Myra's room and jump out it with Blair in my arms while two wings burst out of my back, enabling us to soar into the sky. Phew! Stop scaring me like that, Jake, Blair says with a sigh as we fly higher into the sky with a cold night wind blowing over our bodies. Aren't you more scared of what I've planned for you today? I say with a grin while flying towards a certain location that I brought Myra to on the night of our wedding. After a few moments of flying, we arrive in front of a very huge mountain. Wow, this mountain is so huge. Besides, holding me while flying is different from flying by myself. I feel calm in your hands, Jake, Blair says with a dazzling smile. You have yet to see anything, I say as I flap my wings faster and begin to rise higher in the air. Although, I find it hard to use my wings because I am just recovering from the effect of system overdrive. Rising higher in the air, the top of the mountain comes into my view and instantly, I descend to the ground with Blair in my arms. Wow, the top of this mountain is surprisingly smooth, and what are these weird drawings? Blair asks as she sees several runes on the ground. You'll find out soon enough, I say with a smile as I make a cut on my wrist and begin to spray some blood on the ground. Once the runes align themselves, they begin to form a familiar shape. They form a huge canopy made out of gold and equipped with a large glowing machine that looks like a vending machine. However, this machine is strange as it can be seen pulsating with a purple glow as if it's alive. This, Jake. W, what is this? Blair leaks out a voice in surprise as she walks into the golden canopy. But she suddenly stops when she notices something. Darling, the floor is BA. Before she can complete her words, I give orders to the strange-looking machine. Fleecy, create a tiled floor, I say, and in the next moment, a bright, translucent light erupts from the ground, and thus the ground becomes tiled. I don't stop there, though. Fleecy, I need a large bed, I say again, and in a flash, a bed appears in front of us as well, and without wasting time, I push Blair onto the bed, making her fall flat. Chapter 146 Sky, Gazing Part 2 Kya. Blair leaks out a small moan upon my sudden action. Right now, I'm feasting my eyes on her alluring body on the bed, although her stature is still churning my stomach somehow. But since we're almost the same age and we have each other's consent, there's no need to worry. Jake, what's this place? Blair asks me with a lovely gaze. Although she also wants to have some fun right now, and then her curiosity is getting the better of her. I also don't know, Blair. I just discovered this place by chance. Be by chance? And also that strange machine? Yes, I met everything here. If we want to turn this canopy to a huge house, Fleecy will help us. However, I haven't used Fleecy much, so I don't know her capabilities. She's a girl? Oi, looks like someone is getting jealous of a machine. Foo. I say as I climb on top of the bed, too. In reality, I bought Fleecy from the system shop a month ago after me and Mira's wedding. Ayahan Blair lets out a soft breath as I gently slide the garment's sleeves down from her shoulders. Blair, you look nervous, but before we started dating, you were always flirting with me and hinting that you liked me. Even the first day that I agreed we should date. You also tempted me that day. But now, why are you looking so nervous? I ask as my hands move downward. That question is so embarrassing, Jake. It's not like I have been with anyone before. I was just a desperate girl at that time. I was scared to take that step, but it felt like an adrenaline was always rushing through my body anytime I set my eyes on you. However, after we started dating, the adrenaline vanished. That's why I'm always nervous anytime you touch me. Blair replies with a very red face. Oh, that makes sense. I'm going to make you feel good, Blair. I say as I also remove all my clothes in a flash. Next, I grab Blair's legs, spreading them apart. The moment between us is intense and intimate. But before touching her down there, I lean my face forward and plant a kiss on her face while I keep pressing against her in advance. After passionately kissing Blair for a few minutes, I can feel her body getting hot and her getting more aroused. Raising my left hand, after a few moments of intense kissing, I separate my lips from Blair's lips. Her face is all bright red, and breathing is getting rough as her heart's pace increases significantly. I love you, Jake. I love you too. I reply warmly as I sit up a little while we are still together. Next, I adjust myself and lower the size to about 5 inches in length and 4.47 inches in girth. With this size, I would not hurt her or cause her severe discomfort since she is much smaller. I start moving against her, making Blair clench onto the bedsheet in anticipation. Suddenly, I begin to press closer, inch by inch. With each movement, I can see Blair's face tense in discomfort. After going a short way, I feel a little resistance. Yes, this is a tender moment. Pressing forward for more connection, I move closer to her in one smooth motion. Blair lets out a loud emotional cry as I draw nearer to her. In response, she pulls me closer into a tight embrace while her fingers dig into my back. This doesn't hurt much since it's just a natural instinct of females after being intimate for the first time. I look down a bit and see some blood with my body still close to Blair's. This sight made me a little nervous and guilty for not being gentler. Furthermore, things were a little complicated. I love you, Jake, Blair suddenly declares, making my heart race and causing me to plant a kiss on her lips. Jake, when we return to Earth, I want our wedding to commence. I've already spoken to my parents about it, and they agreed. Even my brother also agreed. I was scared that they would reject the idea, but after confusing them, they agreed to it. You don't know how happy I am today, Jake, Blair says with a mesmerizing smile, causing me to kiss her lips again. Seeing her nod her head in confirmation, I move closer to her, holding her gently. As the moment continues, Blair's soft sounds begin to increase in volume. The intensity of this moment is making me feel overwhelmed, but I can't be defeated like this. Gritting my teeth, I start to push back against the feeling while driving each movement forward, making her moan loudly. After spending time together a couple of times with Barry's mom, who's a human, I have learned that going too rough on a human isn't a good idea since they are not physically strong as a vampire apart from a few ones who have a high-level ability and mastered ki to a certain degree. In extreme heat, I held Blair close as she shuddered with an intense release, her body trembling through the overwhelming moment. Soft, breathy sounds escaped her lips as she rode out the sensation. Suddenly, she pulls me closer with surprising strength, holding on tight as if she never wants to let go. No matter how I try to move, she keeps gripping me as if she wants something in return. Wow, so strong. Grabbing Blair's 2 hands in elation, I strongly start moving despite the closeness. However, I can't take it anymore as I start to feel the pressure build. Finishing, Blair. I let out a loud grunt. Just let go. Blair also gives a swift reply while she wraps her legs around my back. In extreme heat, I move closer to her. Blair lets out a loud moan as her body tenses again. After 2 minutes, I slowly pull away from her. Instantly, a mixture of blood and excess fluid begins to pour out of her, staining the bed. Immediately, I slump onto the bed in exhaustion after Blair tended to me. Looking at her face sideways, she's also looking at me with a lovely gaze. It's as if our love increases leaps and bounds after our intimate moment together. As so much. At this rate, am I not going to end up like this? Blair asks with a red face with her gaze shifted to the side. After resting for a few moments, I order Fleecy to clean up all the mess we made on the bed and on our body. Just as anticipated, every trace of intimacy between Blair and I are completely erased. Isn't the sky beautiful? I ask while hugging Blair from behind. Right now, we're both sitting down on the floor inside the canopy with the wind slowly wheezing onto our body and making Blair's hair flutter in the air. During our intimate moment together, her two side buns were loosened upon my request. Yes, the sky is beautiful, and thanks for making me see this, Jake. Like those two stars close to each other. Don't ever leave my side. Blair says, pointing to two stars above in the sky. They'll never leave you, Blair. I promise. I say and begin to kiss her nape. Blair simply smiles and leans backward on my chest, making this moment more romantic. Furthermore, after our intimate moment with Blair, something feels different about her demeanor. A quiet, knowing warmth seems to surround her. Chapter 147. Nailing Blair. Darling, hold me one more time, Blair says while flashing an alluring smile at me. Are you sure about that, Blair? I ask with a brow raised. I want to go one more round with you, but this time let me satisfy you too, Blair says with a dazzling smile again as she turns her body around and gestures at me. Sigh. Why is she so cute? Giving her a small smile, I get up from behind her and push her back to the ground before moving her clothing aside. In a flash, I also lose my pants before slowly sliding into her. However, Blair suddenly stops me halfway. I said that I also want to make you feel good, Blair says as she sits upright in the size of posture. Blair, are you sure about this? I ask with my brow raised. For some reason, Blair is like one of my women, and I don't want to engage in extreme sex activities with her for now. Just like the way I promised myself not to touch Lilith until she has fully bloomed and become a mature vampire Retrice. I'm sure. I know that you don't want to do extreme things with me, but a little intimacy won't harm me since you've changed in that regard, Blair says with a blushing face as she takes a moment to compose herself. She leans in closer, clearly wanting to please me. She knows that I'm holding back, huh? Well, she has seen me with the other women. She must know how strong I am. Hee, master. You shouldn't underestimate this girl. Although, I like the way you're taking things easy with her, that doesn't mean that you should treat her like an egg. According to my observations, she doesn't look like the type who wants things soft. She's the type that wants to take charge and be in control. Mimi's voice suddenly surfaces inside my head. Hey, how the hell did you activate the overdrive stuff during that time? That shit was lit. Master, I think you should continue what you're doing. Foo. Why are... A tingling sensation on my lap brings me back to life, causing me to look at Blair, who is leaning close to me. Blair, how are you so good? Have you done something like this before? I ask with a raised brow. Blair lets out in surprise as she raises her head and looks at me, stopping what she's doing. Why, you are the only man that has ever touched me. Don't say such a thing again, Blair replies with a frown. Oof, girls are hard to deal with. I am sorry, Blair. I didn't mean it that way. I was just surprised that you're so good at it, I say, scratching the back of my head. Humph. I have watched tons of adult videos just for this day to come. Furthermore, I have seen Jill being very intimate with you many times. Blair gives a small harumph and leaks out mischievous giggles for some reason. Yeah, Mom is so shameless. She'd be all over me at any slight opportunity. I mumble with a slightly red face. In the past month, Mom has gotten more affectionate, and she won't let any opportunity slide without being intimate with me. Well, I can't blame her. She's trying to get pregnant, and all our efforts have been futile. Even with all my efforts, I couldn't get her pregnant. Blair lowers her head and continues her motion until the moment eventually arrives, after which she swallows without hesitation. Without wasting time, I push her to the ground and move forward in one sudden motion, making her back arch up from the surprise. Why, you can't just... Blair lets out a soft cry as I pull her closer. This time, I increase my pace and make sure to be more attentive, making her gasp in elation. What was that? I can't believe but it felt different from anything before. Blair mumbles with a very red face while clinging tightly to me like a koala. I have never seen her as red as this before, or possessive to this extent. It's not pee. You made a mess. Haven't you seen Myra getting excited before? After all, you're always peeping at us when I'm sleeping with her. I say with a grin and pinch Blair's cheeks lightly. You knew that I was always watching? Blair's face burns hot red again at the sudden revelation. Currently, we are both lying on the ground together, catching our breath. Well, to be clear, things between us got a bit more intense than I planned. She was overjoyed for about 2 minutes straight, making even me surprised at the large amount of liquid that came from her body. "Jake, I feel him down there," Blair says again while hugging me tightly. "Should I do that again?" I whisper in her ear, just like a grim reaper, and lick her earlobe as well. "Vuvaf." Blair lets out a surprised voice, and her face turns hot red again, feeling the moment catch her by surprise once again. Chapter 148, A Chat with Kira Part 1. Once we are done with another round, both of us look extremely tired and exhausted. I was intimate with her, intending to get her pregnant since she requested it. Well, in the past month, Blair underwent a complicated ritual that's meant for vampire and human couples. This ritual will enable them to give birth to a half-vampire rather than the accursed damper. Seeing Blair exhausted, I order Fleecy to clean up after us. And just like before, a bright light erupts from the machine and covers us, and in a flash, all the mess disappears. After purchasing Fleecy from the system, I was instructed to find a place where she can get an unlimited supply of wind due to her being weak. After a week of research, I learned that the top of this mountain has quite an insane amount of wind despite its height, which is a good place for Fleecy to grow. According to the system, once Fleecy acquires her full power, I can summon her to any place just by sprinkling my blood on the ground and chanting some words. However, this mountain will always be her home and source of energy, since it is where I created her. "Blair, are you ready to go?" I ask with a small smile. Seeing her give me a small nod in confirmation, I hold her tightly by her waist. In a flash, two wings burst out of my back, and I begin to fly back towards the castle. Sometime later, the castle appears before our eyes, and we safely land on the ground. The castle has been restored to its normal state, and every broken wall has been fixed. The guards are still in a little bit of shock at the sudden invasion that occurred today, so they're always tense and at alert. But they lower their guard when they realize that it's just me and Blair. "Your Majesty, where have you been? Why, your mom has been searching around for you." One of the guards, who is extremely fat, tells me. He's very fat, and he looks like he's going to explode from within his armor. "Oh, okay. Thanks for informing me," I say as I simply wave my hand. The guards go back to their position and begin to give each other a strange glance with slight chuckles. These little actions of theirs don't escape my notice due to my heightened senses. I also realize that their gaze is fixated on Blair. As if noticing this, Blair hides behind my back in embarrassment since she's wearing a pretty thin nightgown. "Hey, let this be the last time you guys will do this kind of shit. She's also my wife, and well, she saved you guys' ass from that cunt who would have killed you," I say with a deep frown on my face. "Either way, assuming you guys had joined Magnus when he offered you a chance, then you would have died by my hands. Your blood will be very tasty," I say, baring my fangs at the guards before I start to walk away, while Blair follows me from behind. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms in the towers, Alfonso can be seen glancing through the window, looking at Jake, who is down below. Sigh, Jake still has this young master vibe. I am just glad that he is at least special. Speaking of an heir, since Jake is the heir to the throne now, aren't the other males in the royal family going to loathe him? Meanwhile, he doesn't even care about the throne in the slightest. Also, the old man doesn't look like he's willing to leave the throne anytime soon, at least not without achieving his goals. This is such a headache, Alfonso says as he rubs the back of his neck and lights up a cigarette. Then he continues, "Jake is so special. He'll be the best king for the vampires with me assisting him. If only he isn't a degenerate and only stuck to Misty." TCH, old man. It looks like your plan failed. I'm just anticipating what is going to happen when Jake meets Amira, who loathes men to the core. And this is so exciting. Alfonso grins while he puffs out a cloud of smoke. In reality, what Alfonso is saying is correct. Zella's relationship with Jake was just a setup between Duke and the witches to achieve their one goal. The perfect bride who the old man Duke had in mind for Jake was Jake's sister, Misty. Duke really wanted Misty to be Jake's queen when he becomes the king and be his only legal wife. However, when the old man wakes up, he'll realize how messed up things became while he was in slumber. Even his dear daughter has married her son, and she's also willing to bear a child for him. Right now, I'm the only one walking through a hallway that leads to a room where Kira is situated. In my absence, Everyone was returned to their specific rooms by the healers and maids whose care they were kept in. Kira was transferred from the maid's dormitory to one of the rooms in the royal chamber. When I arrived back home, Mom nagged at me and Blair for taking so long. But she was quick to catch the mood that I had a special time with Blair, and she insisted that I check on Kira since she was awake, unlike Hayes and Myra, who were still unconscious. Sometime later, I'm in front of a room with a door that's embedded with beautiful ornaments. This room is Kira's new room. Letting out a soft sigh, I knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Come inside, Your Majesty. A soft, familiar voice emerges from within, making my heart skip for a moment. If it hadn't been that my personal mastery skill failed me, I wouldn't be in this position. Chapter 149, A Chat with Kira, Part 2. I push back the door of the room, opening it without making a sound. The moment the door opens, I slowly step into the room and stealthily close the door from behind. This room is quite large and furnished with a lot of extravagant stuff. At the center of the room, there's a huge king-size bed situated on the exquisite, fluffy, red carpet that spreads across the whole room. Lying on this bed is Kira, whose eyes are wide open with a blanket covering her lower body, and a chair has been placed by the side of the bed. I walk in her direction and grab the armrest of the chair, aiming to sit down on it. However, I change my mind midway as I sit down on the bed beside Kira. Your Majesty. Kira lets out a surprised voice as I sit down on the bed, which sinks a little due to my weight. She's wearing a thin nightgown, just like the one Blair wore, with her nipples protruding from it. Now that I think about it, all the women are also wearing this type of nightgown. Kira's hair is also emitting an alluring scent of female shampoo, which somewhat attracts me. Apart from this, Kira is a natural beauty with her deeply tanned skin and hazel eyes, which shimmers in the dark. Moreover, her night black hair, which is spread all over the bed, would make any man aroused just by looking at her, and coupled with her pointed, elongated ears with 2 earrings on each of them. No doubt, Kira's beauty is on par with Mira's or even surpasses hers. And to top it all off, her crescent-shaped brows make her long, delicate face more alluring, unlike Myra, who has an oval-shaped face. How are you feeling now? I ask while my right hand runs across her face, gently caressing it. Why, Your Majesty. Sigh. Just call me Jake from now on, I say, flashing her a dazzling smile. I dare not, Kira replies in a low voice. Then she suddenly looks at me with a sad gaze as if tears are about to fall from her eyes. I didn't mean to ruin your relationship with Her Majesty. I thought I was going to die since I could see death flashing before my eyes. So, I decided to tell Her Majesty that I offended her before I die. But I didn't know that Her Majesty would go so far as to rescue me at the expense of her life. I feel like trash. I don't know how I will look her in the face when she wakes up. Kira mutters while biting her lower lip till it bleeds. I understand how you feel. In case you don't know, Myra cares about you just like a little sister since she doesn't have one. That's why she did what she did. I give a reply and clean the tears streaming down her face. That makes me feel worse. Even if she sees me as her little sister, I'm still a bad person for having an affair with her husband. Kira bites her lips again. First of all, why didn't you tell me about your pregnancy? I only knew about it recently when I started puking unnecessarily. Furthermore, I missed my period. So when I went for a test, I learned that I'm a little over 1 month pregnant. I vow to have an abortion soon, but then the unfortunate incident happened today. Kira explains. I see, but this is surprising. Is the system broken? It should have informed me that a woman was pregnant for me. I take a deep breath and look at Kira again. That was so reckless of you. You can count yourself lucky because if you intentionally abort the pregnancy without my knowledge, then you would be instantly killed. I say, shaking my head. I will be killed? Yes, the moment you abort the pregnancy without my consent. A certain curse of my family would activate and take your life. I say, leaning my face forward before finally planting a kiss on her lips. Kira blushes at my sudden action, but she's still terrified by what I told her. In reality, I just told her a lie, because I noticed that she still has the intention to abort the pregnancy at all costs, so as not to make her master loathe her. Don't worry, Myra won't hate you. Besides, I am the one to be blamed. After all, You warn me that I shouldn't finish inside you. I say with a bitter smile. That, it's really your fault. You sneaked into my room and took advantage of me. Wait, what? I asked for your permission and you agreed to it. It was a mutual agreement, plus you were making a lot of noise. Why, you were shameless. Kira mutters with a red face and shifts her face to the side in embarrassment. Although she willingly agreed to give herself to me, it was all thanks to my skill, allure scent. After a little talk and flirting, I check Kira's wounds, only to see that they are all healed up as if they never existed. Although there are still marks on her stomach that look like scars. While checking her wounds, Kira dozes off and falls asleep after I assure her that things will go well between she and her master. Once done, I get up and leave Kira's room, heading back to my private room, which is situated on the last floor and right next to Mir's private room. Opening the door and entering the room, the first thing that catches my eyes is Stella, who is sitting down on the edge of the bed as if patiently waiting for someone. She's also wearing the same perverted nightgown as the others, which slightly stuns me. Master Stella leaks out a voice upon seeing me. Chapter 150. Jake and his maid master. I have been waiting for you for a while now, Stella says in a low voice while looking at me with sparkling eyes. I am sorry for taking so long, Stella. I give a reply while I start to take off my clothes, leaving me in only my underwear. After undressing, I climb onto the bed and lay down. Following suit, Stella also climbs onto the bed. However, instead of laying down, she sits upright in front of me in the size of posture. I'm Stella. How was your day? It was fine, Master. I see. I hope no one was hostile to you. Not really, Master. Everyone introduced themselves to me, and they all seemed nice. Especially your mother. Also, that aunt with the big ass and the one that is called your sister are also nice. I can't really say about the others, though, since they are still unconscious. Also, you went out with the tiny one, so Stella explains. Stella, you're still hiding something from me. You know, we initiated a life and death contract when we went to your hometown, so if you are telling a lie, you'll surely know. I say while stroking her face. I am sorry, Master. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just didn't want to bother you. In all honesty, all the maids here were hostile to me when they learned that I am your maid. What infuriated them the most was when they also discovered that I am going to be serving you every night, Master. Although, I talked to your mom about it, and she allowed me. Stella eventually spills the truth while a small blush appears on her face. I see. Those maids are going to be angry, especially since they also heard about what happened between me and Kira. After all, they're living beings, and they wouldn't mind having that kind of opportunity. I bet they would all do anything I asked of them. I do, Master. Are you thinking about other maids when you have me here? Stella cuts my ramblings short. Looks like someone is getting jealous here. I can see jealousy written all over your face, Stella. I say, gently raising her face with her chin. Stella's face flushes red as she shifts her face to the side, trying to hide it from me. In reality, I have been involved with some of the maids here. In this castle, there are 100 maids in total. And while it may sound like much considering the size of this castle, it still feels like they are not even enough. These maids are divided into two groups, the inner maids and the outer maids. The inner maids are situated in the royal chamber and are the ones in charge of cooking, cleaning, and washing the clothes of the royal family. To simply cut things short, they're the maids who prioritize serving the royal family and their guests. They have a dormitory inside the royal chamber, which is where they live. And as for the outer maids, they're the ones in charge of cleaning the surroundings of the castle, like sweeping away dirt and dried leaves. They also have a dormitory within the castle where they live. The castle is very wide, and it might even take a vampire half a day to walk around it without flying. Within this castle, several knights, tons of noble families, and important wealthy merchants who are given noble titles are also living inside. However, where the royal family lives is a very large, restricted area far away from the population. It's also called the royal space or royal chamber, and it's always heavily guarded. That was why when Magnus attacked, he killed all the guards and blocked all the roads that can help one to escape from the royal space, thereby incapacitating them and preventing them from calling for reinforcements from the knights. Facing the knights would have been a little tough for him. That was why he prevented everyone from escaping. And lastly, those living in the outer castle are just normal people or people who don't care about living in the castle. In the Dark Elves' kingdom, there are tons of cities and a population of about 1 billion. So, not everyone would be able to afford to live inside the castle. Only the first-class nobles are permitted to live inside the castle, and that even comes at a huge cost. There are also tons of beautiful places in the Elven Kingdom that are even more beautiful than the castle. Thus, not many people bother with the idea of living there. The status of a maid who works for the royal family and her monthly income is something that even the richest would respect. The maids here are well-paid, well-fed, and not maltreated in any way or forced to entertain a visitor with sex unwillingly. Back to the main topic, all of these outer maids. I have fucked every one of them, coupled with some female soldiers that let their guard down, foo-foo-foo. However, I haven't touched any of the inner maids because it would be a disrespect to Myra. But well, that rule no longer exists since I already fucked Kira. Although, Kira is an exception since she's a trained combat maid, and she's not counted among the 50 inner maids. But that doesn't change the fact that she's still a maid. Stella, if any of the maids bully you, you should teach them a lesson, okay? I understand, master. Stella replies. Suddenly, a bright smile morphs on her face. Master, have you eaten? Ah, now that you mention it, I haven't eaten yet. I say, as I start to feel hungry. Master, I have prepared a nice meal for you. I'm sure you're going to like it. Tee. Stella says while leaking out mischievous giggles. She behaves similarly to Blair. I'm sure those two are not going to get along. I ignore Mimi's words since she's still under punishment, and instead focus on what Stella is saying. Stella, you don't need to say much. I'll eat whatever you prepare for me, as long as it contains mostly blood. Okay, master. The food is right in front of you. Let me feed while I hold you close. Stella smiles as she pulls off her nightgown, revealing her perky breasts to me. Without wasting time, she climbs on top of me and leans in, pressing her body against mine as the moment between us grows heated, before lowering her waist and pressing close to her. Aya hand Stella lets out a soft sound while she leans her upper body forward, bringing her face closer to mine while tilting her neck toward me. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, I open my mouth and gently press my lips to her neck. Chapter 1, 51 tons of cultivation points. Right now, Stella is lying down on the bed, looking tired. There's a faint, satisfied expression on her face, like none she has ever felt before. Thank you, master, she says in a small voice before dozing off, letting out a small sigh. I put all the specialty equipment I had been using with Stella back into my inventory. While I was spending time with Stella and using the gear, I noticed that she wasn't very comfortable with the more intense activities, since she used the agreed-upon stop signal we had set before we began. This brings me back to the reality that public humiliation and harsh treatment are related, but they are totally different from each other. This means that whatever works for one woman won't work for another woman. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have initiated that method. I think to myself as I get up. This is surprisingly amazing, since it has been a while since a girl had been unable to leave me wanting more. Next, I pick up a new blanket from the side drawers of the bed and use it to cover Stella's body, since the weather is a little cold tonight. After that, I enter the bathroom and take a long shower to get rid of the scent emanating from my body, as well as to prevent a certain woman from getting jealous. Once done taking a shower, I return to the room and wear a green pajamas made out of pure cotton. This might sound weird, but this is the first time I have seen this type of material. Mimi, time to come outside. Yippee yippee. A loud voice rings in my head, causing me to feel a striking headache. Whoosh. A small wisp comes out of my head and starts flying around the room while cussing at me. After cussing me, to her satisfaction, Mimi lands on my shoulder while the blue glow around her flickers. This mostly happens when she's angry or does any tiring activity. Ahem. So are you done cussing at me? It's your fault, master. You punished me and didn't allow me to come outside because of what I did to you on the train. Humph. I should have allowed that Magnus guy to whoop your ass. But you caused it. You sabotaged me. I'm sorry, master. I just felt like messing with you. Mimi replies while the glow around her body continues to flicker very fast. I simply pat her even though my hand passes through her current form, which is just like energy. However, she can still feel my touch somehow. You went off with that beast girl again. Whoa, my master has really become quite bold. You little. Isn't that what you want me to be? He he he. I said you should humiliate people and make them cry. Betray people's partners. You could have even pursued Stella's mom when you had the chance. TCH. I feel bad. I thought she liked torture, but if she doesn't, then why did I acquire a full torture kit for subduing her? It doesn't matter, boss. You can use those things on Hayes. She's into that type of stuff. Mimi replies while she seems to be a little scared as the glow around her becomes dim. Eh? She's pretty weird. She has some intense preferences that might surprise you. I remember when I spanked her with my full strength, she was completely overwhelmed. And on the other hand, is the type that loves to be pampered and treated gently. Those two are the opposite of each other, but their cooperation is unparalleled. I'm still surprised that Magnus was able to separate them. Well, back to the main topic. You have two difficult personalities in your group now. One enjoys being put on the spot, while the other one is quite resilient. Oh my. You don't need another challenging one again, or else you're going to have your hands full. Mimi utters as if worried about something. Don't you want me to be a sadist? I say with a grin forming on my face. Just a few months ago, you were one innocent boy. I guess Lust spoiled you. Duh, don't sound like you made me a bad boy. Even without your help, I would have still conquered my sister and mom anyway. Master, it has been a while since you checked your system stats. Plus, you have earned quite a lot of sex points. Don't you think it's time to use that ticket to open the system shop? Right. Show me the system stats. Affirmative. Mimi replies before going back into my head. And instantly, a bright light flashes before my eyes. The redacted system user's stats name, Jake Mistro Race. Vampire Strength, 30 Dexterity, 30 Stamina, 30 Resistance, 30 Perception, 30 System Respect, 7 Free System Stats, 5 points, 203,000 Charm, 100 Unlocked Celestial Points, 23 Locked Ability Bank, 3 Current Cell, Not Defined Number of Mana Cells, 8,220, Use 10,000, Current Ability, Ice, Healing, Telekinesis Ability Category, Esper, 3, Host Women's List, Jill Mistro, Permanent Woman Loyalty, 100 Misty Mistro, Permanent Woman Loyalty, Sans la Fox Permanent Woman Loyalty, 56 Aurora Grey Permanent Woman Loyalty, 100 Mira Cougar Permanent Woman Loyalty, 100 Anis Permanent Woman Loyalty, 100 Es Permanent Woman Loyalty, 100 Blair Graham Permanent Woman Loyalty, 100 Kira Blake Permanent Woman Loyalty, 75 Stella Mistro was given host's surname after taming her. Permanent Woman Loyalty, Extreme, more than 100 note, temporary women will be removed from the list after 48 hours. Each sexual interaction with the host will allow them to appear on the list again, till they become a permanent woman or get dumped. System Skills Inspect. The host will be able to analyze any item. It can also be used on beasts, humans, and demi-humans. Inventory. Store anything inside the endless space apart from living things. System Shop. This is a function of the system that has been permanently unlocked. Anything can be found in the System Shop, ranging from skills, weapons, items, and consumables. Locked. Unlock with system tickets or spin a roulette. Lust Meter. This skill can be used to measure the arousal state of the opposite gender. It does not work on men. Level 2 maxed out. Usage, passive cooldown, none category, skill Ben Transform. This skill will allow you to change your appearance into the character Ben. Level, not defined. Usage, 2 hours before wearing off. Cooldown, can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category, skill Sex Scent. This skill will enable you to secrete an aphrodisiac substance from your body into the air and arouse the opposite gender who is within a distance of 3 meters. Level 1. Usage. Use it indoors so that it will be more effective. It might not be effective in an exposed or open environment. It also works faster when there is body contact. Cooldown. Can only be used once a day. Resets after 24 hours. Category: Skill. Body mastery. Shift your physical form to any desired shape or size as long as it doesn't exceed the real size of the host's body. Level: Passive. Mind read. Read someone's mind for 1 minute. Level: Maxed out. Usage: Can only be used once a day. Cool down: 24 hours. Category: Skills points. Earning methods. Romantic interaction bonus. 500 points. Receive a romantic favor from a woman. 500 points. Affectionate physical contact. For more than 20 seconds, 200 points. Provide intimate physical pleasure until she reaches climax. 200 points. Be intimate with a woman. 500 points. Be someone's first romantic partner. 500 points. Start a family. 10,000 points. Make a woman reach a peak of pleasure. 500 points. Make a woman reach a deeper peak of pleasure. 1,000 points. Share an intimate moment. 100 points. Be intimate with a woman in an alternative way. 500 charm points. Take a woman's first-time trust. 1,000 charm points. Give a playful pat during a moment of closeness more than 10 times. 500 charm points. Take a woman's first kiss. 500 charm points. Kiss a woman. 50 charm points. Foot appreciation. 1,000 charm points. Light, adventurous roleplay. 2,000 charm points. Extreme roleplay. 50,000 affection points. Note: You can only earn a specified amount of affection points from each woman a day. For instance, impressing a certain woman multiple times a day doesn't mean that your affection points will be multiplied. Each earning slot is a one-time occurrence. Recent affection points earning history: You earned 50,000 experience points for completing a restricted training scenario with Stella. You have earned 2 system respect. You earned 3,000 experience points for completing the social quest with Blair and unlocking her trust. Total experience points: 203,000. Do you wish to use the system ticket to access the system shop? Yes or no? No. Okay. Should the system tab be closed? Or does the host wish to perform another activity on the system? No. I give a reply while the interface in front of me closes. In a flash, Mimi comes out of my body and lands on my shoulder. Master, why didn't you use the system ticket? I want to keep it till I return back to Earth. I have enjoyed this planet for a while, and I wouldn't want to cause a ruckus over here. I need to return to Earth. The Supers Academy examination is starting next week. I can't wait. I exclaim with a grin while I start to walk out of the room. I look at the guards that are guarding the entrance of my room. They're all asleep. Sigh, pathetic losers. I let out a sigh while I begin to walk through the hallway that leads to Mira's room. It would be best for Myra to wake up and see me by her side. Moreover, that was the reason why I got rid of Stella Scent. Chapter 152: Morning Routine, Slice of Life. Myra's POV: The sound of blackbirds chirping wheezes into my ears. And at the same time, I can feel a cold arm wrapped around my waist. This arm is none other than my husband's arm. I can feel his manly hand roaming all over my stomach like he always does every morning. However, there's something quite different about him this morning. He's not touching me in the usual intimate way or reaching under my clothes. This is weird. Is he feeling guilty for what he did? Yes, that must be it. He had the guts to impregnate my maid, who is also like a sister to me. I won't forgive him easily. Yes, I must let him know that I am mad. But whenever I look at him, my face always turns red. I must lash out at him. I need to muster my courage and do it. Suddenly I start to feel his hand moving up before touching my shoulder, and I flinch. End of Myra's POV. I lightly touch Mira's shoulder over her clothing, which makes her step back in surprise. I pause, looking at the fabric of her clothing, moving my hand upward before resting my fingers on her shoulder. Hand, she sighs again and tilts her head and body back a bit, making her lean back against me and her black hair brush my bare chest. While doing this, I begin to notice a small drop of white liquid near her clothing, forming a wet patch around her negligee. Well, I noticed that she started lactating a few weeks ago. However, her milk still tastes somewhat weird. Maybe because she's an elf. Suddenly, Myra pushes my hand away as her eyes open in a flash, while she turns her body around, bringing her face closer to mine, and her hot breath slowly blows on my face. Do you have something to say to me? Myra asks with a stern expression. Is this a catchphrase for women or something like that? I'm sorry, Myra. I understand that I fucked up. It was my system's fault. Master, you fucking bloody liar. How dare you lie against me? Shut the fuck up. So it's your system again, huh? I was okay with you messing around with the maids and female soldiers, but messing with Kira was just way out of line, Jake. I know that it's not Kira's fault since almost no woman can resist you. However, I have a question that has been bothering me for a while now. Myra says with a very serious expression, since you always blame your system, what would you do if your system asked you to do something truly unforgivable to a member of your own family? Looking at the expression on Mira's face, I can tell that she's very serious and is waiting to receive an answer. Myra, my system can't give me that type of mission, okay? I admit that I have been putting the blame on my system. Yes, come on, just tell her the truth. However, most of the time, it's my system's fault. Arg, you fucker. You're just a horny man. I promise not to do anything like that to our daughter. I say, caressing Mira's face. Knowing the pervert you are, Master, are you sure about this? Foo. Myra doesn't give me any reply and turns her body around, causing her body to press against mine, while my lap comes into close contact with her over her negligee. This is because her negligee was slightly raised the moment she turned her body, enabling us to end up in this awkward position. That doesn't justify your actions. You need to take responsibility for her. And please, can you just leave me alone for a moment? Myra, please, I just need some private time, Jake. Please leave. Okay, Fine. I say with a sigh as I get up and wear my clothes. I give her one last glance before exiting the room. Mira's POV view. That was so hard to do, but I finally scolded him. It took me all of my willpower to do that. He must know that what he did was wrong and feel guilty. I mutter and pump my fists in the air. But, wait a minute, why is it that everyone's pregnancy is that of the female gender? Misty, Aurora, Hayes, Anne, and I. Is this a coincidence or what? We will soon find out about Kira's pregnancy and the strange woman Jake talked about. Not that females aren't good, it just feels a little weird. I think inwardly and go back to my sleep. End of Mira's POV after getting out. I move to the 4th floor where and Hayes are residing. This particular building has 5 floors in total, so the queen and the consort, king, are using the uppermost floor. Next, I check on Anne and Hayes, but realize that they are still asleep. However, they seem to be in good condition and would probably wake up soon. I move from room to room, checking on all of my women and doing the needful as their husband, while also informing them that we're returning to Earth in 2 days. Only Blair seems to be somewhat clingy and reluctant to let me do other things. However, due to my experience, I was able to sweet-talk her and make her flustered, which gave me the chance to escape. Once done, I return to my room. The moment I enter, my eyes land on a surprising thing that makes my jaw drop in shock. Chapter 153, Learning Key Stella. I let out a voice of surprise as I look at Stella, who is now in a different form compared to her normal form. She's standing at about my height, or maybe a little taller with extremely large horns on her head. Her skin is also deep brown right now, and looks coarse just like her father's own, while her horns are constantly changing colors. Hearing my voice, she turns around and looks at me in shock while her body begins to morph again and changes into her normal petite figure. After changing, Stella looks at me with a very embarrassed expression upon seeing my surprised gaze. And Master, I am sorry for showing you that form. Every morning, my body always transforms into a full giraffe for a few minutes before reverting back to my original form. Stella explains with her gaze still lowered. Phew, that fucking surprised me. I wasn't expecting that. It's okay, Stella. I was just surprised, nothing more. So that's her giraffe form. Huh, I say while walking towards her before stopping in front of her and hugging her, burying her face in my chest. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Master, I'm such a failure. Stella weeps while her tears soak my pajamas. What's the matter, Stella? I ask while patting her head and stroking her horns. Master, I am the laughingstock of our clan because I can't maintain my giraffe form for more than 2 minutes. Even though I've worked hard to get stronger, I was still looked at with disdain among my peers. That's why I'm always away from home, hunting. Stella cries profusely. Stella, stop crying. It's okay. Nobody is going to bully you ever again. Because you can't retain your draft form doesn't mean you're useless. You're just special. Moreover, I checked the stats of the people of your village and realized that you're even a lot stronger than most of them. And with me, your potential will bloom. I tell Stella as I raise her head and clean the tears on her face. Thanks for the kind words, Master. It's okay. You are better than them. I give a reply again and caress her horns. This is so fucked up. Do people still have this type of weird mentality? She was bullied just because she can't maintain her draft form longer. Sigh, those fools. Isn't it obvious that she has more of her mom's genes than her father's? I guess life wasn't easy for her. Beastkins will always be beastkins. They still have 40 beast instinct and are not capable of learning things faster like the other races. However, Stella doesn't have any of those traits. She's special. Ahem. Stella, I think you should dress up. Looking at your sexy figure makes me feel very attracted to you. However, I have some things to do this morning. I say, try not to be tempted by Stella's glamorous figure since she's currently naked. She blushes slightly and runs towards the wardrobe to pick out some clothes. Letting out a sigh, I turn around and make my way towards the door when Stella suddenly calls me. Master Stella's voice suddenly causes me to halt my footsteps again and turn around. Stella is now wearing a red kimono dress that perfectly fits her, but it still can't conceal the jugs on her chest. Furthermore, she's fidgeting with her hair and fingers while a pink blush appears on her face. Master, I was unable to relate with the other maids here, and it would be weird to ask your women for it. Please can I get some money? Stella says in a low voice while she continues to fidget. She indeed needs some money, but I don't have any elven cash on me. We'll give her some money when we get back to Earth, but what does she want to use the money for? Stella, I have just run out of this country's currency, and I don't want to ask my wife now because she's currently mad at me. When we go back to Earth, I will give you lots of cash. But what do you want to use the money for? It might be something that I can tell someone to get for you. I ask curiously. And Master, Stella stutters while her face continues to turn red. What is wrong with her? Is she shy to tell me what she wants? I think I can guess. I clear my throat. I guess you need some tampons or menstruation pads. And not that, Master. I want to buy some pills. Pills? I mumble in a low voice. Yes, pregnancy prevention pills. Since I couldn't ask the maid about it, I thought of getting some money from you to purchase it because we were intimate. Stella finally spills the truth while avoiding my gaze. Oh, my mouth forms into an zero shape since I wasn't expecting that. You don't need to use pills, Stella. You won't get pregnant. And if you eventually get pregnant, we'll raise the baby, okay? After all, it would be cruel to you if you didn't have 1 or 2 babies, now that you're bound to me by a life and death contract. I say while looking at her face. Master, Stella's face burns hot red in surprise upon hearing my reply. I can hear her heartbeat increase in pace while her body turns extremely hot. She keeps mumbling my name, unable to come up with words to counter my reply due to her being flustered and flushed. I leave the room and head towards Alfonso's room since my mom has nagged at me to visit him this morning. Once I reach Alfonso's room, the door opens up by itself before I can even knock. It's almost like he knew I was coming or he sensed my presence. However, I am only in awe at how he opened the door without getting up. Even with telekinesis, I can't achieve this feat without busting the door or ripping it off from its hinges. I enter the room and look around, but I can't find my master. Up here, a voice sounds from above, causing me to raise my head. It's Alfonso. He's levitating upside down in the air and in a lotus position, as expected of the weirdo. In a flash, his eyes open and he gently lands on the ground in front of me. I'm sorry, Master. I am sorry, Jake. We both speak at the same time. Realizing what has just happened, we let out a chuckle. It's okay, Jake. Let's forget about the past. I want to see if you can quickly learn Ki the easy way rather than the hard way. Alfonso suddenly says with a stern expression. Chapter 154 Failure. You want to teach me about Ki now? I asked with a voice full of surprise. Yes and no. If you were listening to the conversation I had with your mom yesterday, You must have heard when I told her that it's hard for vampires to learn ki. It is a very torturous method compared to the way humans learn it. However, since you're a special vampire, you might be able to learn it the normal way. Alfonso says as he suddenly sits down on the tiled floor in a lotus position, gesturing to me to also do the same. Nodding my head, I sit down in the lotus position. Duazidu. Firstly, relax your palms on your thighs. Next, cross your middle and index fingers together. Alfonso says while he crosses his middle and index fingers while still resting on his thighs. Following carefully, I am able to do exactly as he did. Good. You've grasped the first step. Now, stay still while I do something to you. Alfonso says as he gets up and sits down behind me before placing his two palms on my back. Suddenly, I start to feel something enter my body through my back. The feeling is neither painful nor soothing. It's just a feeling of something entering my body, a feeling that I have never felt before. Sometime later, I begin to feel as if my consciousness is fading away. And in the next moment, I see myself in a dark room, but naked. And in front of me is a large red glowing ball that is radiating with an intense vampire aura. Besides this red aura, there's also a tiny white speck of light glowing like a firefly. This white light is almost non-existent, and even normal human eyes might not be able to see it. And lastly, standing right in front of me is the smaller version of myself at about the age of 10. Suddenly, I hear a distinct voice. Defeat the smaller version of yourself, and try to grab that small light. The voice reverberates across this space. This voice is none other than Alfonso's. Hearing his words, a smirk forms on my face. Defeating my smaller version, huh? I was weak as fuck during this age. This'll be easy peasy. And I start to run toward the smaller version of myself with my fist tightly clutched. However, the moment I start moving forward, the smaller version of myself disappears and appears right in front of me and thrusts his hand into my stomach. He's just so fast that my eyes are unable to follow his movements. Arga! I let out a shocked sound as I can feel his hand passing through my stomach. However, before I can register what is going on, my body starts to disintegrate before vanishing, and I finally regain consciousness. Pant, 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 pant. I start to breathe heavier than I ever before. All my body is covered in sweat from head to toe, while all my joints feel sore. Even as an undead with a demonic bloodline, I have never felt like this. My heart, which barely works, starts to beat very fast, as if it's about to fall out of my chest. What was that, master? I ask as I'm finally able to speak after catching my breath. Right now, my master is no longer sitting behind me. He's standing before the windowsill, gazing down below. You failed. We're going to forcefully perform the acupuncture and acupoints method for you. Alfonso says while he lights up a cigarette and begins to smoke. What's that? Can't we try again? I ask with a stutter. I have no idea what my master is talking about. Unfortunately, we can't. That will break your sea of consciousness. The best we can do is to try the other method. Before I could use ki, I also went through that torturous method. You're making me scared. Is it that painful? It's really painful. However, you should only think about the gain and accept the sacrifice. Alfonso explains as he walks towards the wardrobe of the room and picks up a jacket. He continues, I am leaving this place. He'll begin the acupuncture and acupoints method on Roth. When you return to Earth, come to the dojo. Alfonso says before turning into many bats and evacuating the room through the window. Sigh, I feel so pathetic. I wish I hadn't been too overconfident and let my guard down. I thought my younger self was going to be weak. I think inwardly as I get up. Suddenly, something starts vibrating on my wrist, and in a flash, a holographic screen appears on my wrist. This is the Mana Watch that Myra got for me. I bet I have tons of missed calls and messages, but I should read the recent message first. I mutter as I click on the message Myra sent to me. Myra, come to the dining room. Honey, breakfast is ready. I am sorry for lashing out this morning, but what you did was wrong, and I am still mad at you. Oh, how sweet of her. She apologized even when I am the one who is at fault. Maybe she thinks I am leaving for Earth because of what happened. I have to clear up the misunderstanding. But this is so sweet. I smile at the message before dismissing it and walking out of the room. I wonder how this morning's breakfast will turn out. And Hayes should also be awake by now. Moreover, Hayes' breasts are getting bigger these days. Is this some sort of development? I contemplate perverted things as I walk into the royal building. Join our Discord to see Misty's illustration. Chapter 155 Breakfast and News Part 1 Clank. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of several spoons hitting the plates ensue as everyone silently eats their breakfast. Right now, I am sitting around a dining table inside a massive dining room. Around this round dining table, all my women are seated here, eating their respective types of food. I am currently eating a blood steak prepared with elf's blood. Elf's blood is almost the same as human blood with only a slight difference in taste. It is a little bland in taste compared to human blood. Since we arrived at the elves' planet, we have been constantly supplied with blood from the blood bank of several hospitals. Although we don't drink quite a lot of blood since my mom's a vampire lord that can live on for a year without blood, while Misty and Aurora can also live up to 2 months without blood as long as they don't use their blood aura. However, Myra has learned how to cook vampire meals from Jill, so she's always cooking breakfast for me every day despite being the queen. Aurora, Jill, Misty, and I are all eating the same type of food right now, while the rest are eating simple elven food. Hayes, Anne, and don't have problems eating this food. Since we got here, and Hayes have been trying to explore the food and culture of the vampires and elves. So, eating their food is more like an adventure for the mother-daughter pair. After waking up this morning, I visited them and did all that I was supposed to do as their husband before heading to the dining room. Suddenly, Hayes stops eating and raises her head with a blush on her face. Cough. Ahem. And I have something to tell you, Jake. I want to tell you earlier, but that moment wasn't the best time to bring up the topic. However, I think this is the best time to say it since we are all family. Hayes says while her face turns bright red. Huh. Everyone raises their heads in surprise upon hearing Hayes' words. Hayes isn't a talkative person. She's the type who always looks serious. However, seeing her blush while talking piques my interest too, and I stop eating, and so does everyone. Hayes, should I take a guess? I've been noticing some changes in you and Anna's bodies. Jill suddenly speaks up with a grin on her face. Don't take a guess. If you guess it correctly, and I won't be satisfied. Maybe Darling should guess. Hayes replies as she looks at me with a tinged red face, and is also red, as if all her blood moved to her face. I should take a guess, huh? I say, stroking my non-existent beard while inspecting Anne and Hayes. I could have used my inspection skill, but I noticed that the inspection skill barely works on my women. Hayes, you and Anna's boobs have gotten bigger. Also, I noticed that both of you are getting more excited than usual when we're together. So I go PT. A rice ball hits me directly in my face. The person who threw this rice ball is none other than Anne. You pervert. What does that have to do with guessing? If our tits got bigger, doesn't that mean something? And says with a red face, while feeling embarrassed about what I said. He's not even close to guessing it correctly, but he's on the right path. Hayes giggles at me and doesn't find my words embarrassing. It's as if she's happy about it. What the hell should I guess about? Clears throat since I am on the right part, then I should continue talking. When Dorothy came, she performed some sort of ritual on you, right? I say, scratching the back of my head. Phew, you suck at guessing, Jake. Misty suddenly speaks up and rolls her eyes. Even Kira is laughing silently at me. Since you couldn't guess correctly without thinking about perverted things, I'll say it myself. Hayes declares, and I are pregnant. Hayes reveals while hers and Anna's face flushes red again. What? Pregnant? I exclaim in surprise, nearly throwing up the food I ate. Why you don't want us to get pregnant? and asks in a panic upon seeing my reaction, compared to when the other women declare their pregnancy. No, no, no. It is not what it seems like, and I'm sorry for reacting like that. It just came as a surprise to me because both of you got knocked up at the same time. I say, raising my right hand a little as an apology. In truth, I am surprised that Mimi didn't tell me. After all, she must know about it. Ugh, sorry, master. But I'm not obligated to tell you if any of your permanent women are pregnant unless it's necessary. And in Hayes, I'm happy for you guys. In a year from now, we'll have a lot of babies in the house since almost all of us are pregnant. Myra says with a bright smile and caresses her stomach, excluding Aurora and Misty. Vampire's pregnancy takes 5 years to fully develop before childbirth. Jill suddenly interrupts, congratulating Hayes and as well. Ah, I see. I didn't know that it takes longer for vampires. But still, Kira and Hayes, Zella, and I are all pregnant. So a year from now, there will be 5 babies in the family. Myra predicts, and a smile morphs onto her face. Chapter 156 Breakfast and News Part 2 Our babies are going to be the cutest. And Hayes say at the same time, causing them to blush furiously. Do you dare? Let's make a bet. My baby is going to be the cutest. Myra argues. Big sister, my baby is going to be much cuter than yours. Foo-foo-foo. Kira also interrupts and lets out mischievous giggles. Earlier today, Myra and Kira had a private time together, clearing all the possibilities of a feud between them. And after that, I noticed that Kira began calling Myra big sister. This came as a surprise to everyone because I thought Kira was a little older than Myra, but our notions and assumptions were wrong. Upon hearing Kira's words, Myra grits her teeth in frustration. It's no doubt that Kira is also as beautiful as Myra, if not more so. Thus, butting into the conversation made the gamble more intense. On the other hand, Misty and Aurora have an expression of jealousy on their faces. They wish to partake in this bet, but since they won't be going into labor until after 5 years, it's a waste of time betting with people who are going to have their babies a year from now. Seems like you don't know how cute furry babies can be. Hayes giggles while her cute dimples begin showing, expressing how happy she's. The person who has been quiet all this time is Blair. It's as if she's living in a different world as she continues to wolf down the enormous food in front of her, which weighs about 30 pounds. Since she came back from training with Alfonso, her eating appetite has become monstrous. Blair, who could barely eat a handful of food, can now consume 50 pounds of food. Seems like you're all wrong. Maybe we might have 7 babies in the family a year from now. Jill suddenly says with a wide grin. Huh. Everyone looks at her in surprise upon hearing her words, before shifting their gaze to me and giving me a piercing look. Are you talking about that girl he brought home? Misty asks. Yes. Jake claims that she's his maid, and he trusts her. And yesterday night, he seemed to be having a lot of fun with his maid without touching his wives. So, if things continue like that between the two of them, who knows what else might happen since we all know that Jake doesn't think before he acts. Jill explains as her grin grows wider. Phew, Jake, you're such a shameless troublemaker. You just brought a random girl home and called her your maid. What if she is pretending? Aurora asks, with worry shown on her face despite being the type of girl who doesn't know how to show her emotions towards her lover. So I race the thing. I start to explain how I met Stella and how she became my maid without missing a single detail. Wow. So she's now bound to you by a life and death contract? She really is serious. Misty says in surprise. Yeah, I have heard about those type of beastkins that just want to be tamed and have an owner whom they can call a master. It can happen to any type of beastkin or even normal people. It's just some sort of fetishism or circumstances, but it's rare. Hayes interrupts and explains while she glances at Jill from the corner of her eyes. She also knows about Jill's life and death contract with Jake. She looks like a good girl to me. Trust me, I evaluated her yesterday and saw that she doesn't have any ill intent. If I had sensed anything, I would have finished her on the spot yesterday. Jill says with a shrug and continues to eat her food. I take back my words. I feel pity for that girl. She just signed a life and death contract with a stranger on a whim. Aurora mutters, unable to believe my words. Aurora, As a fellow beastkin, we inherit some of the beast traits which vary depending on the type of beastkins. For example, we Nikos do growl when we are happy, angry, or being with the person we love. It's an instinct that we have no control over no matter how we try to avoid it. So I guess in Stella's case, she wanted someone who could match her, but she couldn't find a person capable of connecting with her deeply. However, after meeting Jake, who was able to understand her, she accepted him as her master and formed a life and death contract with him. Now that she has gotten over her bestial instinct, she will be at ease. Hayes explains and gives many theories. That makes a lot of sense then. I guess she isn't bad after all. So to put it short, she's in the family but as Jake's maid. I wonder when she will join us. Misty ponders. I don't think it will be any time soon, and even if she eventually gives in and relates with us, she won't give up on acting as Jake's maid. Hayes explains again. I understand what you're all saying now, but I still don't get what Jill meant by 7 babies. Are any of us pregnant with twins? Myra asks curiously. Hearing Mira's words, a grin forms on Jill's face as she turns her head towards Blair, making all the other women look in Blair's direction. Feeling several gazes on her, Blair raises her head and awkwardly looks at everyone, with her mouth completely stuffed with food. Chapter 157 Breakfast and News. Part 3 Feeling several gazes on her. Blair raises her head and awkwardly looks at everyone, with her mouth completely stuffed with food. Why is everyone staring at me? Blair asks with a full mouth and a confused expression. Cough. Blair, it seems like you're hiding something from us. Why don't you just stop eating your food for a few moments and tell us what it is? Or do you want to talk? Jill says with a mischievous grin on her face. I am hungry. Besides, I'm not keeping anything from you. Blair says with a shrug and continues eating her food. In reality, she hasn't been paying attention to all that the other women have been discussing. Only the food was on her mind. Well then, since you refuse to tell us, then I shall let out your secret. Jill threatens. Blair had a big secret she's been keeping, Fufu. And not only that, but they also plan to have a child. Jill exposes Blair's secret. Hearing Jill's words, Blair is a little surprised as she raises her head and looks at everyone. I'm also stunned by this revelation and by how my mom knows this. Did she stalk us? Blair's face turns a little pink, but she doesn't look as embarrassed as the women expected. After coming of age, Blair's demeanor changed to that of a mature woman. Although, that doesn't mean she stopped her liking of kid-old dresses. Oh my little flower has blossomed. Fu-fu-fu. Myra lets out giggles upon hearing Jill's words. Same as the other women, since they felt like I wanted her to grow a bit more before touching her. Jake couldn't wait any longer. Now, my biggest worry is that if she gets pregnant, how will she partake in the Supers Academy? Jill expresses worry. Blair finally lets out a sigh. Jake and I are getting married when we return to Earth. So, before the commencement of the Supers Academy exam, I'll attach my marriage details to my profile. And once I get selected as a student and my pregnancy starts to become obvious, I'll transfer my embryo to a pod to develop so that it won't hinder me. Blair explains. Wow, so things have changed compared to when I attended the Supers Academy. Misty lets out a surprised voice. Well, what did you expect? They have finally discovered a way to solve pregnancy issues among horny teens or married couples. In the past, they would expel any girl who got pregnant, which is why they always give them free pills every month to avoid unwanted pregnancies. However, despite that, there have been some cases whereby some girls will still end up pregnant. So the school changed their rule and offered many options. Firstly, they can successfully abort the pregnancies without any complications in exchange for merit points. Secondly, they can allow the student to keep the pregnancy if she's a married woman, and even help her nurture the child with the help of the school nannies. And lastly, a non-married girl can also request to keep her pregnancy, but that child will be registered as an orphan and will work in the military. So only married couples get the privilege to keep their child. Blair explains vividly and returns to eating her food. This makes a lot of sense. But I can't believe that Blair is also planning to have a baby. Have you told your parents about it? Myra asks with worry shown on her face. Yes, I have told my parents about it, big sister. You don't have to worry about me. This little girl is very strong. I can even beat up everyone inside this room. Blair puffs up her chest with pride and stuffs her mouth with food. All the women giggle at Blair's words. Sigh. I forgot that you've gotten stronger, Blair. But you shouldn't let your power get into your head. You might be strong, but you're still lacking experience. Magnus almost killed you because you let your guard down. However, I defeated him with a flick of my finger. I say and also puff my chest in pride, asserting my dominance and sovereignty over Blair. Bully, Blair says with a pout and stuffs her mouth with food again. Jake, can you copy Blair's ability now? Jill asks with curiosity. Honestly, I can't. I can only be with Blair after copying 3 abilities from other women. If I try to copy Blair's ability while I still have an open slot, I'm afraid that my body might rip apart. I can barely maintain 50,000 MC cells in my current body, much less Blair's MC cells. Maybe if I learn Ki or increase my stats, I will be able to copy it. I elaborate, but I am curious. If the Academy finds out about Blair's ability, won't it cause a ruckus? I ask. Yes, it will surely cause a ruckus. But hey, race what you don't know. Only the higher-ups know about the shadow ability. If they realize that Blair has the ability and they decide to do a background check on her, they won't be able to do anything since she's married to the vampire royal family. She's the wife of the man whose father single-handedly killed the Demon King like it's nothing. That alone won't allow them to do anything. Furthermore, there's also a pact between us. Jill replies, that makes sense. I'm pretty sure that they will also think I have the shadow ability since they will be expecting me to copy it from Blair most times. After all, we're going to be seeing each other frequently. I mumble while I continue to eat my food. Chapter 158 Back to Earth. It has been almost a week now, and today is the day that I am to leave the elves' planet, Demaz, along with my other women. Right now, Myra is in my arms, kissing me nonstop. It's as if she doesn't want me to leave. Even yesterday night, she was aggressive in bed. She was unlike her normal self. After kissing her for a while, we separate our lips and look into each other's eyes. Be safe and take care of yourself. I will. You should also take care of yourself. I say, caressing her face. Promise me. Promise me that you'll stay safe. I don't want to lose you. Myra suddenly hugs me again and buries her head in my chest. I promise you that I will stay alive, Myra, and I will always check up on you. I say while caressing her hair. Myra and I have been cuddling like this since we woke up. She just doesn't want to part with me. Unfortunately, now that she's a queen, she won't be able to travel out of her kingdom again unless it's urgent. I also look at Kira, who is beside Myra, and do the same to her. Even though Kira and I are still trying to build a relationship between us, to develop feelings for each other, she's still one of my women. Hey, we have to leave. If we don't leave now, those 2 oldies won't allow us to leave. Blair suddenly bellows, snapping us out of our days. Hearing what Blair said, Kira and Myra also shout at Blair, but Blair keeps giving them a comeback, making their argument an endless circle. And this is my chance. I walk past the women and move towards my mom and the other women who are patiently waiting. Right now, we're inside a large hall that seems to look like an endless trophy hall. This is where all the important relics, trophies, and all the former rulers' tombs are located, including Mira's mom. Seems like those women eventually let go of you. My mom lets out a sigh. All thanks to Blair. I say, giving my mom a wonderful, brilliant smile, making her blush a little. On the other hand, Hayes, Aurora, and Misty are working on a large round device that is made out of spine-chilling metal. This is the first time I got close to a large non-working teleportal of this caliber, and to be honest, a certain aura is radiating from it. The aura is to be expected from a device that can transfer people from one planet to another within the universe. And lastly, Stella is standing by my side without uttering a word. In the past week, Stella has learned a lot of things about vampires, and she can even cook our food better than my mom. Also, I usually take her out for a walk once in a while and keep her close, enjoying our time together in public. While learning about her, I noticed that she isn't after getting caught by people in a risky situation, she's after the thrill. The excitement of doing something daring in front of others while trying not to draw attention generally appeals to her more than the act of being noticed. Aya, it's so hard getting this thing fixed up. It's unlike a normal teleporter. Misty lets out a groan. Can't we use the one in the castle, the outskirts of the royal palace? Besides, I can't believe that this castle doesn't have a single portable teleporter. And also complains as she sits down on the floor, looking tired. Well, this one was working perfectly before that, is why we didn't bother buying a portable one. Besides, portable teleporters are quite dangerous for traveling from one planet to another. We've heard some cases whereby it dropped people in the middle of space. Myra explains while walking forward. Well, looks like it developed a fault. We'll have to use the one outside. And says wearily, I'd also tried to fix the teleporter earlier, but it just won't start up. Wait, I can fix it. A voice suddenly says. Everyone's gaze falls on Stella, who is walking towards the device. Ugh, again? Is there something that you can't do? Misty says in surprise, while feeling slightly jealous of Stella. At first, Mimi and I speculated that Blair and Stella won't get along, but that wasn't the case. In fact, Blair and Stella now look like best friends, while Misty doesn't seem to get along with her. This is my father's work. He repairs broken teleporters for the elves, but I don't think he works for the Dark Elves. So it's no surprise that I would also know a few things about teleporters. Stella explains as she crouches down in front of the teleporter, easily opens a panel, and begins to do some things. Suddenly, she cuts her wrist and begins to sprinkle blood on components that seem to consist of rows of metals and nothing more. And just like magic, the components of the teleporter begins to glow steadily. In a flash, Stella covers the exposed component with the panel and hops away from the teleporter. The moment she moves away, a bright green light erupts from the teleporter, blinding everyone for a second, and immediately after that a green portal appears in the center of the spherical teleporter. Don't mind what I did. Teleporters also involve the witch's technology, so using blood was normal. We should get going. The teleporter has been set to a station in District, Stella says with a smile, and urges everyone to get ready. Sometime later, after saying our last goodbyes, everyone hops into the teleporter. We don't need to hold hands this time around, since the teleporter has been set to another station on Earth. After the women jump into the portal, I kiss Myra one last time, say my last goodbye before jumping into the portal. Chapter 159, Jealous Misty Whoosh. A tingling sensation engulfs me the moment I step into the teleporter. This is the feeling of traveling through a teleporter. The sensation is as if billions of microscopic insects are crawling on my skin. Thud! In the next moment, another teleporter ejects me like trash. This teleporter is none other than the one in the human world, Earth. Arg letting out a groan, I get up from the floor and look up to see Stella and the others running towards me. Are you okay, Master? Stella asks with worry etched onto her face as she helps me to get up. Foo. I like the way you fell. We also fell like that. Misty giggles and mocks me. Ugh. Do you have any idea why the teleporter is like this, Stella? I ask curiously. We are in a warp station in District A Earth. Many people are also using teleporters here, especially the free brutal ones. Master, these teleporters were set up like that. They were set up during the war to quicken the transportation of soldiers and weapons. I can make a teleporter that is as amicable as that. For example, those ones are the total opposite, as they are drastically slowed down for comfort. Stella says, pointing to the rows of teleporters opposite us. I see. My assumptions were right. Humans are just greedy beings. What will it take them to make all these teleporters normal? They made the free ones bad, while the premium teleporters are user-friendly. I say, shaking my head. Master, they are paying money? Stella asks in shock as she finally realizes what's happening. The free teleporters are the aggressive ones, and the humans made them that way because they want to earn more money from the premium ones. Master, so my mother is from this place? It's as beautiful as she said. Stella mutters in awe while looking around. Humph, they don't have as much technology as we vampires. I say as I begin to walk out of the warp station alongside my women. Hayes, are you still going to that place? I ask. Yes. Just as planned, we're moving in with Jill, and we'll also wait for you and the others to join us. However, the moment I get home, I need to check on our clan. Sigh. I'm just lucky that the Nico race can take care of themselves, even if I am away for a year. Hayes says with a long sigh. Earlier, I had planned to bring all of my women under one roof. And the house I chose is the house where my mom is currently living in. Once I get home, Misty and Aurora will inform the tenants about our relocation and how the management of the house will continue like before since it's within the same district. It's an honor that Hayes accepted my proposal instantly and agreed to live with me under the same roof as the other women. Furthermore, the cooperation and experience between her and the other women on planet DMAS seemed to excite her. To top it all off, her clan isn't up to 3 million in population. That's the total number of Nikos that exists. Also, they're an easygoing race that barely makes any trouble, unlike the Dark Elves. They also share a very small planet with the Fox clan, and their relationship is quite good since the Nico clan has a very low birth rate of males. Their population consists of 90% females and 10% males, which makes them marry other races, especially the Fox clan since they have similar appearances and are practically neighbors. Jake, I will be heading home now. They'll join you after our wedding. Moreover, we'll be training in the dojo together, which means that we can have a nice time. Blair whispers in my ear and kisses me on the cheek. Once done, she glances at Stella and flashes a smile at her. They'll see you soon, Stella, Blair says in excitement as she hugs Stella. They'll miss you. They'll miss you too. The girls separate themselves, while Blair begins to hop away after saying goodbye to the others by simply waving her hand. TCH, that brat. Misty grits her teeth in jealousy because Blair didn't give her a special goodbye. On the other hand, Aurora simply giggles at Misty. Okay, I think I should be going now since, and is staying behind. Hayes says as she tosses a space ring to Anne. Mom, when are you going to be back? And asks with puppy eyes, while looking like a 2-year-old baby who is reluctant to part with her mom. Only one thing is on everyone's mind. Cringe. Foo-foo-foo. My baby doesn't want to leave. Hayes giggles and pulls Anna's cheeks lightly. Mom, okay, you'll be back in 2 days. I promise. If I return tomorrow, the clan will see me as a degenerate queen. After all, my excuse for going on a honeymoon is over. Besides, you should also learn how to act like a princess, since you will be taking over when you grow up. Hayes says with a smile and hugs Anne. She's already a fucking grown-up, and she's going to become a mother a few months from now. Jill groans under her breath. We all know that Hayes and are connected by a strange Nico bond, but their level of cringe is on another level. This looks weird. If we didn't know any better,